With that said, I know we were still on item number 2, which was the Bluebird presentation. I'm not exactly sure where things were, but I'll turn it right back over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you again. Apologies for the delay there. For the sake of time, I won't go through every use here, but this is roughly the site map. 46 acres, 2 phases. Call it phase 1 will include 1,600-seat arena, a practice facility, theater, housing, a hotel, 200 rooms, and also a built-to-suit medical office building with already an interested headquarters relocation. Second phase, roughly the westernmost side, 1,500 units of residential housing, 150,000 square feet of retail, 300-room convention-style hotel, and 140,000 square feet of office space. I will point out that our practice facility will also be here, and when not in use, will be a community ice rink and will also be the headquarters of our youth hockey program. So big picture, this project we see as a transformative development, an opportunity to turn a landfill into a landmark, removing 1.5 million tons of garbage. But it's not really just about a hockey arena. It's a thriving sports, entertainment, and business district. It will build upon your work in revolutionizing the definition of urban redevelopment with Tempe Town Lake. It reinforces Tempe's role as a vibrant center of the entire state, a gathering place, almost a Arizona's town square, a location with folks from across the valley can live, work, and play. We estimate approximately 400 events in both the small and the large venue. And as I mentioned, the community ice rink that will also be open to the public and to families. It will continue also to attract the innovation companies that you all, as a council and as a city, have successfully recruited. We see it as an urban village complementing your vision. You will also hear, and I won't go into details, significant economic impact. 6,900 permanent jobs, taxes, $215 million for Tempe over the next 30 years, 18 million just in construction taxes, and 10 million just in permit fees. As far as economic activity, $13.1 billion in new spending in Tempe over the next 30 years, attracting 3 million visitors to Tempe. This would be the 6th largest real estate project by investment and by job creation in the country. And again, all done by cleaning up a landfill. Our goals for our proposal and our response to this RSP were, first, to show that there was no financial risk to the city of Tempe or its taxpayers. The developer will be buying the land. The city will not pay for any of the real estate development, and the city will not have financial obligations. Second, we wanted to demonstrate the economic impact that I just detailed. But third, we wanted to detail our capacity and capability to complete this project. As I mentioned, we have a world-class development team that has done this around the world. We, as a ownership group and as a development group, have a track record of success in multiple major redevelopment projects through our hospitality and gaming properties and through our infrastructure group. And I want to directly address any questions about financial strength and capability. You will receive letters from 7 world-leading financial institutions: Bank of America, Citibank, PNC, Union Bank, Fifth Third Bank, Stifel, and Comerica. They are longtime lenders of Alex Morello and the Morello Group. They have recently completed successfully an underwriting of the Coyotes, and they have all expressed interest, if and when this project would be approved, to provide financing. I also want to be very clear. Never in 40 years in business, across multiple economic cycles and recessions, has Alex Morello or any of his companies ever declared for bankruptcy. We are confident that there is strong support for this project from likely Tempe voters. We conducted a scientific, independent poll a few months ago. It was done by Public Opinion Strategies, a renowned national polling firm. And I will hit the highlight. 76% of respondents supported the proposal to transform this landfill into a sports, tourism, and entertainment hub. And notably, the support was highest amongst the voters in the north side of the city, with 83% in favor in the location of this project. But what this is really about is about this community, right? We are thrilled to already be part of the Tempe community. As many of you know, we have already made a $20 million investment into the Tempe community on the campus of ASU. We want to thank Dr. Crow, Morgan Olson, Ray Anderson, and everyone at Arizona State University for welcoming us not only to Tempe, but to the ASU family. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be part of Tempe today already. You have already seen Alex Morello's full commitment to provide the resources so that our great fans and our fans in waiting can experience one of the best and most intimate environments on the campus at ASU, and a brand new facility being upgraded with our private dollars to NHL standards. What drives everything that the Coyotes do? It's our vision and our desire to leverage the power of sports to make a difference. This development is that vision in action. We feel very strongly that we have presented a compelling proposal, but will ultimately make this project successful is the partnership we build with you and this community. We humbly and respectfully request your approval to move forward and allow the developer to begin negotiations with City Council and staff. Thank you very much. I now invite Nick Woods to come and speak.
Mayor, members of the council, Nick Wood, Snow and Wilmer, 1 Arizona Center. It's so damn nice to be back here. I'm going to tell you a quick story. It's a good news, bad news story. And it's really about two very elderly former professional hockey players. I'm watching a Coyote game, and they're kind of enjoying it. And one of them says, you know, I wonder if there's hockey in heaven. And one says, well, shoot, there must be hockey in heaven. It wouldn't be heaven without hockey. He said, yeah, but I wish we really knew. Well, there's only one way we're going to find out. So one of them says, well, let's do this. We'll make a deal. Whatever one of us dies first, we'll come back and tell the other one if there's hockey in heaven. So they shook hands. 6 months later, one of them passes away. His survivor is at his wake. He feels awful. He leaves. He's walking home. His head's hanging down. He gets a tap on his shoulder. He turns around. It's a spirit form of his deceased friend. He said, my God, you came back. He said, well, yeah, we had a deal. He said, so what's it like? He said, like, good news and bad news. The good news is there's hockey in heaven. The bad news is you're playing next Tuesday. So the good news, you saw it. I'm going to tell you about the structure. Bad news, we'll know at the end of this hearing, if there is any, and hopefully there's not. Hopefully we have an opportunity to negotiate with staff, which I think would be very helpful. The things I tell you about the structure, none of this is carved in stone. This is all a structure that was intended really to fulfill the vision of Mr. Morello. When Mr. Morello asked me to structure this deal, he talked about Tempe and how important it was for him to be in Tempe. And I said, why? What's so important? Of course, I was a Tempe resident, and I said, I know why I'm here. He said, well, he said, so many communities talk the big talk about diversity, right, about inclusivity. He said, Tempe lives it, they embrace it. All of the residents of this city support it. He said, I am Latino. I've spent 40 years building over 40 companies. And I've been through some tough times, and I am very much ingrained. One of the cornerstones, in fact, multiple cornerstones, is inclusion, diversity, helping people who really need help. And that's what Tempe is all about. And because I'm Latino, I've always been held to a higher standard. That's just part of what happens. He said, but because of that, I want to make sure that whatever deal you structure is something that this city council can hold their heads up high and not suffer any undue criticism because of it. I said, okay. He said, there's some other standards that you have to employ. Number one, no risk to the taxpayers of Tempe. I go, thank you for that one. But he said, no matter what happens, right? Floods, pandemics, no risk for anyone in Tempe. Second, all buildings, every one of them, private, must be built with private money. We're not going to ask the city to build any buildings on this property. Our original proposal suggested that maybe the city would like us to build and then use the bond program I'm going to talk about in a minute to actually build a parking structure for the city that would be owned by the city. In fact, City of Phoenix is doing that right now with a project. But we thought about it and we said, you know what, it's better that we not do that we not add it to any bond program. So we've decided in the interim to go ahead and build that parking structure ourselves. Part of it was because of the redevelopment that you see here. We made a lot of changes, as you saw, to the project, and one of those is obviously with respect to parking. So that is no longer part of it. All private development is going to be done with private money. Also, with respect to public infrastructure, right? I'm going to talk to you about what happens here with all of the remediation that needs to be done and all the public infrastructure. And he said the project has to pay for all public infrastructure. Not only that, but typically when cities pay a lot of money for public infrastructure because it's public, he said we, the developer, have to pay our share as well. Next, Tempe makes money. Okay, he said what happens with a lot of projects is a developer, gets money, you build arenas, you build stadiums, city pay for those, and the city doesn't make any money other than secondarily. I want the city to walk away with money, millions of dollars every year, as long as we're here, which would be way beyond the end of my life. Most importantly, he said, I want to contribute more than I receive. He said, that is the overall standard, and that is what I want you to do. So I said, okay. So we talked about the site to begin with, and let's see here. There we go. You're all very well aware of the site. I mean, you own it. You have your maintenance facility that's on it. And it used to be a mining facility, and it was filled with garbage. That garbage is, and you heard Javier mention it, it's 1.5 million tons of garbage that goes down 30 feet deep. Now, there was some garbage and tonnage that was on the Boyer site, but it didn't go down anywhere near 30 feet deep. It was anywhere from 15 to maybe 20 feet at its deepest. It's bad here, right? And it's a combination of biological waste as well as inert waste, and it's expensive. Well, we looked at the property and said, what would we pay for this if it was clean, right? Just a piece of property we're gonna bid on, and we came up with $25 a square foot. That's basically about $48 million for a net piece of property. But in looking at the 1.5 million tons of debris that has to be taken out and clean dirt replaced, and because of the depth of the excavation that has to happen, we have to shore up the levee. That is a very expensive undertaking. But again, we can't go that deep without shoring up the levee because the levee could actually collapse. We have to move the APS lines that are there. Again, they run right through the middle of the site, and they have to be moved, and they can't just be undergrounded. I mean, again, we're going to excavate 46 acres of land 30 feet down, right? So we have to move all of those and move, and it's very expensive to do that. There's some title issues, right, that are on the property that have to be cleared up. And finally, there's public infrastructure regarding roadways, SUS, I mean, a whole list of things. Those few things alone come to $62.07 a square foot on property that's worth $25 a square foot. So the question is, that's $130 million, by the way. So if property is worth about $44 million, you've got about $130 million just of primary public infrastructure. Where does the money come to pay for that? Well, I had that discussion with Mr. Morello. I said, you sure you want to do this and not ask for any money? He said, yes. Number one, no one buys contaminated land, right? They just don't. They want it cleaned up because when you take title to contaminated land, CERCLA and state laws as well say you're responsible for cleanup. Just that's, the city owns it, and you're responsible for cleanup. Yet he won't ask for money. So we start out with saying, all right, Mr. Morello has decided that in order to help clean it right from the start, he's going to put up $40 million of cash. Before anything happens, after the agreement is signed, if the agreement is actually negotiated and signed, he'll put up $40 million of non-refundable earnest money. That way, there's money there to start the remediation. No bonds have to be sold to do the remediation. It's all cash. And I said, really? 40 million bucks? I mean, if something happens, you don't go through with the deal, you're out 40 million bucks. I said, as a Tempe resident, I'm happy to have a $40 million windfall. But he said, there's no other way to do it. The city doesn't have the cash, but more importantly, I'm not going to ask the city for the cash. So I'm going to put up the 40 million bucks, and I'm going to do the same thing on the second phase, which is another $8 million. Then we're going to do a CFD to do the public infrastructure. Now, Community Facilities District is a bonding structure that the state statute permits to be used for public infrastructure type projects. It's used all the time, all over the state, all over the valley. And in this case, we're using the CFD because it doesn't go on the city's balance sheet. We could use an improvement district, which is another bonding mechanism, but the problem with that is it goes on your balance sheet as a contingent liability. Can't have that. It goes against the grain of what Mr. Morello wants. So we use a CFD, right? So where's the funds? So the CFD will produce the funds, basically, that will pay for all the infrastructure improvements, public infrastructure. And of course, we have to go through, and we've met with bond counsel, we have met with bond underwriters, we've met with investment bankers who sell these bonds. Stiefel is one that we've worked with in particular. And it'll work, right? So the way it's going to work is this. There's two sources of revenue to pay for the bonds, and this is where, again, Mr. Morello is saying, I'm going to pay for it. The development's going to pay for a big portion of it. The city transaction privilege tax basically is 1.8%. What we're proposing, originally we proposed that 1.2% of that be used and applied toward the public infrastructure debt. But on reflection, again, Mr. Morello wants the city to make money. and make a lot of money every year. So we're proposing that instead of using 1.2%, that only 0.9% is used to pay for the public infrastructure, and the city keeps the other 0.9%. Now that adds up to over 30 years, $215 million. That means that basically every year the city will on average receive $7 million in its pocket just getting up every day and breathing with this thing operating. Again, no obligation on the part of the taxpayers, no obligation on the part of the city. Where does the rest of it come from? Well, we are going to impose a 6% surcharge. It's like a TPT, right? It's a 6% surcharge that's on all business activities. So every time someone spends $1 within TED, right, which would be the area subject to the bond district, basically they will write an additional amount of 1.8%, right, which is the city's TPT, and 6%, or up to 6%, depending on what the final numbers for the bonds are, for the balance. So basically, the city's portion is 0.9%, and we're imposing up to a 6% surcharge on all activities. That money will be collected at point of sale, right, and be distributed, directly to the bond trustee, with the exception of the half, right, that the city, of course, will keep for that. The other thing is, how do we make sure that there's no risk? What happens with bonds, right, and somehow there's a problem with the bonds. Everybody says, well, wait a minute, the city sponsored this thing. I didn't know the city's not legally liable for it. Well, we're going to do something here that's unique, and I've never seen it done before. And I'm getting really old, and I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen this done before. And what's being done is, basically, Mr. Morello is going to take $2.1 billion worth of real estate and place it as collateral security through an assessment lien on all that land and buildings. Now, it's like a property tax, okay? Essentially what happens with the property tax is if someone doesn't pay their property tax, there's a tax lien. Someone buys a tax lien, guess who's foreclosed out? Everybody. The lenders that you just heard Javier speak of, they all get foreclosed out. So what happens? If ever, for whatever reason, a payment is not made, right, to the bondholders, right, immediately the banks are notified, we're notified, everybody's notified, and guess who's going to write a check if it's not the developer or the owner of the property? It's going to be the banks, because they have a huge investment in this also. So we've created what I call a foolproof structure, so that there's no debt, right, that is on the city's books, no liability or responsibility for the city. The project will pay for itself in generating TPT. Okay, it's not a situation where sometimes the city, for example, will take all of its TPT and pledge it to pay bonds. Okay, that's not the case here. The only money that will be used to pay the bonds is money generated on site, and it's the TPT that's generated from the city, and that's how the thing gets paid. So the benefits, as I mentioned, about $215 million worth of revenue for the city from just the TPT over 30 years. $13.1 billion in direct spending, you heard Javier say that. That's people spending money in the city of Tempe, not necessarily on the site, but throughout the city of Tempe. 6,900 jobs, okay? 3 million people, by the way, will come to this project. They come from Canada, they come from Europe. I mean, there's hockey fans everywhere. You'll have $2 million, that a contribution that's going to be made by Mr. Morello and the Coyotes for your affordable housing program. And also, he's going to talk to the general contractor and the subcontractors to see if we can get them to make a contribution as well. Also, schools. We are proposing we'll pay $25,000 per year on each one of the Jeeplets I'm going to talk about in a second. So basically, it's $200,000 per 8-year Jeeplet and $750,000 for the 30-year Jeeplet that we're asking for the arena, which again, I'll talk about in a moment. In addition to that, we are going to provide a police substation. We are going to provide the city of Tempe with naming rights. Having your name on there is a big international deal. Free space for the city. We're talking about 15,000 square feet of free space that you can use for the city itself, that you can use for incubator space. Again, you can contribute it to whatever group you think is appropriate. Making contributions to the streetcar. We would love to have the streetcar extended down to our project, and we're willing to make a contribution to do that. We're also willing to have our tickets be used for light rail. So basically, we'll have to cut a deal with light rail, and we'll have to pay them, of course, but they'll be able to use tickets, and then we're going to provide transport back and forth from TED to the light rail station, so that people, right, they're not all coming in their cars. So we keep that down, but we encourage them to use light rail, and we're going to make a contribution to do that. Public art, non-relocation agreement, all of these things. And again, these are all things that would be part of our negotiations, but I will be honest with you, I've never had a client willing to put up this much money and make these kind of commitments. So what does he get out of this? Well, the one thing we're asking for the city to do in making all these contributions is to use G-plits. As you know, in addition to being a land use attorney, I'm also a tax attorney. I have a master's in law and tax, and that's why I work on all of these deals. So in this one, you know, I think the city of Tempe has about 40 G-plits up and down the lake, and of course in downtown, and typical 8 years. Now, a lot of those are older ones, so they're longer in term, but ours would only be 8 for everything but the arena and the practice facility. There's a provision, and as you are probably aware, I represented the Arizona Multi-Housing Association a few years back. We were negotiating changes to the G-plit statute in 2017, 2018. There's a provision in 426208.4 that says entertainment facilities, sporting facilities, stadiums, arenas, convention centers, they're all exempt from the restrictions or the conditions of the G-plit statute. As such, we originally asked to do a G-plit that would be about 60 years in length. Now, why do we ask for that? Well, it's called a level playing field. All of the other arenas and stadiums in the state, none of them pay property tax. The reason is the taxpayers paid for them. Okay, the baseball stadium, the Suns Arena, right? I mean, the list is long and distinguished, but they're all paid by taxpayers, are all owned by the cities, and they're all exempt from paying property tax. So what we would ask is that we would have a longer G-plit for the arena, right? Because the arena, again, arenas don't make money. It's the project as a whole that will be profitable. So at the end of the day, what happens is we thought about this, and we thought, you know what? Proof's in the pudding. We want to show good faith, so rather than ask for 65, we're asking for 30. We think that's much more reasonable under the circumstances. And again, as you heard the commissioner say, we will end up doing a 30-year non-relocation agreement so that we don't move the team and all of a sudden you end up having an empty arena, because that's always a problem. So with that, that's the structure. That's how we got here. It says a lot about my clients. And again, we're not asking you to approve anything tonight. We're just asking you for the opportunity to sit down with your staff and negotiate. If at the end of the day, the council, I know there's going to be a change in the council. We'll miss the two that aren't going to be here. But at the end of the day, it'll be the council's decision whether or not to support the project or say no. So that's all we're asking tonight, is the ability to negotiate. And I'll turn it over to the next person. Thank you.
Introduce it. There you go.
All right, well, I'm not going to probably go over near the amount of numbers that he just went over, which is absolutely incredible. But Mayor, thank you so much. Council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk. My name's Shane Doan. I've been part of the Coyotes organization since we moved here in '96. I was actually here before there was a lake out front, and before there was the 202 ended at Scottsdale Road. We didn't have the 101, so the city itself was starting to grow. When I moved here, I was 19 years old, and I had no idea that I would ever live in Arizona. Didn't even cross my mind as a player. The team, there had been no team in the NHL. I moved down here from Middle West Canada, moved down to Arizona, and fell in love with the state. I've grown up here. I've spent 26 years here now. I have 4 kids. They've all been born and raised here. My wife and I have made a commitment that this is our home. Actually, 2 of my kids are going to ASU. My son plays in the new 5,000-seat ASU hockey arena, which I'm very excited about to go watch. And my youngest daughter just got into Barrett's Honor College, and so she's excited to be going here. She's actually doing her orientation today, so she was a little nervous because everyone's way smarter than her, she thinks. So we're working on that. My youngest boy is probably going to end up at ASU, and so ASU and Tempe is becoming my home as well. I grew up in a very small neighborhood up in Canada, in a very small town, in a rural area where community and neighbors matter. And we all know each other. We all we'd know who the farmer was next to us, and when they needed help, we would help. And I think that's probably one of the things that, as I grew older with the Coyotes, I started to really appreciate that was a commitment by us as an organization to try to get involved in the community, to be part of the community, because it matters. It's really the thing that you're going to be remembered the most for. You can do a lot of things, you can have a lot of success, but when a push comes to shove, it's the people around you that you impact, and the people matter. And for me, that's been one of the calling cards of leaving as a player and becoming part of the organization, was that we need to be involved in the community. And as an organization led by Javier and our CEO, we have gotten into the community in a way that I'm proud of. I'm thankful that I've had the opportunity to go to different things. I've been doing it since I became part of the league. The league made a commitment to be part of that and to make sure that the community is affected in a positive way. We always would say as a player, when you come into a dressing room, you never want to be a drain, you always want to be a fountain. And I think that as an organization, that's our goal. Is we don't want to be a drain. We want to be somebody that's filling the community, adding to the community, giving back to the community, creating opportunities. And as you heard Mr. Woods talk, that's what the goal is. The opportunity that the Morella family has presented is something to give back to the community, and that he harps on it and harps on it and harps on it, that we want to make a difference in this community. We want to make it better than when we got here. The arena development itself for Tempe, it's crazy when you think about what Tempe looked like in '96. I remember driving along the 202 when the Sun Devils beat Nebraska 17-0 and made their run to the Rose Bowl. There was no lake, there was nothing there. It was, you could see the stadium. I remember we'd played that night as I was driving by, and you could still hear the people going crazy over that win. I'm not saying that you could hear it now, but with the development that ASU and what Tempe has done in this area, the Tempe Town Lake and what it's done is absolutely incredible, and showed an insight to an ability to see what's coming in the future. I read that the Tempe Town Lake is now the second most visited spot in the state, only behind the Grand Canyon. So good job on you guys on figuring out a way to attract everyone to Tempe as a city as its whole. But this arena and this development and the vision that our ownership has of this is going to enhance that again. The lake has been incredible. As you drive along, it's amazing. But having the ability to become the heart of the city with a development of what they've talked about that is world-class and transformative, I think is a word we've used over and over again. It's something that's so, I think it's the next level. For me, the city, it's going to help, but for a hockey team, I mean, I'm up here because I'm a hockey player. There's really not any other reason for me to be up here as a hockey player here in the town. And as a hockey player, I look around our league, and I'm a competitive person, and you see the Tampa Bay Lightning, who just won 2 Stanley Cups. You see the Los Angeles Kings, who also have won 2 Stanley Cups. Both teams won after they had the development in place. Both teams won after they had the competitive advantage that something like this does. And it makes a difference. And if you want to go into Tampa Bay and to Los Angeles now, which I even hate mentioning the Los Angeles Kings, but I do, it's incredible the community that they've developed and the way that they've enhanced that community and the way that they take care of that community, the hockey community. And for me personally, as a player, it's incredible that we'd have an opportunity to be put on that same platform where we have a stadium and a facility that is second to none. Arizona as a whole totally trumps every other hockey city, in my own personal opinion. I mean, I've chose to live here for 26 years. And the environment that you get as a player to come here, if you give us the opportunity to have the same stadium and to have it built here in the heart of the entire valley, it's an incredible competitive advantage for us. And I'm excited to see what we could have happening or maybe a Stanley Cup goes down one of these roads or something along those lines. I dream big sometimes when it gets talking about that Stanley Cup. But for me, it would create the staple franchise in the league that I've always dreamed we can be. I went through a few owners over my time. It's been not the easiest 26 years to be a fan or a Coyote player for the Coyotes, as we've made it difficult at times. And yet at the same time, I believe with everything in me that if we do this, we have an opportunity to become that staple franchise that everyone talks about, that the whole league talks about, that the whole hockey world as a whole talks about. And all that comes back to the Morello family and their willingness to do this, and their willingness to put up their own money. I've had the opportunity to get to know them as a family, and it's incredible. People matter. People matter to me. People matter to them. And that's probably one of the things that's most exciting for me, is that I had the opportunity to sit down, get to know Mr. Murillo and his wife and his kids, and to see their commitment to this. And that's what I get excited about, that if we can get this in place, it gives us a chance to be a special organization, and again, one of those places that everybody wants to be. And then my own personal feelings on hockey here is just, it's a community that you want in your state. I see some people here that, we have players here, we have some people that have had huge impacts. You're going to hear from lots of them. The best part about hockey is that when you play the game, you go for as hard as you can for 45 seconds. And when you're done, you have to leave the ice and you have to turn it over to someone else to take care of that game. And while you're sitting on the bench, you have to rely on others. And it builds a community that relies on each other. It's not about you. That's what our game is. It's not about you. It's about the group. And it's a community and a group that you want to be part of. And anyone that ever had a chance to play a game, they get addicted really quickly. And it's something that they want to do for the rest of at least I do. But I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for giving us some time here today. It's going to be lots of people talking. I'll get out of your way. But this is something I'm very excited about. And thank you so much for even giving us a chance to talk. Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't know whose idea it was to put me after Shane Doan. When I told my children I was speaking after Shane Doan, they said, why bother? I hope you will be a more merciful audience than they are. Good afternoon, Mayor Woods, members of the council. My name is Monica Villalobos, and I serve proudly as president and CEO of the Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, of your Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. For the last 75 years, since 1948, we have generated business and protected and advocated for not only Hispanic-owned businesses, but minority-owned businesses and small businesses as well. We operate 2 federally funded centers funded by the U.S. Department of Commerce, both the Arizona Minority Business Development Agency Business Center and NABEDC, serving the Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, and Alaska Native communities in Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. With a $2.5 million budget, we have generated in the last year $180 million in impact, and that's measured by the federal government. You all like your metrics. So that's in access to contracts, access to financing, and job creation. I'm here today because this is somewhat of a job interview for the Coyotes, isn't it? You want to know who they are, what they stand for, and what values they share. I can tell you that when I heard they were first coming, I didn't know anything about them. In fact, I cold called Javier Gutierrez, and he answered the phone out of a cold call. They have picked up the phone every single time that we have called. When we needed to have the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce convention here in Arizona, because we needed those resources, we needed that expertise here in Arizona, they helped us do that. They helped us lobby for that because they share our values. When we needed a place for Latino leaders to congregate, they created the Latino Advisory Council, of which I'm a part of. They gave us that space and all of the resources that we needed. When we needed a place for small businesses to learn more about building wealth and being able to scale their businesses, the Arizona Coyotes picked up the phone again and answered and gave us a place to do that. You can read a lot about the Morello Group that you've heard today. They have 40 businesses across 8 verticals, including banking, construction, media companies. They have one of the largest minority business enterprise infrastructure companies in California. They've done a lot of good in all of the communities that they've been in. They've also focused heavily on education here in Arizona, providing resources with bilingual reading programs, STEM-based programs, and PE curriculums, providing free physicals for students so that they can participate in sports, financing dental exams, supporting vaccination and immunization distribution efforts. So it goes far beyond just the game of hockey. Every Coyote employee volunteers. Every single game, money is collected for a local nonprofit. We also know that they've reached the lifetime giving of $1 million to Phoenix Children's Hospital. All of their efforts to expand hockey indicate that they share family values, that they participate and create a culture of inclusion. They're champions of diversity. Alex Morello is the first Latino owner of an NHL team. Javier Gutierrez is the first president. They have the largest female front office in the NHL. They have the first diverse coaches internship program in the NHL. We think so highly of them that we honored them last month as Corporation of the Year here in Arizona, an honor we have been bestowing on worthy groups and individuals and corporations for 63 years. I know that the Arizona Coyotes will make a stellar corporate citizen, and we want in our state. And they join a culture of can-do in Arizona. We have several committed corporate and community partners involved in this project, including the City of Tempe and the City of Phoenix. I have a great deal of respect for all of you involved in this project because it adds to the economic impact made by both cities and their various departments. This is an amazing collaboration between 2 innovative and progressive cities and a private organization that is willing to contribute, to be a corporate investor for the 4,948,203 residents of the Phoenix metro area. This endeavor, as you've heard, means 6,900 jobs in Tempe alone, generating $30 billion over 30 years. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a best-in-class model. This is an example of how the rest of the country can collaborate between public and private sectors and create even greater impact. This should not be a zero-sum game. I believe all of you have the collective power to move mountains. I am confident in this process and in those involved that you will all make this happen in the safest possible way, preserve all economic assets in the area, and protect the existing minority businesses for the greater good of our cities and state. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, our apologies, given the break, we wanted to just know how much time we had left.
I'll turn
if
to
you
the
don't
clerk.
mind. Great. With that, we're going to, as they say, do a little bit different and call power play here. We are going to invite 3 of our current players who had requested the opportunity to address you all. So I'd invite Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz, and Christian Fisher. Only one of them will speak. Thanks, guys.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Hi, my name is Clayton Keller. I'm a forward for the Coyotes. I'm joined by my 2 teammates, Christian Fisher and Nick Schmaltz. I was a first-round draft pick in 2016. Since then, I've played 6 seasons for the Coyotes. Been a 2-time All-Star as well. I speak for myself, my family, my teammates when, we say we love living here and being a part of this community. I think, speaking to other players around the league when they come here, they speak wonders about, the restaurants, the way of life, and, the golf and everything to do in this city. And I think Arizona is important to the NHL, and we want to stay here. So I hope you guys vote yes to start negotiations for this project. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor, council members, we again want to thank you for this incredible opportunity. You've heard a lot. There's been a lot of information. There's been a lot of work. But at the end of the day, we seek a partnership with you all. We seek to complement the vision that you all have had for Tempe. We thank you very much. Again, we humbly and respectfully request the opportunity to move forward to negotiate with you all. Thank you very much. That concludes our remarks.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. All right, next up then we have item number 3, which is the presentation by Sky Harbor Phoenix Airport regarding Blooper Development LLC proposal on city-owned property at Priest Drive and Rio Salado Parkway. The total presentation time here is limited to 60 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Woods, members of council, I promise you we will try to cut that time in half. I think we can get through this easily in 30 minutes, but thank you for the time allotment. My name is Chad Makowski. I'm the Director of Aviation Services. Can we go to the beginning of the deck? I'm sorry? Can we go to the front of the deck? This is the end. Take the last. Sure. Thank you. Again, good afternoon, Mayor Woods, members of the Tempe City Council, and we really do appreciate you giving us this time to talk a little bit about Sky Harbor. I know it's really an unusual situation for me to be here with you today, weighing in on a development proposal that's within the city of Tempe, and it's considering your own property. However, as the state's largest economic engine, I believe, and I hope that you'll agree, that Sky Harbor Airport is truly a community asset for everybody. And we want to present information to ensure that you have a full picture of the value of the thriving international airport and what it brings to cities throughout the region, including this city of Tempe. So with more than a $13 billion annual payroll, Sky Harbor Airport is also home to more than 57,000 employees and hundreds of concessionaires, contractors, local businesses, including many who live right here or base their businesses right here in the city of Tempe. Sky Harbor is a busy airport, and on any given day, we support more than 1,200 arrivals or departures for aircraft and more than 125,000 passengers. Sky Harbor serves us all, including our professional sports teams and many of their fans, and truly we are a neutral in the sense that we also support their competitors. In short, we are one of the world's busiest airports, and our priority is to continue to grow our route network and really connect our community to the world. Now, it may come as a surprise to some in this room to learn that I'm not here today to oppose the Arizona Coyotes. In fact, I'm a hockey fan. I grew up in north central Wisconsin. You might detect that from my accent. And I went to college at a Division I hockey school in Minnesota, northern Minnesota, in St. Cloud State University. And I even have my own Coyotes jersey at home. I thought about wearing it today, but then I thought I better dress up a little bit better for this council. So, and frankly, I did my MBA and my graduate work right here at W.P. Carey School of Business. I'm proud to do that. Some may also be surprised to hear that I'm not here today to speak in opposition to the arena. In fact, Sky Harbor has never at any point stated its opposition to the arena. From a land compatibility perspective, sports event venues like the arena are viewed by the FAA to be a compatible land use. My job has always been, and will continue to be, to advocate for Sky Harbor Airport. And we work through these many issues as we try to find the best solutions, including the issue that we're talking about today, to support our stakeholders and most importantly, the communities that we serve. However, there are elements of this Tempe's RFP that was issued and the subsequent proposal that, if left unresolved, could result in significant impacts to Sky Harbor's ability to continue to grow and support the community that we serve. So Tempe issued an RFP last July for a mixed-use entertainment district on the land noted in red on this graphic. The land is 9,800 feet off of the end of Sky Harbor's primary departure runway. At 9,800 feet, this parcel is actually closer to the airport than the runway is long that the planes use to take off. It's also directly under the flight path corridor of two of the busiest runways in this state of Arizona. Approximately 1,600 residential units are being proposed on the west end of this development, closest to Sky Harbor's runways. Now, aviation is the safest form of transportation in the world, and we intend to keep it that way. And as you might imagine, there are a number of things our industry will look at as we continue to address potential development hazards. Some of the examples are right here on this slide. At the request of our city council and our own aviation board, we've attempted to work with the developer over the last several months, and we had tried to address as many of these issues as we could based on the limited information that was available to us. As of today, the developer has agreed in concept to address most of the issues here, and we're encouraged by that. My hope and expectation is that today this council body will require the developer to follow through on those promises they've made to Sky Harbor and our stakeholders. However, there is one promise that the developer could not make, and that was to remove the 1,600 plus residential units of high density incompatible residential from their proposal. And in fact, the developer's inclusion of residential was required in order to be responsive to Tempe's own RFP, which called for residential to be a component of any proposal. And that brings me to the legally binding promises that the city of Tempe and Phoenix have made with each other. And to give you a little bit of history on this, nearly 30 years ago, the city of Tempe sued the Federal Aviation Administration and the National Environmental Protection Agency to stop the growth of Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Tempe sued to protect their residents. They wanted to make sure that they weren't subject to the additional aircraft noise that would come from the development of our third and southern runway at Sky Harbor. Phoenix did intervene in that litigation, and to fully and finally settle this litigation, the two cities entered into a legally binding intergovernmental agreement. While that agreement was likely executed well before most of us were in our current position, certainly me and mine, it's really been an essential document that's guided the successful relationship and compatible development of our two cities, and Sky Harbor has enjoyed this over the last 28 years. That agreement requires Phoenix to do many things to reduce the effects of unwanted aircraft noise on Tempe residents. It's required Phoenix to work with the FAA and our airlines to modify our departure routes going to the east out of Sky Harbor, as you can see on this slide. And what they do is they converge as they go down the river bottom and file into a single file line, as you see here. The goal is to get those flight paths out of the way of current residential properties in Tempe and get them over the river bottom as quickly as they possibly can. Now, Tempe and the developer are actually, through this proposal, proposing to place residential units in red on this graphic under the place where planes are actually designed to move to avoid noise for Tempe residents. As I mentioned, Phoenix willingly committed to several things under the intergovernmental agreement in order to support the continued growth of Sky Harbor. In addition to the inefficient convergence of flight paths that I just mentioned to the east, we also committed to working with the FAA to balance flight activity to the east and west sides of our airport. And what that does is it ensures that no one community will be disproportionately affected by aircraft noise. We invested millions of dollars in noise monitoring equipment, and we provide Tempe with free access to all of this information in real time. We've also supported Tempe and your Aviation Commission by conducting analyses and responding to noise complaints from Tempe residents. In total, since signing the intergovernmental agreement, we've invested more than $330 million in local and federal money in noise mitigation for existing residences in both Tempe and Phoenix. And we continue to invest hundreds of thousands each year in ongoing noise and program management. In return, we asked Tempe to commit to doing one thing in this settlement agreement and the intergovernmental agreement, and that was to participate in and comply with the 1999 Part 150 Noise Compatibility Program, and to ensure that no incompatible development would be introduced into the Rio Salado corridor. The excerpt here contained here below comes directly from the 1994 IGA, and it states in part that Tempe will implement land use management strategies contained in this noise compatibility program. And it also ensures or asks that Tempe will ensure new development undertaken in connection with the Rio Salado will be compatible with the program. As part of the intergovernmental agreement, Tempe insisted that Phoenix conduct a noise compatibility program study that I just referenced, and that they be allowed to actively participate in it, and Phoenix willingly did so. And to remove any doubt that this developer may not understand or has not accurately conveyed Tempe's responsibilities under the plan, I'd like to invite Dave Fitz. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Kaufman and Associates to provide a brief overview of this Part 150 program. He was the author of the document. He was here when both cities came together to put the program together, and he's the consultant of record for the 1999 program. Dave?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Woods and the City Council for giving us the opportunity to come here and speak with you. I won't take a whole lot of your time, but I do think it's important that I kind of go through this. My background has been 30 years with Kaufman Associates doing this very thing, preparing noise compatibility program documents for airports across the country. I think it's important that we hit on a couple of issues. Again, the Part 150 process is a very regulated document. It's codified in Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations. So it has to meet certain specifications for, let's see here. I'm going to do this. So to make sure that it complies with all the federal regulations, and I think the most important part about this is the overall goal and intent of the study is to reduce the impact of aircraft noise over the surrounding community. For a Part 150 to be effective, it must have a balance. And so to have a balance, there are measures that FAA requires us to look at and see if they're viable for each airport. They fall into 4 categories: noise abatement, noise mitigation, land use planning measures, and program management measures. So basically you have 4 legs on a stool. And so for a program to stay viable, it must be balanced. So that's an important part that you'll find through my presentation as we go through this. So as you can see, there's 32 measures here. All 32 were approved by the Federal Aviation Administration for the purposes of Part 150. So what do I mean by for the purposes of Part 150? So FAA doesn't just let us, throw out any measure. We have to prove that it's effective. And so, for example, for noise abatement measures, the threshold for an approved noise abatement measure is to reduce the number of people, noise-sensitive land uses within the 65 DNL noise exposure contour. Many of you, if you've been around a while, are very familiar with that terminology. So in order to do that, we have to test. Even though the 4DME procedure existed, we had to test it to make sure that it was a viable noise abatement procedure. So how we tested that is we basically modeled it without that 4DME procedure. And what we found is the 4DME procedure was very effective. It reduced the population impacts inside the 65 by 29,336 people, or 39 people, excuse me. So again, for the purposes of Part 150, FAA was supportive of that, even though it's not the most efficient way for an airport to operate to funnel all the aircraft down one corridor. So as you can see, in demonstrating how that procedure works, is all of those runways are, through their flight management systems or pilot technique, are turning after departure to try and fly over the Salt River corridor. Unfortunately, the Tempe Entertainment District falls right at the intersection of the 2 southern runways and how they converge to get to the Salt River corridor. So in order to protect, and again, remember we're talking about balance, we have to protect that corridor and make sure it stays viable. So if we throw a bunch of residential in there, it's not going to be viable. And so what we found is there's several areas that were already compatible, and we wanted those to be maintained. So we had land use measures that maintained the viability. Some of those were general plan amendments, and some of them were rezoning. They were already developed as something compatible, zone it so it stays compatible. So if it redevelops, it stays as a compatible use. Same with general plan. A lot of that area was planned for a compatible use. We wanted it to stay that way. So over the long term, that was the goal. And a lot of that obviously had happened. Now, this particular proposal is looking at putting almost 35 to 4,000 residents right in the middle of that corridor. So in some of the previous presentations from the developer, they're misusing one of the tables, table 6C, to justify that a residential is okay to be put here. Again, that table, which really recommended an overlay zoning district, that overlay zoning district, the intent of it was really for established existing residential areas that had vacant lots. You didn't want to abandon those because if we had an area, what we called the noise contour planning boundary, which basically squared off the noise exposure contours to make it a little easier to implement in both the different jurisdictions, Phoenix and Tempe. So the intent of that was in existing residential areas to allow homes to go back in those areas. It was not to justify brand new residential of any kind. It was never the intent. So in essence, what that's doing is it's reducing the effectiveness of that noise abatement corridor. So, and again, it's also that corridor is part of the intergovernmental agreement. And if anything, this residential is in the absolute worst possible place. Again, we're converging to heavily traveled airways on departure from the airport. There is no solution there. There's no solution. We have no options there. Now, there are a few other things to consider. One of those, obviously, is to reiterate the goal of the Part 150 study, is to reduce that impact of aircraft noise around the community. This development would reverse, potentially, the value of the 4DME procedure. Again, if you remember, the benefit was about almost 3,000 people. If you put 3,000 or 4,000 people right in the way, turning it, again, based on FAA's criteria, if all of those residents are inside the 65, that 4DME procedure is no longer a noise abatement procedure. So just to be clear. Other things that we wanted you to be aware of is obviously, you know, the Valley of the Sun, summertime temperatures really have a significant impact on aircraft performance. So the hotter it is, it affects the air density and the climb performance of aircraft, which essence means that they're going to be hitting the thrust that much harder to maintain that climb gradient, or on approach to reduce sink rates, i.e. coming down too fast. So that thrust in that area, again, right at the intersection of those two departure paths, you're going to be hearing a lot of noise, especially in those summertime temperatures. So that will be an issue that we wanted you to be aware of. Obviously, the summer around here, almost half of the days are above 95, about 47%. So those high temperatures really will influence that. Other things that we wanted to make you aware of is sound insulation will not resolve these issues. They will not resolve these issues. Sound insulation is used to mitigate areas that already are impacted, and it's kind of a last resort. FAA has been very clear on this. Going forward, they will not support any type of residential inside the 65 at any level. Single, multi, high-rise, it is a no-go for FAA. Sound insulation will also not help you in outdoor situations. You're talking about aircraft that are going to come over just about every minute, either on arrival or departure. So it will not help you. And sound insulation will do nothing for you for vibration. Again, when those aircraft engines are hitting that high thrust to make up for those high temperatures, you're going to feel it, and sound insulation will not resolve those issues for you. That?
Thank you, Dave. And so you probably are wondering what the high impact noise area is as defined by the FAA. And in our industry, as Dave mentioned, we call it a 65 DNL contour. It's a scientific metric that the FAA produces working with airports to identify high noise criteria for areas around the airport, the impact of the operation of the airport. The graphic here was generated by the developer, and it's been used at a number of our aviation board meetings, was used in a response to the Federal Aviation Administration's letters to the city of Tempe. In this graphic, it appears to me demonstrates that what the developer is trying to do is convince Tempe and the general public that residential development within high noise contours happens all the time, and that Tempe approves this all the time. And really, why should this project be treated any differently? Well, I've become aware of numerous examples, kind of what I call, well, what about? What about this development that's right across the road? Or what about this development that's just further down the road? Why is that different than this is different? And the developer has identified thousands of units, as you can see on this graphic, that are contained in what they're referring to as the high noise contour, the 65 DNL contour. The difference is this contour here was developed in 1999, and it was based on the operation of the airport at 1999. And if this were true, the city of Tempe would have repeatedly violated their own agreement, the intergovernmental agreement, and the city of Phoenix would have held you all accountable for violating the agreement. This is the reality. And so over time, as you can probably appreciate, technology has improved, engine performance has improved, they've become more fuel efficient, they've become quieter, and that's great for the communities that we serve. And so this contour, this shaded in green, really reflects the fact that since the late 1990s, our contours at Sky Harbor Airport have shrunk significantly. And so Tempe has not historically been in violation of the intergovernmental agreement. Phoenix did not need to object in any way to the developments that have gone on outside of the current 65 DNL contour. And airport management has not been notified by Tempe staff, as they're required to do, of any recent developments being proposed in the 65 DNL contour. So we're appreciative of the work that the city of Tempe is doing there. By any measure, the proposed incompatible development that you're seeing here is much closer to the airport than any other project that's been done. And this one project alone would increase the number of residents impacted by noise by more than 143%. And it's important also to note that the city of Tempe in its own RFP said that all proposers should reach out to the airport to obtain the most current noise contours for their own evaluation, and that's what you're seeing here in green. So a high-ranking official with the Federal Aviation Administration sent a letter to Tempe on April 1st to raise its serious concerns about the proposal, and noted that the proposal is incompatible with the residential units being included, and would actually increase the national population of those impacted by high noise around airports by 1%, which we found to be quite remarkable. The FAA regional administrator went on to clearly tell Tempe that any residential development in this area would be viewed as an incompatible use. And after receiving a rebuttal letter from the developer just yesterday, the FAA sent a supplemental letter to Tempe to reiterate its position. And so the FAA made a few things abundantly clear in the letter that they issued yesterday. First, the FAA does not support residential development within the 65 DNL contours, and residential is deemed as an incompatible land use. Second, the FAA's approval for sound insulation is limited to existing non-compatible developments and is not intended for new developments. And third, the FAA acknowledged that this is a local jurisdictional issue, and so they said Tempe has the jurisdiction and the authority to address these issues, and the FAA is strongly encouraging Tempe to do so by allowing only compatible uses within this high noise contour. And so to expand on this a little more, I'd like to invite Dan Elwell with Elwell and Associates to say a few words. Not only is Mr. Elwell a retired airline and military pilot with thousands of hours of flight experience, but he was also a career public servant, including serving time in the top executive role as administrator for the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Elwell?
Thanks, Chad. And thank you, Mayor Woods and Council, for letting me come and speak to you today. I thought, just for context to start, I'll give a little bit background on myself and my experience. I don't have near the ties to this area that all the other speakers have had, but my aviation career started here, and I'm going to date myself. I went through pilot training when Williams Gateway was Willie Air Force Base. So that's where I went to pilot training and learned basically how to fly. After my Air Force time, I went to the airlines. I went to American Airlines, and American Airlines has a pretty heavy presence here, even then when I was flying, and flew with them for about 16 years and flew in and out of Phoenix quite a bit. So I'm very familiar with the airspace, with the airport, but my career also kind of took me in different ways and different paths, and I ended up serving 2 stints with the FAA. The first time my job was assistant administrator for policy, planning, and environment. So my offices were responsible for the noise mitigation issues, many of which you're hearing today. One of the data points that we were proudest of is that from the 70s, the late 70s till today, many of the engine stage, noise stage improvements that FAA promulgated, and many of the manufacturers' advances on airframe design and engine design, as well as FAA designing approach and departure corridors, as you've seen shown going up, for instance, the Salt River, managed since the 70s, from the 70s to today, to reduce the number of people in the United States who are exposed to significant noise, which is defined as 65 DNL, by over 90%. So when I heard that, and that's a lot of people nationwide, so when I heard that, that this proposal would actually add 1% to the numbers that the industry and FAA has worked to bring down for so long, it was quite significant. I've never heard of a single development doing that to noise. So keep that in mind. I do want to talk and focus on noise in 2 areas. Operationally, and I'll just touch on that because you're going to hear from, I believe you're going to hear from at least one pilot from the Airline Pilots Association at some point. But to just build a little bit on what Dave said, in this area on a hot day, to get an airplane up and flying in this very, very thin hot air, it takes longer runway and it takes more power. And then you've got the noise mitigation turn, especially from the south runway. You're banking. When you're banking and climbing in very hot air, you're using a lot more power. So to the point about mitigation, noise mitigation, the requirement is to come down 25 decibels when you do mitigation. Of course, that's for residences already in a 65 DNL contour, not new. And I will tell you, 65 is the minimum. The noise for those residences right off the runway is going to be really, really loud, and at times significantly above 65. So the mitigation is not going to seem like a mitigation to folks in those residences. I can assure you that. And the FAA's letter defining what they consider mitigation that makes from non-compatible to compatible, I've heard it said that the mitigation that is planned for these residences would make those residents compatible, that we're not. And that's simply not true. The FAA maintains that they will be non-compatible whether you do noise mitigation efforts or not. And the reason FAA does that is because they do not support and they do not encourage putting new residences inside the 65 DNL. So I just think it's important for your deliberations to realize that the noise issue is absolutely the biggest issue going forward in this development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan. I want to assure you that Sky Harbor and the FAA aren't the only interested stakeholders in this discussion, and several associations represented by our industries that represent our industry airlines that provide essential air service to our communities issued a joint letter of concern, as you can see here. These concerns have also been echoed by the Airline Pilots Association, as Mr. Elwell had identified, which is a union representing the pilots at most of our airlines most of the major airlines around the country. And the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, the union representing all of the air traffic controllers around the nation, issued a letter sharing their unique concerns regarding the development as well. And I believe representatives from all of these groups are represented in the audience or virtually today, and they have registered to speak, so you'll hear from them later. So I'd like to close by asserting our primary concern today is not about the arena, it's not about the Coyotes, it's about the residential component to this proposal. The developer has promised Sky Harbor and our industry stakeholders that with the exception of residential, they will address our concerns. I'm asking you today to hold them accountable to their commitment. However, the residential component of Tempe's RFP and the developer's proposal is, in our eyes, a clear violation of the intergovernmental agreement and the longstanding promises that our cities have made with each other some 30 years ago. Our experts and authorities on the matter, including Mr. Fitz, Mr. Elwell, and the FAA themselves, have made it clear that techniques such as sound insulation will not solve the problem and will only make the land use incompatible. So it's become clear to me that the developer may tell you what they think you need to hear to move this project forward at any cost. And it's a really cool project, I have to say. I was really impressed by the videos when I saw it. However, the facts as we've laid them out tell a little bit of a different story about the important relationship that exists between our two cities. And we as your neighbor have worked in cooperation with you for decades, and we're invested in our mutual success going forward. And so today, we're not asking you to abandon this proposal, only to honor the intergovernmental agreement that our two cities have entered into and provide us with your assurance today that you will remove the residential component from this RFP. We also ask that you ensure the developer adheres to their other comments and commitments to Sky Harbor and our industry. However, and I sincerely hope it doesn't come to this, but if you act today and approve the RFP proposal that includes incompatible residential as it currently is being proposed, Phoenix is obligated, as is Tempe, to enforce the intergovernmental agreement, and we'll have no choice but to review the remedies available to us in this agreement. It's really not fair and will not be the case that Tempe should be allowed to ignore your responsibilities to the agreement and only expect that Phoenix would be required to continue to live up to our responsibilities. The future of the IGA is at risk, and we simply can no longer kick this can down the road. So for decades, Phoenix and Sky Harbor has lived up to our commitments, and what we'd like to see is Tempe take action today to demonstrate your commitment to do the same. Thank you. We'll yield our time.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right. Next up here is item number 4, Bluebird Development LLC response to Phoenix Sky Harbor presentation. Mr. Wood.
Mayor, members of the council, Nick Wood. Funny thing about threats. Threats sound kind of silly in the daylight. I grew up in Milwaukee, and I went to the University of Wisconsin, and the Badgers kicked the Golden Gophers' tail quite often, actually. I reached out to Mr. McCuskey back in September of 2021, almost 10 months ago. And I told him we'd like to meet with him. We want our FAA experts to meet with him. We want our noise experts to meet with their experts. And we met. We met 11 times. Our technological people got together 6 times. And we met individually. We met with the Phoenix Aviation Advisory Board. And as Mr. McCuskey said, they raised a number of concerns. And we agreed to all but one of them. For example, things such as prohibiting activities that would constitute a safety hazard for air navigation, like fireworks and lasers, was one of the questions. Another was building heights. We started out with 140-foot tall buildings as we put in our proposal. However, in looking at, and our technical people meeting with theirs, looking at what our building heights would be and what the cranes would be, we've decided to lower our building heights, lower our crane heights, so we don't have any issues with cranes, we don't have any issues with building heights. We're all in total compliance with the rules and the regulations. Aviation easements, right? And you do this all the time. Whenever you do anything within an airport influence area, you do an aviation easement. It's there. Tenant disclosures, right? Anyone who's a tenant, residential, non-residential, they get a disclosure that they're in the influence area and a full disclosure of where they're located vis-a-vis the airport. Restriction on even hosting events. They didn't want us to have the President of the United States come because they'd have to shut down that runway. And we said, okay, we're happy to do that as well. Drone usage. They don't want us to have any drones. And of course, drones are pretty modern activities these days. We agreed not to do that. We agreed to provide them copies of all of our submittals to the city of Tempe with respect to general plan amendments, zoning amendments, all the things that'll have to be done, site plan amendments, you name it. Potential wildlife hazards. If we're awarded the RFP, we committed to engage in a qualified biologist to take a look and make sure that we're not creating any potential hazards for the airport. Engineering working sessions. We've agreed to have our aviation consultants meet with them, and we did, and they'll continue to meet going forward. Couple things, we can't do. Of course, we're not going to get rid of the residential, and I'm going to explain why. And the other thing is they wanted us to file 7460 applications with the FAA. Well, you can't do that unless you have a building footprint and you know exactly the coordinates of your building, longitude, latitude. Those are done during the zoning case when you actually have a site plan. So it's premature for that, and their technical people acknowledge that. So I want to go through and talk about some things, and I take issue with someone telling you that I'm telling stories. You've all known me a long time. Maybe longer than you want to admit. I've never, ever, ever come before you and told you anything that wasn't true. Where I haven't done my due diligence, that I haven't spoken to the experts, the professionals, those who are smarter than me, to come in and tell you what's what. And that's what we've done here. We hired FAA experts. One guy was at the FAA for 35 years, okay? Our guy wasn't appointed by the Trump administration. And we basically have good people. And I went through everything with them. We have our own airport expert, FAA expert within our firm. So we've done all of our due diligence. We've looked at exactly what I'm going to show you. And what I showed you, we didn't create any of this. What I'm going to show you is basically things that are found either on Sky Harbor's website or on your website, right? Or on the Maricopa County Assessor's website. But it's all things that I think you'll find of interest. Number one, your proposal said that we have to obtain all agency approvals involving the FAA especially. Of course, the FAA, as you know, has no jurisdiction outside of the boundary of Sky Harbor Airport. But what they do is they look at our 7160 applications to determine whether the building and or the cranes will be a hazard to navigation. Of course, as I told you, we've fixed all of that by lowering our building heights and moving them down from 120 on one end down to actually 56 on the other, so that they're pretty low. Second, a lot is being discussed about the IGA. I want to point something out. This is the language regarding land use that you've now been threatened several times, right, by the city of Tempe, city of Phoenix. And it starts out with saying Tempe and Phoenix agree to take all actions necessary consistent with applicable laws and regulations to implement the land use management strategies recommended in the FAR Part 150 Noise Compatibility Plan Program. I want to point out that Phoenix agreed to abide by all of these things as well, and recommended types of strategies, not mandated. Then in yellow, it says Tempe, consistent with the applicable laws and regulations, will take such measures as are necessary to ensure that new development, which we are, undertaken in connection with the Rio Salado project or noise-sensitive environs within its jurisdiction will be compatible with the noise levels predicted in the FAR Part 150 Noise Compatibility Plan and Program. I'm going to show you two things. Again, I didn't create these. One I took out of the left one, we took out of the Sky Harbor's website, and the one on the right is actually out of the Code of Federal Regulations. On the left, it says the FAA guidelines outlined in Exhibit 3A show that residential development, including standard construction, right, without special acoustical treatment, mobile homes, et cetera, are incompatible. So when they say that residential is incompatible, to begin with, first step, yeah, it is. We've never, ever argued that fact. However, it does say that it can be compatible, underlined, where local communities, which is you, as counsel for Tempe, have determined that these uses are permissible. However, sound insulation measures are recommended. Now, I disagree with the recommendation. I think they're mandated. But then we look at the Code of Federal Regulations, where the community determines that residential or school uses, either or, must be allowed. Measures to achieve outdoor to indoor noise reduction of at least 25 decibel levels and 30 decibel levels should be incorporated into building codes and be considered in the individual approvals. Normal residential construction, again, this is all new stuff, can be expected to provide an NLR of 20 decibel levels, thus the reduction requirements are often stated at 5, 10, or 15 decibel levels over standard construction. Again, this is out of the Code of Federal Regulations. This we took off the city's website and talks about the Sky Harbor 1999 Part 150 noise compatibility, and I'm going to talk about their noise contours here in a minute. But in this table, again, we didn't generate this. This is generated by the Sky Harbor Airport. It lists the uses in the column, basically, right? I guess this doesn't work. Anyway, so in that column starts with residential, right, other than land use names. And you see highlighted in yellow, apartments walk-up or apartments elevator. And then below that, transient lodgings, hotels, and motels. And then where it says noise zones and levels in the DNL, the second column from the left says N-1, 65 to 70. And there's all yeses there, where it says apartments, it says yes, and then it has footnote 1, footnote 5, footnote 7. Then under apartments with elevators, again, it says yes for Y, footnote 1, footnote 5, footnote 7. And then for transient lodgings, it says Y, footnote 1, footnote 5. Those footnotes are in the column in the right. Number one, if you're going to have within the 65 to 70 decibel level noise contour, and you have apartments, walk-up or elevator, or you're going to have transient hotels or motels, you have to have noise attenuation, insulation, and an aviation easement with the City of Phoenix. They said, with the City of Phoenix, off of their website, all residences in the N1 and N2 zones are marginally noise compatible. This is their writing, not mine. As a condition of issuance of a building permit, the builder of the dwelling shall soundproof to achieve a 25 decibel level reduction from outdoor noise levels, kind of like out of the CFR that I just showed you, in the N1 zone, and 30 decibel levels if you're in N2. N2 is a 70 to 75. All such soundproof residential units should be provided with heating, cooling, and ventilation systems capable of permitting closed windows and doors year-round. A navigation easement for noise also shall be provided to the City of Phoenix. 5, footnote 5, noise easement and non-suit covenant. A noise easement and a non-suit covenant should be provided to the City of Phoenix for all new residential development in all specified noise-sensitive areas. In other words, right, we're going to give them an easement, and we're going to agree not to sue. We're not going to sue. We're not going to let anybody who owns property there, who resides there, no one. Covenant not to sue over noise. Number 7, fair disclosure agreement and covenant. A fair disclosure agreement and covenant shall be recorded as a condition of development approval for all permitted uses. We agreed to do all of those. Noise contours. The FAA approved noise contour is found right here. Again, this is taken off, and this was actually in the presentation that the airport has been giving everybody. And if you look on the right, it says, date the FAA determined NEMs to be prepared in compliance with Part 150. That's the noise contours. And it tells you, and this is, again, off of the website that FAA approved. Sky Harbor International Airport, noise information page, map, PDF 1999. You click on it, all right? It brings up the stuff I just showed you, but it brings up 2 maps. One's 1999 and one is 2004. The reason for that is when you do a noise contour map, and again, I'm not making this up, I'm getting this from the professionals. When you do noise contour maps, you do 2 things. Number 1, a contour map that's going to be effective now, right? And number 2, a contour map that kind of has a estimate of what's going to happen at least 5 years down the road. So there's 2 maps when you click on this site. And again, it says FAA government, so this is FAA site. You click on it, the 2 maps come up. And I'm going to show you those 2 maps right now. If I can make this work. This is one of them, okay? 1999 map. This is the only map that the FAA has approved for noise contours since 1999. In fact, off of your website, you have a thing called Phoenix Tempe Aviation History. It's 12 pages. It's on your website. You can find it pretty easy. And it talks about beginning in 1935 when Phoenix purchased Sky Harbor. And it goes through year after year after year, all the times that you got in litigation with them, and they did all the things they wanted to do, and the Cardinal Stadium and all the other things that happened. But they're supposed to provide the FAA with new maps basically every 10 years for approval. So in 2014, right, they submitted one. I'm going to read from your City of Tempe's notes. The City of Phoenix submitted, this is 2014. City of Phoenix submitted the final noise exposure map updated for the Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport to the FAA for review and acceptance on June 27th, 2014. The maps included a 2013 base year exposure map and a noise exposure forecast for 2018. Now, that was created by, guess who? The airport. So the maps included a 2013 base year exposure map and a noise exposure forecast for 2018. Quote, the maps were not approved. I'm reading from your calendar. The FAA had the above-mentioned RNAV procedures changes scheduled for publication, et cetera, et cetera. So the bottom line is, there's not been a subsequent map since 1999 approved. So we used the 1999 map and the 2004 map. Now here, right, we show you all of the projects that have been approved and built in the city of Tempe, up and down the lake. And I've been in some of them, and you also see some, surprisingly, in the city of Phoenix. And some of them were built back in the early 2000s as well. But I'm going to get to that. So there's about 3,600 in Tempe, and there's others. I mean, you just approved last Tuesday, right, a multifamily housing project a block away from us within their noise contour. Where were they for that one, right? I mean, and that one was, you just approved it. So here are the noise contour maps, and guess what side of the airport these are from? These are the 1999 and the 2004 maps, right, on the city of Phoenix side. Now, one of the things I want to show you before I get there is this map. This map shows that the distance from the northern runway, okay, runway 8, to 7th Street, okay, which is the edge of the warehouse district, which I'm going to talk about, is 10,500 feet. Our arena, okay, you saw the map that Chad put up, and it said that it's basically 9,800 feet from the end of runway 7 left to our boundary. But our arena is about exactly 10,500 feet away. And we are at 200 feet, and we lowered it, 120 feet, we lowered it because they didn't want 140 feet there. Wow. So, height maps. This is the City of Phoenix zoning ordinance. This basically says all the things you see here. Now, the map on the left is a 1999 contour map, which was approved by the FAA. The 2004 is projected noise contours, right, in their projections. Look at these heights. 185 feet you can build as a matter of right in the city of Phoenix, right on 7th Street, 10,500 feet away from the end of that runway. Right next to that, you can go up to 140 feet. Behind that, you can do 140 feet. You can do 80 feet right next to it, 56 feet. And even in the 2004, right, you can still do those heights, right off the end of their runway. I don't see them coming to Phoenix City Council saying, yeah, you know what, you need to change the zoning maps. These zoning maps were adopted in 2010. And they were adopted yesterday or last week, 2010, when the 1999 and 2004 approval maps were still in business. Next, guess what kind of uses you can do in the warehouse district? Everything you see here is residential. Everything. And the stuff that's kind of in that copper color, it's unlimited residential. So basically, if you do 50 dwelling units per acre, the city of Phoenix could have in this little area about 7,000 to 8,000 units. And that's at 50 dwelling units per acre. And we're at like 38 on a pretty big piece of property. But again, they can do as a matter of right. Now, how does the airport come in here and tell you that you can't do brand new residential in the noise contours? They show you a map that they made up, but it's not an FAA map. So these noise contours still apply. And they keep telling you no. But you know what? I'm the wrong guy for them to talk about this with. Here's an application I did in 2016 in the warehouse district I'm using the 2004 noise contours. November 3rd, Planning Commission, City Council was right after that. You can see where the representative is me, Nick Wood, Snell and Wilmer. And this is right there, and just below the warehouse district, so I had to rezone it. Here's what staff said. The site is located in the flight path for the Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. This is 2016, which is approximately 2 miles to the east. Interior noise levels will be controlled. This is for an apartment building. Actually, it's condos. I take it back. It's a condo building. Interior noise levels will be controlled by a combination of building code requirements, such as dual pane windows, roof overhangs, to limit direct noise onto window surfaces, and the use of additional roof insulation. The Aviation Department has reviewed the rezoning application and requests the following. 1, that the property owner grant and record an navigation easement. B, provide documentation that Form 7460.1 has been filed for the development and has received a no hazard determination. C, in order to disclose the existence and operational characteristics of Phoenix Sky Harbor to future owners and tenants of the property, that a notice of prospective purchasers or proximity to the airport is recorded. Now, if their map that they just showed you has been in control all these years, this would not have happened. It happened because the FAA map from 1999 with the projections for 2004 are the ones that are in force. And the airport recognized that. Otherwise, this wouldn't be in there. Because you look at their map, none of this is in their contours. But just a few years ago, they did that. Now, I find this letter interesting. Okay? You received this threatening letter just last week. And you heard and you saw, right, all of these, the Pilots Association and the Air Traffic Controllers Association and all the airlines, and they've been making the rounds, okay, asking everybody to just pipe in saying, incompatible, incompatible, incompatible. We can't have this because it's going to destroy the airport. It's going to interfere with our ability to function and operate, and we are the greatest economic engine since sliced bread. Okay? What's interesting about that is, number 2, they start off at the top saying, we see the following 3 options. Number 1, you remove all residential. Number 2, the cities agree to sunset the IGA. If Tempe wants to be relieved of the prior commitments that would prevent it from placing residential units as part of the RFP, the parties to the IGA could simply agree to end the IGA. Then it says Phoenix is willing to sunset the IGA in the event that Tempe insists on going forward with the RFP in its present form. How is it that all of a sudden residential is okay if you just agree to get rid of the IGA? You just heard how desperate they are. How many times have they met with you? We've been under a transparency clause. I haven't been able to talk to any of you since last September. Okay, I've heard anecdotally that you've been visited by these folks and city council members in the city of Phoenix and all kinds of other peoples multiple times. Okay, multiple times, telling you the same story. I have not had that opportunity. Today was the first time we had an opportunity to talk to you at all. And they bullied you into giving them 30 minutes after they've met with you all these times. And then they tell you, we really don't care about the residential. Because if you just agree to get rid of the IGA. So, you know me, I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? I figured it out. This is from your website, okay? It's on the bottom, Tempe Government Sustainable Tempe Aircraft Noise Mitigation Reports. There was an agreement as part of the intergovernmental agreement that there's a red gate system for all planes to fly. And they're supposed to fly through that red gate. As you can see where the star is, that's where the property we'd like to acquire from you is located. Not quite underneath all those airline things like you saw in their picture. It's kind of off to the side. The planes are supposed to go through that, right? So they're supposed to go a little bit farther to the left or upper, right? And you can see on the right side how they're not quite making it through that corridor. And then the second one is they're supposed to get through a gate. They're making it to the gate. Of course, the gate is at the other side of Tempe Town Lake. I mean, look where Tempe Town Lake is. So basically, they're not following the rules that they agreed to comply with. So is that why they want to get rid of the IGA? I don't think so. And the reason is the FAA controls where they're supposed to go anyway, right? Ask the people in Phoenix who had to sue Sky Harbor Airport and sue FAA because they allowed all these planes to go over their historic neighborhoods. And all the people in your community who complain anywhere north of Apache, right? They're not on the water, they still complain about the noise. And then I figured it out. During our discussions with their technical people, one of the technical people made a mistake. They gave us a copy of some engineering plans that they created. And these plans show an extension of that 7L runway, extending it closer to the city of Tempe. Do you know what that does? You think you've got people north of Apache that are unhappy now? You start expanding this runway and you move it toward Tempe, bigger planes will fly off of it, especially during hot times of the year. And basically, they're just gonna use that airport and they're gonna put everything closer. Okay? And of course, that will change the noise contours significantly as well, because now they're using bigger engines, bigger planes, heavier ones. This is why they want the IGA to go away. They don't care about the residential. They just told you right here in this letter, right? Where number 3, they threaten you again, by the way. But number 2, they say, hey, all this stuff about the Pilots Association and the air traffic controllers and everybody else, they all hate this. We can't have residential. And then in the next breath, they go, okay, you can have the residential, just get rid of the IGA. They want the IGA gone because they want to extend that runway. Okay? That's what they haven't been telling you. And I would bet any money that they haven't, when they met with you, they haven't told any one of you that they plan to extend that runway. And that's what this is about. So with that, I'm going to close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, item 5, call to the audience. So to manage the high number of public comments, anyone who would like to speak was assigned a number. I'll be calling our speakers by number, and I'll try to call like a range to make sure that folks can get set up to come right up to the podium. If you're in the overflow room right now, please listen for the speaker number ahead of you. When your number is about 5 away, please make your way to the council chambers. If you would like to speak and do not yet have a number, please sign in at the check-in table to receive your number. I'll once again reiterate that the City Council now welcomes public comment at this time for the council action item on the special council meeting agenda. Speakers will be taken in first come, first serve in the order in which the speaker cards were received. No person shall speak more than once, and there is a limit of 3 minutes per speaker. Following all the in-person and virtual speakers, the comments submitted on the electronic comment cards will be read out loud and become part of the public record. With that said, first, but I'm going to call numbers 1 through 5. We have a little issue here where I've got 2 people at number 4, which is very interesting, actually. But I'm going to call numbers 1 through 5 and see if those folks can begin to come forward. Person number 1 on my list is Matthew Salinger.
Oh, God.
Mr. Salinger, please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Salinger. I live at 1614 East Cedar Street in Hudson Manor, Tempe. I really appreciate the presentations that everybody gave. There are a lot of compelling things to think about. I don't envy your job on this vote, but I do have some feelings and thoughts about this proposal. And, you know, as much as I respect the people for spending all the time to put together the proposal, I am not for the continuation of negotiation. I think that putting a hockey arena along the river is not the right kind of use for the city, or the best use for something that is right against the river. The rest of the development that they're planning is potentially has some more value to it because it may have more 24-hour use. But I'm concerned that the retail that they're planning there is actually going to either pull too much energy and spending energy away from downtown Tempe, thereby harming Mill Avenue, or it's not going to work, and so the retail will be empty and not occupied. And either way, it's not a good thing for Tempe. But my biggest concern is actually with the traffic that it would create. If any of you have ever gone to any sporting event or major concert in Glendale, you know what a nightmare it is trying to get in and out of Glendale. It took me 2.5 hours to get door to door from my house to the Cardinal Stadium. It's a terrible experience to go through that. The problem with Glendale is that they have a limited amount of ingress and egress to get to these events, and Tempe does too, and this particular location is incredibly limited. The amount of crazy traffic that it's going to create for hours before and after any event that happens there is going to be crippling for our urban core. I am not for that at all. So those are my, some of my examples. I won't go on in terms of my worries about, no matter whether they have a will not leave contract with the city, that, if things get really bad, they're going to leave. And I don't think that it's something that's going to be here for a very long time or be beneficial. And I'm just concerned it's going to draw or damage Tempe in a variety of ways through traffic or some kind of economic kind of issue. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Salinger. Speaker number 2 is Neil Giuliano. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council. Mayor Giuliano.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's good to be here. I like what you've done with the place. It looks really nice. Look, Neil Giuliano, 21 East 13th Street, Tempe, 48-year resident, 26 of it in 85282 and 22 of it in 85281. To the threshold question that you have today on whether to advance or not, I think it's an absolutely yes. You have before you a very compelling project that I do believe, not to overuse the word, but then can be transformative to a land site within the Tempe that we've quite honestly been talking about for 30 plus years of what to do with that whole yard that's over there. So yes, you should advance this conversation, this destruction. I would encourage you as best as possible to avoid all the distractions that are going to come your way. Leave the details and the legal issues to the detail and the legal team, and stay focused on what your purpose is. The purpose here is to find a partner for a project to help Tempe reach its greatest aspirational potential. And I think if you look at the project, it's pretty incredible. All the data that you heard, all the information that you heard, the number of jobs, all of that, quite honestly, you're not gonna find another project that's going to come forward with that kind of capacity to impact the future economic well-being of the city of Tempe and have the kind of impact that it could be. Will there be issues you're going to have to mitigate? Of course. Congratulations to the entire team. The renderings are amazing. When I sat where you sat for 14 years, I don't think there was ever, at the beginning of the project of the rendering and what actually happened when it was actually done, there's always changes. And whether it's a different font or a different color or whatever it may be, a different footprint, whatever it may be, there's going to be some changes along the way. That's what your next phase is for. That's what your next phase of conversation is for with the project people in general. With regard to the partnership, having been around a long time, I will tell you there are very few, if any, private sector partners that are going to come forward and put forth the opportunity that you have in this partnership. They just don't exist. Number one, there aren't that many with that kind of capacity. And number two, there aren't that many with that kind of capacity in Arizona. And number three, one and two, that want to be partners with the city of Tempe. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for you. And then when you look at the potential, you're going to hear about density. You already heard about traffic. Look, the reality is the density that's proposed and talked about is very consistent with the vision that we talked about many, many years ago. I can remember being at the beginning of the construction of Tempe Town Lake in 1997, and I recited T.E. Lawrence, "All people dream, but those who dream at night dream in the dusty recesses of their mind, but the dreamers of the day awake to accomplish their dreams." You have dreamers of the day partners, and I hope the council remains dreamers of the day for the future of the community. So I encourage you to advance the conversation and take it to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Giuliano. Next up, number 3, is Robin Reed. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for this opportunity. My name is Robin Reed. I'm the President and CEO of the Black Chamber of Arizona. Our offices are in Phoenix at 2390 East Camelback. I live at 4149 East Molly Lane in Cave Creek. We've heard a lot today about the economic and the environmental benefits of working with the Coyotes on this project. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the partnership and why that's going to be of value to the city of Tempe. I have had the privilege for the last 2.5 years as a co-founder of the Community Collaborative, 36 community organizations throughout the state that are in lockstep as it relates to improving diversity, equity, inclusion, and access for minority-owned businesses within our community. The Phoenix Coyotes, or the Arizona Coyotes, have been truly leaders in that realm, whether it is their commitment to youth sports and creating greater participation among minority youth in hockey. And I will tell you that as a kid, my first organized team sport was actually ice hockey. So I understand the values that you can get from that. When I add to that the work they've done, if anyone has seen the ESPN Plus documentary that talks about their minority coach internship program to bring greater diversity to the coaching in the NHL. I don't take these things at face value. Our job is to kind of go and vet these things. I followed up. I wanted to see what happened after the documentary. Well, here's the real news. One of the individuals that was featured in the documentary is currently in their interview process with the Team USA for ice hockey. The other individual, guess what? He's in discussions with the Coyotes because the bottom line is they're eating their own cooking. They're making sure that they are not only highlighting these opportunities, but they're sharing them. I have met with and spoken with nearly every mayor from Glendale to Mesa on this big topic. We take a great deal of pride in telling the nation, if not the world, that we are the fastest growing metro area in the country. And I think that's great, but that's not enough. What our obligation is to do something with that designation. I think that we have a unique opportunity to become the blueprint for how you grow a metro area quickly. We've seen explosive growth, home building, everything, but we have an opportunity to be the blueprint for how you do it the right way. Obviously, DEI is important. As Monica Villalobos shared, the Coyotes have already invested in community, making sure that there was free health screenings for youth sports. That's an investment. Investing in Phoenix Children's Hospital. That's the kind of partner the city of Tempe wants to have. You want somebody who's already in alignment with your Right to Breathe plan. So I really implore you, let's keep the discussion going. I really encourage the city of Tempe to move forward with negotiations with the Arizona Coyotes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Next up, we have Glenn Williamson. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council, and I believe Mr. Williamson is virtual this evening.
That is correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Superb. Thank you very much. My name is Glenn Williamson. I'm a Phoenix, Arizona resident, and I am right now currently in Quebec up on the Gaspé Z and very close to home of a lot of hockey. I would like to add a couple of points to what has been said in support of Mr. Morello and Mr. Gutierrez's very eloquent opening discussions, and make a point about the Canadian dynamics. I have been around and watched the team grow from the very beginning, and I would like to point out that from a Canadian point, we have over 500 Canadian companies employing tens of thousands of people in Phoenix. And we also have approximately 1 million Canadian visitors spending about $1 billion. And that does not include an additional $1.5 billion that is spent by snowbirds. The reason I bring these numbers up is it does not get any better than Canadians and hockey. Many people think it's coming down to play golf, but Canadians come down en masse to play hockey. Canadian companies employing tens of thousands of people promote hockey. Hockey is part of the DNA of all Canadians. And you can take a look at companies that are operating in Arizona of Canadian origin, like all the Circle Ks, the Bombardiers, Colliers, CGI, CAE. And one of the most important things that many of them see, do, and feel when they come into Arizona with either their investment, which, by the way, Canada, right up until TSMC, has been the largest foreign direct investor in the state of Arizona for decades by a very large number. So we are very, very encouraged to see Mr. Morello and Mr. Gutierrez trying to pursue putting hockey in the right state, in the right page, on the right way of doing this. And we, as the Canada-Arizona Business Council, that represent these 500 Canadian companies that work with Sky Harbor, by the way, to make sure that we have some 200 nonstop direct flights between Canada and Arizona, as well as at Scottsdale, the largest foreign flights coming into Scottsdale Airport are Canadian, as well as coming into Mesa Gateway. So we would like to make sure that our support for what is trying to be done here is put on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. So I'd also like to quickly note if speakers 6 through 10 can also begin to make their way down here as well, that would be great, 6 through 10. Next up here, my next speaker is Advar Fight. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have up to 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Mayor and Council, I was the aviation coordinator for the city of Tempe starting in 2000. In 2000, the airport opened the third runway for operations. It became a huge surprise, at least to me and to at least some of the airport staff at the time, that the FAA found 3 runways could be utilized quite efficiently compared to what was in the original master plan and the projected environmental impact statement of runway use, how much percentage of operations were going to go from the different runways and also the new runway. This history basically implemented through mitigation procedures and through that land use paragraph in the agreement was basically to keep aircrafts over the town lake riverbed. Tempe, when the city of Phoenix had originally in 1992 noise capability plan, what Tempe demanded in that context was that they updated the plan based on their own projections. So the key point here is that any flight plans they put into a model and develop to create noise contours is a forecast. It's basically, it's more or less advanced guesswork as to how the flight noise contour will develop as operations change. So Tempe felt that these new regimes of the FAA pushing all the departures of the center runway. And you just saw in the graphic with the corridor, which Tempe, in their noise approach, have been using, really didn't follow what the original procedures were at the airport. When the IGA was made, they were basically heading and navigation procedures out of Sky Harbor that forced the aircraft to follow the VOR or follow navigation equipment in the riverbed. Tempe never has satisfied how that was implemented, and also during the processes the FAA followed by changing the procedures. Tempe worked hard to get more exact navigation over the riverbed, and therefore put their focus and emphasis on flight procedures. When the update was made by Kaufman Associates, we clearly communicated to Kaufman Associates that it would be very hard for Tempe, which when the original or the update to the noise compatibility was made, the Rio Salado projects was ongoing. It was in the plans. The zoning was there. When we pointed out it was not going to be very difficult, it's going to be quite difficult for the city to then approach developers and rezone these areas. So both cities were pretty clear of the difficulties they were facing. So
I'll give you like 15 seconds, then I got to wrap
I will
up.
just sum up that in my practice as a history in working with this at the airport, the noise compatibility plan use has been related to noise insulation of existing developments. Very few times have the question of land use and compatibility been addressed for new developments. The Rio Salado first was Hayden Ferry. We had some issues regarding that, but since then, Tempe has continued to build, and as the code has told us, the west side also continued to build on. So that's my history reference. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Next up is number 5, and that is Lindsay Frye. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have up to 3 minutes to address the City Council.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Frye. I'm a Phoenix resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, as Tempe is an important place to me. Both sets of my grandparents settled here. My parents actually met at McClintock High, and now I hope to see a hockey arena built here as well. For the last 7 years, I've worked to grow hockey in Arizona with the Arizona Coyotes. During that time, my main focus has been on growing girls hockey, because as a little girl who grew up playing this sport just down the street in Chandler, I know the incredible power our game can have when it comes to transforming lives. When I started playing ice hockey back in 1998, the Coyotes had just come to town a few years prior, and their arrival served as a catalyst for more rinks being built here in the Valley. One of those rinks was in Chandler, and when I began my hockey journey, I was the only girl on my team. In fact, I was one of the few girls in the state playing hockey. As I got older, my goal shifted away from being Shane Doan and playing on the Coyotes to a goal that was more realistic for a girl, which was to play in the Olympics. But if I wanted to accomplish that, I was going to need to play in college, and unfortunately, coaches weren't recruiting boys' teams in Chandler to find their next female player. So I had to leave home, as Arizona still didn't have a robust ecosystem for girls to play. My parents made the selfless financial sacrifice to fully support me, as I ended up commuting by plane to Colorado to play in high school, where I was eventually recruited to play at Harvard University. During my time at Harvard, my dream came true when I played on the 2014 Olympic team, where we won the silver medal. I became the first hockey player, male or female, from the state of Arizona to play ice hockey at the Olympics, and the first Arizona-born athlete to win a medal at the Winter Olympic Games, all because this team came to town in 1996 and provided me an opportunity through their growth of hockey in the desert. Since working for the Coyotes, our team has built the Arizona Cachinas, which is a girls' hockey association that serves hundreds of girls at every age and level. Players are building confidence, learning teamwork, and now are being recruited to play at colleges all over the country, including right here in Tempe for the ASU women's program. Beyond girls hockey, our team teaches thousands of kids of all backgrounds how to play street hockey, roller hockey, and ice hockey every year. In my line of work, I often get asked 2 questions. Why do you love your job with the Coyotes, and why hockey? Well, I tell people I love my job because everything good I've ever had in my life has come through this sport. My relationship with my family, my character as a person, my education, my spouse, my career. and I want to pass on that experience to others. And as for why hockey, well, to answer that, I often share a quote I once heard from a friend who also grew up playing hockey here in Arizona. He said, "Hockey is one of the few sports that resembles life. In other sports, when you get knocked down, the whistle blows and the play stops. But in hockey, when you get knocked down, the play keeps going, and you have to get up and keep playing." The Coyotes have been knocked down plenty of times, but we get up every time and we keep playing, because that's the spirit of this game and of this organization. And if this project gets approved, the Coyotes will not only get up, we will rise up and continue to transform lives through this great game that once transformed mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have number 6, David Adame. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. David Adame, President and CEO of Chicano School La Causa. I come as an unwavering supporter of this project and hope you guys approve it. Although I'm not a Tempe resident, my organization operates 440 units of housing here in the city of Tempe proper. We also made about 500 PPP loans during the pandemic to support Tempe companies. And we also have made millions of dollars in scholarships to ASU students who reside here in Tempe. We've been helping the community for 53 years. And when it comes to the Coyotes, I didn't approach them. Javier approached me and said, "Hey, Dave, what can we do to help the community?" I said, "If you're serious, let's talk about other things. It's great. You can write checks," and they did that, by the way. At every game on the big board, you could see a nonprofit getting a check. Even during the times when they had no audience, it was all virtual, they were still, even though they were not making any money because of the pandemic. Like most sports teams, if you asked them, they all struggled to survive. The other thing that we talked about for this project is, I said, there's a shortage of housing, a desperate shortage of housing. You ask any economic council, companies trying to come into any city now are asking what's the availability of housing stock. It's very important. So we agreed to partner and invest ourselves in partnership, what Javier mentioned earlier in his presentation, to create a workforce housing fund, which is still on the table if that's part of the negotiations going on. We also talked about how do we create a workforce, which is also a struggling thing right now for everybody. We said, let's do an apprenticeship program on the construction side. So it's a desperate, there's over 1 million job shortage in construction across this nation, 60,000 here in Arizona. They were willing to do that and put money in there to support that. They also are doing things to help build economic wealth in people of color communities. So I'm working with Javier and the Aspen Institute to create programs so that we can support the community, including City of Tempe residents. They're also doing community clinics in the community to make sure that everybody has an access to this great sport and the opportunity to learn from it. But let me, before I run out of time, talk about Alex Morello. This is a gentleman who's the American dream, and especially for the Latino community, he's an icon and somebody we all look up to. This is a man who started a business to deliver pizzas in an area where no other pizza company would deliver to our community, but yet he did it. He stepped up and did that, and now he's built this empire. So it's been talk about his wherewithal. But let me tell you, I've been to the millions of investments he's made in the Sahara Casino in Las Vegas, where we also operate as an organization. And incredible how he's turned that into a great asset for the city of Las Vegas, and they'll tell you. Also, they talked about wherewithal. They also are the controlling interest of a bank, which is $2.2 billion in itself. So any reports about just the team, of course the team didn't make any money during the pandemic. Nobody did. Everybody was struggling. And they also have construction management. Last thing I'd like to say, if you give me just a couple of seconds, is my friend, Mary Rose Wilcox, former county supervisor from Maricopa County, is number 86, said she can't stay that long. She said that this is the best deal she's seen in all the deals that she's been involved with. It doesn't involve putting any debt onto the city's balance sheet, and it's a great deal that you guys should take a strong look at. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adame. Thank you, Ms. Wilcox, appreciate it. All right, next up, number seven, is Matthew Felling, and I believe Mr. Felling is virtual.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Felling, please go ahead, state your name and place of residence. You have up to 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the Tempe City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to briefly address you today. My name is Matthew Failing, and I've had the honor and privilege of serving as the president and CEO of the Better Business Bureau, serving the Pacific Southwest since 2005. Our primary campus is located at 1010 East Missouri Avenue in Phoenix, and I live in North Phoenix. BBB is supported by over 12,000 businesses in Arizona, with nearly 1,100 having their business address in Tempe. You may know us best as an organization that serves consumers who turn to us for help finding a trustworthy business or for help in resolving a business dispute. What we're less known for, but equally proud of, is being a business partner that proactively supports an ethical community. We do this by providing resources and education, by leading experts to business owners and entrepreneurs along every step of their business journey. We run, in partnership with GoDaddy, a Main Street Business Accelerator program, and provide co-working and collaboration spaces to our business and community partners and offer educational opportunities. We also manage 2 micro-lending hubs, helping the underrepresented who are otherwise unable to qualify for traditional business loans to launch, improve, or scale their businesses. And while BBB is my full-time job, I'm here wearing another hat, the hat of a director of the Arizona Coyotes Foundation. I've had the honor of serving as a board director for the Arizona Coyotes Foundation for the past 8 years. And in addition to those 8 years, I've been a season ticket holder of the Coyotes since 2005. I truly wish I was able to be there in person, but I had a previous commitment presenting at the Orange County Business Journal's Family-Owned Business Awards, which, when you think about it, is a bit apropos for today. You see, since the Arizona Coyotes were acquired by Mr. Murillo, and since Javier was appointed president and CEO, the organization, specifically the foundation, has taken on a true family feel. A family that values the community they live and work in, and a family that strives to make improvements therein. And while I've mentioned being a part of the Coyotes Foundation for 8 years, I can say that I've never seen as strong a team committed to investing in the community as the one that's been put in place. Think about this for a minute. The team was not wanted by the arena they were in. A pandemic forced them to stop play, and then play without the benefit of ticket or concession sales. Yet during this time, they increased the amount of staff, resources, and efforts dedicated to improving the community outside of hockey operations. Imagine if those impediments hadn't been in the way. And imagine if they had a partner that viewed them as a true partner in improving their communities. That's Tempe's opportunity. You've heard and will hear about economic impact, jobs, tourism, but what I find most compelling and endearing about the organization is this, the commitment that they've made to improving the community. Just in 2021 alone, we achieved $1 million in lifetime giving to Phoenix Children's Hospital, gave away 22,000 tickets to military and first responders, provided 10,000 students with a PE curriculum, 75 learn to play clinics were hosted, 77,000 in girls hockey scholarships, provided 150 elementary schools with a reading program, and volunteered over 700 hours through staff.
And Mr.
So in
Failing,
closing, I want to
your time is up, actually. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going to say thank you, and it can only be a benefit to the organization, and the organization is only as good as the people as employees. So they have great people, and I ask you to vote to start negotiating with the organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next up, we have person number 8, and that is Clayton Keller. Here to spoke. Okay. Next person is person number 9, Carly Accardo. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have up to 3 minutes to address the council. I would also ask numbers 11 to 15 to also get ready to speak as well, 11 to 15.
Hi there. My name is Carly Accardo, and I am a Gilbert resident from the East Valley. I am the proud mother of Leighton Accardo. Leighton was an honorary member of the Arizona Coyotes. She was the 2019 Hockey Fights Cancer Ambassador, and her name hangs at the former home of the Coyotes at Gila River in their Ring of Honor. I'm here today to talk about the Coyotes and the impact that they had on us. I'm here to speak of their heart and of how genuine this organization is. Don't mind me if I get a little choked up here. The impact the Coyotes made on the life of my daughter and on my family go beyond words. They go beyond these 3 minutes, and nothing I say here today will truly show my appreciation and gratitude because it's more than I can say. They will forever hold a special place in my heart. From the moment they came into our lives, I've always said that as a professional sports team, the Coyotes are in a league of their own. The memories and experiences they provided for my daughter Leighton during her short 9-year life and during her battle with cancer are memories that my kids, my husband Jeremy, and I will cherish forever. My family has grown up around professional sports. Their dad is a 12-year retired professional baseball player and now a professional coach. During those years, he was always a part of whatever community programming they had, whether it was food banks, hospital visits, Special Olympics, etc. But never in all those years did we ever see a full top-to-bottom effort from a team like we experienced with the Coyotes. Former management and players are the ones that brought my daughter in, but new management and players picked up right where they left off. Some of them not getting a chance to meet Leighton, but still appreciating and knowing the importance of her relationship with the team, continue to do what they can to carry her on her legacy and make sure that she is not forgotten. Even though Leighton is gone, the Coyotes will continue to do what they can to make an impact, create experience and memories for other kids like her. The Coyotes genuinely care about the community, the kids, and the impact they can make. They attract the type of players who care about being a part of the community and being involved. Players like the three you saw here today. Players like Lawson Krause, who as soon as the offseason started, came out to the Junior Coyote spring training sessions just to say hi to my two boys and check in on local hockey players whose jaws were on the ice when they saw that this player was there on the bench cheering them on. These players do these things not because they have to, but because they want to. Our hockey community in Arizona is growing leaps and bounds every year. I have two boys that currently play youth hockey with the Junior Coyotes out of Scottsdale. I see the growth, I'm part of the growth. It's vital for that growth to continue to have an NHL team here for these kids to look up to and aspire to. And in my opinion, there is no better organization in the entire league or in all of sports than the Arizona Coyotes. You need to vote yes to carry on these negotiations to the next level with the Coyotes. We need to give them a new home here, central, accessible for the entire valley, for players from the west, from the east, north, and south. So to close this out, I can only do it the way my daughter said to every player before a game: work hard, have fun, and go Coyotes.
Thank you. Speaker number 10 is Colin Diaz. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hopefully you all can hear me, so I'll move this up. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name, for the record, is Colin Diaz. I'm the president and CEO of the Tempe Chamber of Commerce. The chamber has served as the voice of business for both small and large business throughout the city, as well as a catalyst for economic growth and a champion for strong community for a little over 100 years. This RFP process represents a tremendous opportunity for Tempe. Developments like the Tempe Entertainment District, when done correctly, generate jobs, revenue, and community pride. However, this must be a good fit for the community. This obviously does have the potential to do just that. Many businesses located in Tempe do look at the proximity to Sky Harbor Airport. Sky Harbor, obviously, as it stands, is the largest economic engine in our state. It's an asset as a neighbor, and it deserves Tempe's consideration and attention to the concerns that were raised. Should the council continue to proceed with negotiations, the Tempe Chamber recommends a public input process and compliance with the IGA, much as what has started here today. Again, having the Coyotes, here in Tempe is a remarkable opportunity, and overall can be great for the community and can be a blueprint for partnerships and development moving forward. So in closing, I want to thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak with you all, and also extend an offer to be an outlet as well as convening businesses should you plan to move forward and want to hear their voices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Diaz. Next up, we have speaker number 11, Kevin Brown. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Is Kevin Brown here? It is in person here. Is Kevin Brown by chance in the virtual room? Okay. No? Okay. Okay, then I'll move on to number 12. Speaker number 12 is Cooper Festi, and Cooper is virtual. Is Cooper available? Okay. Speaker number 13 is Joe Forte, who I did see. Please come up and state your name and place of residence. You have up to 3 minutes to address the city council.
Mayor, Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And I'm going to make this short because one of my friends in the back had number 1100, so we'll try to get this going. But I've been a 16-year resident of the city of Tempe, and in my official capacity as the executive director of Keep Tempe Beautiful, I am 100% on board with moving forward. I've actually been talking with individuals from the Arizona Coyotes, and they are very interested in doing many things for the community, including tree plantings and beautification and litter removal. So I say let's do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker we have is number 14, Brian Ellis, who's virtual. Mr. Ellis, can you hear me?
Right, get in the middle one and click it. I'll take you up.
There you go. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council. And I would also say if I could get speakers 16 through 20.
Go on, sit down, click it. Let's go.
Oh.
Click it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Ellis, we're all good when you are.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the
I live at 1971 East Brentrup in Tempe, Elliot McClintock. I am employed by the airport. I don't know how much in detail I can go there, but I've been an employee of the airport for 19 years. Well, of a resident of the airport, we'll leave it at that. A little longer than Mr. Elwood was with that company. So I have 3 children. All 3 of them are in the Coyotes Development Program over at Chandler. And this would be a very big welcome to have hockey closer to us. I used to take my kids to the Coyotes games out in Glendale, but the hour and a half, 2 hour trek out there was a little too much. So I look forward to this going to the next step and being looked at by the city council. I never played hockey when I was a kid. I grew up near Chicago, so I'm not going to say what my favorite team is, but now it's the Coyotes. And after being around the parents and the families and the community that is hockey, I really don't want my kids to play anything else. I'm really impressed by the community that is hockey, and not just to have the Coyotes there, but to have the chance for the youth development program to take place at that ice rink. Well, it's not used by the NHL. This is going to be huge. It will increase the popularity even more of hockey in Tempe. So I'm a huge fan of this and a big proponent. Thank you for letting me speak, and I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ellis. Appreciate it. Next up is Speaker 15, Mayor Hugh Hallman. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Mayor and City Council members, as Mayor Wood said, I am former Mayor Hugh Hallman, a political has-been or arguably never was. I will tell you I'm here as a private citizen. I do not represent anybody here, and I am not compensated by anybody here or anyplace else, contrary to some popular opinion. Anybody who says otherwise is itching for a fight. I am grateful for all the presentations, first by the applicant, even Sky Harbor, all the interested members of the public, although I will say the Sky Harbor presentation sounded a little bit like the airing of grievances during Festivus. But all those presentations may be valuable, and it's great to begin those discussions. Those are for the future. I'm reminded to focus on what's before this City Council today. Only one question. It is not whether there is a project being presented that should be approved or denied, or whether such a project should be or must provide union jobs, or whether the project will harm Sky Harbor. Yeah, brought tears to my eyes. Or even whether the project will provide all the benefits that the applicant has outlined. The only issue before you is to make a single decision. Let me quote from your RFP.
The interest of the city of Tempe is to select a mixed-use developer that has experience developing sports and entertainment mixed-use projects. After review of the offers received by the city council may select a developer for the right to negotiate for the development of the project. So the only question before you is decide whether or not to take the step to open public discussions for a potential project. Those who have complained that discussions only have gone on behind closed doors, frankly, are correct. But the proper response is not to do as some of those folks have advocated and deny the award to the applicant. That would be kind of hypocritical. It would seal and close the doors forever, leaving us all outside wondering what really happened. Instead, it's time to open the doors and allow transparency into this process. Let the sun shine in. It's ironic, I suppose, that only the opponents of the project have had the freedom to contact the mayor, the council, the city manager, and other city staff. Only the applicant has legally been precluded from making such contacts, or to defend itself, or to advocate for the project. That's wrong. As I recall, under prior policies, once an RFP had been issued, council and staff were not to discuss a proponent's proposal with those advocating for it or against it, unless clarification from the proposal was sought from the applicant. That's fair. The period between issuing the RFP and awarding the right to negotiate is not the proper time for further engagement or negotiations, and certainly not the time to advocate that you now restrict residential product on a parcel of land where a project has not even been negotiated. That's absurd. So I propose a level playing field that is open. We need to find out if the offered benefits of the proposed project are real and can be captured, or only puffery. We need to determine whether all the claimed horrors of this project are real or mere figments of overwrought imagination. Just one example and I'll quit. The one example is from my personal knowledge so far, the claim that the 1994 IGA prevents residential development on this site. Those folks appear to have overlooked the 1996 exchange of letters between the city of Phoenix and the city of Tempe, signed by none other than Mayor Giuliano and Mayor Skip Rimza, clarifying that the agreement did not eliminate residential product as long as it was multifamily. It does eliminate single-family residential. And I have to say that it doesn't gut the IGA or the 4DME procedure or the aviation easements or any other noise abatement procedures to allow residential here. All the 29,900 residents protected from noise when we entered the IGA are still protected. People who elect to live here get to sign an agreement that says they understand that. So in short, I don't know whether there is a successful project that will result from the proposal or the council will ultimately approve it. But that's a question for another day. Today is merely to open the doors and let the sun shine in on this process so we can see how to capture the offered benefits and address all the concerns, even those from Sky Harbor. Today is the day to grant the applicant the right to negotiate with the city in the open, and I hope you'll do so. This is the Bible for aviation issues, by the way. Yes, I helped write the IGA. Anybody who wants to discuss it, I'll be happy to do so.
Thank you, Mayor Holman. Next up, we have speaker number 16, Tom Brown. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Mayor and Council, I'm Tom Brown, 44-year resident of Tempe. I live in Homestead Lane in 85284. I had gathered a lot of remarks to cram into 3 minutes today. But today's summary in the Arizona Republic says it all, and journalism of a factual matter still matters. No one in this room has an issue with the team or with the sport of hockey. We wish you success wherever you play. I will just touch on one idea. Despite the bluster that we've heard, I do believe that the development team for the Tempe Entertainment District knew full well that the inclusion of housing was a deal killer because of the aviation issues and the IGA of 1994. I'm an average Tempe architect, and I knew there were height issues and housing issues if you try to build in line with the runway. So it's inconceivable to me that this team did not know of the FAA criteria. They hired the largest design firm in the US, Gensler, and a major Sky Harbor contractor, AECOM, for their team. I focus on this because it smells like the developer's inclusion of housing after numerous warnings by Sky Harbor was simply a negotiation strategy. When this, first of all, note also that housing is in phase 2. When this development team decides to drop the housing from their plans, it will expect a sympathetic council to allow the remainder of their scheme with plenty of tax breaks and a bizarre bond structure for landfill remediation, which will in effect fund their startup construction costs. All development projects encounter issues in the planning phase. It's irrelevant to me that a small site in Phoenix got one by the zoning commission. It's also irrelevant if a runway is extended 400 feet this direction. That doesn't change at all the criteria of what's happening here in Tempe. We're talking about Tempe, not what happened in Phoenix 6 miles to the west. So I want you to know that I think the developers, when they discover the housing's not feasible.
Mr. Brown, really quick, someone just texted me and said they've lost the feed on Channel 11 in the web, so I want to make sure that.
Can I start over?
I will grant you a little bit more time because of the interruption. I apologize. I just want to make sure. Not us, okay.
Oh, it's probably someone's local cable.
No one else is hearing anything from anyone, or?
So again, I'm going to conclude. It's irrelevant to me that the Tempe staff included the word housing in the RFP. Or when the developers discovered that housing was not feasible, whether it was 6 months ago or 5 minutes ago. Please don't let this development team lay a guilt trip on you and expect you to pay for lost profits. I don't think they ever expected to build housing, and that they have not lost anything except their lease in Glendale and perhaps some credibility. To close, this is a business venture, not a hockey game. Bigger is not always better. Please protect our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next up is speaker number 17. Is Ian Kelly in the virtual room or no? Okay, just wanted to give one last shot.
He was earlier.
Okay, sounds good. All right, next up, I also appreciate all the people texting me saying the feed's working on my end. It's very interactive. All right, next up is speaker number 18, John Levinson. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have up to 3 minutes to address the council. Mr. Levinson. Not here. Is Mr. Levinson in the virtual room, just in case? Nope. Okay. I'll move on to speaker number, actually I should probably say, if I can also get speakers 21 to 25 to kind of get queued up as well, that would be helpful, 21 to 25. Next up, we have speaker number 19, Catherine Brubaker. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Catherine Brubaker. Is Catherine in the virtual room by chance? Okay. Next up, I have speaker number 20, Ronald Tapscott. Please state your name and place of residence. Mr. Tapscott, I believe you might be virtual. He wanted it red, okay. So, okay, I will make sure then to, I think it's Mr. Tapscott's is in my pile, I'm assuming?
He does want to submit comments later on, but we were trying to get a hold of him and he didn't.
Okay, so just read the comments into the record. Councilmember Cuba, you're saying, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Then I will read those during the red portion of the agenda. Okay. Okay, next up is speaker number 21, Roland Madison. Is Roland Madison here in person? All right. The next speaker I do know is here. Speaker number 22 is Jerry McPherson. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Good afternoon, Mayor Woods, council members. My name is Jerry McPherson, and I am a resident of Tempe. I serve as Director of Economic Empowerment for the Greater Phoenix Urban League, where I oversee the organization's workforce development initiatives, as well as our Small Business and Entrepreneurship Center, which jointly provide economic opportunities for minority and underserved communities. I speak to you today not only as a leader within this historic civil rights organization, but also as a resident and a business owner in the city. In any capacity, I recognize how this initiative will provide employment opportunities for thousands in and around the city, the additional revenue and business activities that will be generated for locally owned businesses, in addition to the millions in new tax revenue this move will generate. Unless we're looking at reclaiming some of the land from the riverbed, the square footage in the city is at its maximum. I'm excited we have the opportunity to generate millions in new tax revenue from a site that is currently non-revenue generating. I've listened to many arguments both for and against, and I have yet to hear a compelling argument why this project should not proceed or at a minimum reach the point of negotiations. The Coyotes have proven their willingness to invest in the youth and local community, including a program which works with students of HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, to induce them to the various careers within the sport. I'm confident the Coyotes will continue this momentum that they built and invest and provide the same for the city of Phoenix and its residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson. Next speaker we have is number 23, Doris Marie Provine. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you very much. As Corey said, my name is Doris Marie Provine. I've been a resident here for 21 years, and I know some of the folks on the council, and I appreciate that you are faced with a really controversial decision. I'm really glad I was here for this whole hearing because it establishes a lot of issues that are in the air. And what I want to talk about are ones that haven't been talked about as much. I agree with something Neil Giuliano said just a little while ago, that it's important to have the right partner here. And I'm confused about a lot of things that have been going on, like the fact that this process seems to have started months ago in some kind of secret negotiations with the Coyotes. And that bothers me a lot because this is the first time that the public has had a chance to weigh in on this. I think the process already favors Mr. Mariuelo because of his this whole issue about the IGA and our willingness to kind of drop it is all tied up somehow in this in ways that aren't very, very clear. And I've heard a lot about our Mr. Mariuelo and what a wonderful guy he is, and maybe a hero to Tempe. But what I read about him is not nearly as encouraging at all, that he has, we might just call him a serial bankrupt. He's a bad credit risk. He's messed with Glendale. He's messed with Phoenix in terms of paying things on time. I feel like we've been kind of exposed to a snow job, and it's been a very sophisticated one. And I'm just a Tempe resident. I don't have the resources to give you a fabulous PowerPoint, but there's some things here that just don't seem right at all. And I worry that this council is too eager for development, that there's been so much talk about how this will bring money to Tempe. This was something that was promised in the presentation. But there's a lot more to Tempe that we need to care about. I worry about this 30-year giblet, that fact that we're actually not, it's not all being paid for by the Coyotes. I'm worried about traffic. I can hardly get around on Rio Salado right now, and it's going to be worse. I'm worried about what might happen to Mill Avenue. As someone pointed out earlier, this isn't going to be a great thing for Mill Avenue to have a major entertainment district. It's going to be like one of those malls that fails because another one comes in. I worry much about this IGA being dropped, which I think is probably in the works here, because it's going to mean a lot of noise. I row on Tempe Town Lake. I know how noisy it is when planes go overhead, because we can't even hear our coaches. And something we haven't talked about at all is gambling. Gambling is a big part of this, and it's a real danger in a college town. My time is up, but I'm just suggesting we need another RFP. And I'd like to see hockey here, but not this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Provine. Next up, we have speaker number 24, David Sokolowski, who is virtual this evening. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council. I would also ask if speakers 26 through 30 could also get queued up. Mr. Sokolowski, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is David Sokolowski. I live in Tempe. I think the city should negotiate the terms of the agreement before we make a final decision. I think it would be great if the Coyotes could help us plan for the design of a future streetcar extension. And I also think it's important for the Coyotes to consider the Beach Park Master Plan. So please vote yes to negotiate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sokolowski. Next up, speaker number 25, David Doucette. Is David Doucette in the virtual room? No. Next up is speaker number 26, Ian Salzman. Is Ian here? Ian Salzman. Okay. Next up, we have speaker 27, Darren Dubner. Is Mr. Dubner here? No? Okay. Speaker number 28, Julio Zamaripa. Yes. Mr. Zamaripa, please come forward, state your name, place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
My name is Julio Zamaripa. I live in Long Beach, California. But more importantly, I'm here representing the Airline Pilots Association. It's an association that represents more than 60,000 pilots in the US and Canada. Our position is never political. We're not rooting for anyone, and we're not against anyone. Our only concern is safety, and we have a lot to be proud of. In aviation, in US aviation, we haven't had a single fatality in more than 10 years. And it's largely in part for the great efforts that ALPA has introduced into the aviation world. We're concerned about this issue simply for the concern that we have about safety. And it has to do with an obscure subject that most individuals that are not educated in the subject is difficult to see, and that is when we prepare for a flight, our main concern is losing an engine at the worst possible moment. And that single engine procedure is what we trained for and what has enabled us to maintain an excellent safety record. Now, what is difficult to ascertain at first glance is if you lose an engine, you lose 50% of your power. However, you lose 90% of your climb capability. And that's what I'm here to talk about. So when you see an airplane taking off, under normal circumstances, it clearly clears all the obstacles. However, when you lose an engine and you're only climbing 200 feet a minute, now obstacles become a concern. And we're concerned about this project calling for cranes up to 140 feet because in the event of an emergency, an airplane losing an engine, now we're gonna have a problem. And so we feel that that issue has to be addressed before this project is approved. We're not against the project. I'm an LA Kings fan, and I like the Coyotes too, but we need to be concerned about the safety of our operations at the airport. At this point, we're looking at probably taking off with 30 empty seats to be able to keep the restrictions that that building would apply to us. And can you imagine leaving 30 passengers behind in every flight during the summertime? It would be a horrible event for the entire system, not just the Phoenix airport. We're not concerned about the Phoenix airport. We have the same level of concern to any commercial airport in any commercial operation in the US and Canada. And so as an ALPA representative, I'm here to ask respectfully of the city leaders to delay this project until the safety issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is speaker number 29, Andrew Marwick, who I believe is virtual.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Mr.
Yes.
Marwick, please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Woods. This is Andrew Marwick, a Phoenix resident, and I am in their sister city below Summer, France, and it's 29. I have 10 reasons, and it's some more that the Coyotes should not renegotiate with this agreement. First of all, the financial situation has changed dramatically in the last 6 months since this RFP was proposed. The Federal Reserve is tightening up the money supply, reducing interest rates, and I don't just believe that
Mr. Mark,
the Coyotes will be able to financially deal with this agreement.
Mr. Mark, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you turn down your TV? I think you're getting kind of picked up by 2 speakers, so it's
right. I just turned that down. Someone has another phone. I wasn't expecting it to come that quickly. The Coyotes also have a very poor record of paying their rents and taxes in Glendale. Murillo Group's Grand Sierra Resorts and the Sahara Las Vegas are aging casinos with a history of bankruptcies and foreclosures. The following are basically a list of history repeats itself. Steve Ellman struggled to buy the Coyotes from Richard Burke and never got the Coyotes Arena development off the ground at the half-demolished Los Arcos. Construction of Westgate didn't start until almost 2 years after the Glendale Arena was completed and is nowhere near what Elman had promised Glendale over 20 years ago. Elman lost Westgate to foreclosure in 2011. Both Scottsdale and Glendale trudged through years of deadlines, extended deadlines, and 4 and even 6-hour city council meetings on end. Relationships between both Glendale and Scottsdale council members were destroyed by fights over the Coyotes. The NHL has a track record of choosing and tolerating fraudsters, forgers, and embezzlers as owners. The owner of the NHL chose to purchase the Coyotes from the NHL after 4 years of league ownership. George Gosby attempted to bait his wife into a murder-suicide. When she stayed hidden in a mountain cabin, George Gosby committed suicide by hanging. Excessive focus by the city of Glendale, and the number one issue is the excessive focus by the city of Glendale on the Coyotes over the last 15 years or so resulted in the neglect of a lot of other issues, such as community policing, the city courts, code enforcement. And the Glendale is still dealing with those issues that are much more difficult because so much time, money, and effort was spent on the Coyotes. So for those reasons and many others, I believe that the city of Tempe should end the negotiations and consideration of this RFP today. Thank you, Mayor Woods.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barrett. Appreciate it. Next up, our next speaker is actually, I should say, if we can get numbers 30 to 35 queued up next, 30 to 35. And speaker number 30 is Jason Price. Is Jason Price here?
I'm on the call.
Oh, okay, great, wonderful. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jason Price, and I live in Tempe, Arizona. Honorable Mayor Woods and esteemed council members, I am a longtime resident of Tempe. My children attend City of Tempe schools and also attend Arizona State University, where that is my alma mater. As an employee of a local business that operates within the City of Tempe, I think this is a good thing for the City of Tempe. I think that the decision here is to decide whether or not to move forward and vote yes on this proposal to enter into negotiations and a feasibility study to explore this more. And I think that the outcome is to explore bringing more jobs, tourism dollars, additional office space, and disrupt circular migration and capture retail spending for stores and restaurants in the City of Tempe. For those unfamiliar with the term circular migration, that's when a resident leaves to go to work and goes and spends money on fuel and food and shopping outside of the city and then returns to the city to live in the evenings. So having more opportunities for jobs that this would create and restaurants as well as stores helps the City of Tempe. So it is my recommendation that we vote yes on this proposal to enter into negotiations and a feasibility study.
Thank you so much, Mr. Price. Next speaker is speaker number 31, Barry Siff, who I know is virtual this evening. Mr. Siff, please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Yes, thank you very, very much, Mayor Woods. My name is Barry Siff. I live on Tempe Town Lake, directly on Rio Salado, so very proximate to this planned project. I first of all want to thank the mayor and the council for the great direction of the city over the last couple of years. Have seen some great improvements, and I think that's what we're talking about today as well. Of course, I've written out my comments in advance. However, listening to the initial hours of presentations, all I kept thinking about was the 1988 Saturday Night Live parody of the Dukakis-Bush debate, where Dukakis leaned over and said, "I can't believe I'm losing to this guy." And I'm sitting here listening to the presentations, and I can't believe this is even an issue of contention. It is such an utterly positive effort for the city of Tempe, our residents, and the entire valley. I have long felt that one thing missing in Tempe has been a proper brand of Tempe, not just being the home of ASU. I have long resented Scottsdale as being considered the place to be in the valley. I have a hard time explaining Tempe as part of a suburb of Phoenix. Tempe deserved its own right to be Tempe. With the fantastic innovative growth of ASU, many new businesses and headquarters, and the pending incredible South Pier project further east on Rio Salado. Today's Tempe Town Lake area is amazing. Tomorrow's Tempe Town Lake area, a place I call home, can be one of a kind, an iconic world-class place to be. I implore the City Council to allow negotiations with the developers of this iconic and transformative project to proceed. I would further urge the City of Tempe to immediately begin discussions and action upon a rebranding of Tempe from the home of ASU to something more reflective of the amazing current and further future transformation of our great city. I just want to add that I've not been nearly as familiar with Mr. Morello and the Coyotes as I wish I had earlier. I'm incredibly impressed with their DEI efforts and achievements, and I look forward to supporting them when they hopefully become part of Tempe. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sif. Appreciate it. Number 32 is a duplicate, so I'll scratch that one. Number 33 is Natalie Alvarez. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Alvarez, and I am the COO of Greater Phoenix Urban League. Good afternoon again. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very excited for the city of Tempe. Mayor Woods and council members, I very much am in favor of this. We've heard a lot, even from my co-worker, Mr. McPherson from the Greater Phoenix Urban League, about the business side of it, the financial side of it, what it's bringing to the community here in Tempe. But not only has the Coyote invested financially and in jobs and in employment and all of the great things here, they invest in our youth. And our youth are our future. And I know, as working with Mayor Woods before, we know that investing in our youth is very important. The city of Tempe is our most diverse city in Arizona. And the Coyotes bring that leadership in their diversity as they come to Tempe. They are leaders in innovation, just like the city of Tempe. It's a perfect fit. They work very hard to do inclusion, diversity. They have remarkable programs of bringing people of color into this industry. And if you look at the history of hockey, you don't see that very much. But they are innovators and they are leaders, just as the city of Phoenix leadership is. So I think there's a very strong fit, and I hope you move forward with this, and I'm very excited for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. Next up, we have speaker number 34, Jack McCain. I think Jack is virtual this evening. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening. Mayor Woods and council members, thank you for the opportunity to represent American Airlines before you. My name is Jack McCain. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for American Airlines in the Phoenix Hub, and I live there as well. I've also been a military pilot for the last 13 years, which helps inform my opinion today. I want to first make clear that American Airlines is not at odds with the Arizona Coyotes. Indeed, I have many fond memories of attending Coyotes games with my father and family and have been a lifelong fan. It's only the location of the planned Tempe Entertainment District, and more specifically the proposed residential component, that is at issue, and how that will impact the economic engine that is Phoenix Sky Harbor. I'm happy to admit that despite working for a worldwide carrier, I have significant bias where Sky Harbor is concerned, because Arizona is my home. I have a vested interest in continuing to see it grow and prosper, and for it to remain the economic heart of the state. From January to the end of April, Sky Harbor handled nearly 15 million passengers. My own airline serves 102 destinations from Phoenix, and it is one of our strongest performing airports throughout the pandemic. Its continuing to do so is in the economic interest of my airline, Sky Harbor, and the surrounding community. Among several concerns, the placement of 1,600 apartment units in such close proximity to the end of the runway, despite the developer's assurances that noise won't be an issue, is perhaps the most problematic, and for that, I have a story. My reserve duty station is Naval Air Station Coronado, a base that has occupied the same real estate and operated military aircraft since 1911. No one living on the island predates the base. As a growing community, despite the fact there was never a doubt that the military base existed and houses being built to modern noise abatement standards, the constant air traffic became an object of ire for the community. As noise complaints rose in frequency and vehemence, the base became less attractive as a hub of fleet naval aviation, which was a major factor for the divestment of almost all home-based fixed-wing jet traffic and necessitated numerous restrictions on operations. Much like the military, all air carriers must carefully consider each market, and noise complaints such as those that would undoubtedly stem from a community directly under the approach and departure path of the 1,200 daily takeoffs and landings at Phoenix are one of the many factors informing those decisions. I want to see our community remain a popular destination for travel, sports, and business. I want to see it continue to expand and remain an attractive market as it is now. And the TED, as currently proposed, would likely severely negatively impact that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCain. Appreciate it. Next up, I would ask for speakers 36 through 40 to begin to get queued up, 36 through 40. But my next speaker is number 35, Mr. Ken Bottom.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Woods, City Council. My name is Ken Bottom. I am a Chandler resident. However, I'm a Tempe business owner. I've been in the Valley for 22 years. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Arizona Ice Hockey Officials Association, which represents over 100 officials at all levels throughout the state. Also, the Arcadia Hockey Club, which is a private adult league, which I'm a member and an active player. And I'm also representing my own business, High Noon, which is right next door, a local Tempe-based marketing agency that was started here in Tempe with my business partner, just us two, and has now grown to over 115 employees right next to City Hall. And a little known fact about me is that without ice hockey, I would not have been able to start High Noon. See, I just retired this year after 25 years of officiating ice hockey, which I did officiate Lindsay Frye when she was a little girl, and she was awesome. But without that extra income, I never could have started my business. Never would have happened. We wouldn't be where we're at today. I needed that extra money, and this sport allowed me to do that. But I'm not here to simply say I'm a hockey fan, and please bring hockey to the East Valley. I'm here to urge the city of Tempe to do what they have always done and make the right decision for the betterment of the entire valley. There's a lot of people in this room, and maybe some council members that don't know this, but when Tempe Town Lake was proposed, both Mesa and the city of Phoenix declined to partake. Fast forward to today, and the center of the valley takes place right here in downtown Tempe. Multiple Class A buildings and a skyline that rivals any major city in the United States, and I thank Tempe for that. I adamantly support this project and encourage all of those involved to vote yes. Those of us in the valley who've been keeping track of the news know why there's been pushback. Our neighbors to the west had their chance to have the Coyotes. They purposely went out of their way to remodel a stadium to ensure that an NHL team could not play in their building. Please take the pushback with a grain of salt. It is nothing more than them not wanting further competition. And just like carrying the torch in Tempe Town Lake, the city of Tempe will have the opportunity to turn a landfill into a landmark. They will be able to do it responsibly, ethically, and most importantly, efficiently for the citizens of Tempe and for the betterment of the entire valley. To express some of the things earlier, these were concerns that were expressed. No one came here from DC. No one came here from the governor's office. They just expressed concerns. So I want to say that about the opposition. Also, with the exception of a few people in this room who I know have lived extremely close to the airport, I probably live closer to the airport than anyone sitting behind me. Matter of feet from this building, I never had an issue with noise. I had a 13th floor high-rise apartment, and I never once had an issue with airplanes. And I lived in it over 10 years ago, which means it was built with materials that were probably 10 years older than that. Lastly, my business is next door. 7 years. I've been doing business next year. I've never said, hold on, there's a plane flying by. It's too much noise. It's never affected anything. So take that with a grain of salt. And a very good point, Mill Avenue is a concern. But you know what? They survived Tempe Marketplace, and it's still thriving. And all the tourists still come to Mill Avenue for all the cool things here. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is a great opportunity, and without this great sport, I wouldn't be able to employ 115 employees here in the city of Tempe. This development is going to create thousands of jobs. Please support it and vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bonham. Next up is speaker number 36, Colin Morrison. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have up to 3 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor Woods and members of the City Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Colin Morrison. I'm a Phoenix resident, and I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran with combat tours to Iraq in 2003 and 2004. I am also president and founder of Arizona Warrior Hockey Charities, a 501c3 for military veterans who play ice hockey in Arizona. The biggest struggle I had when leaving the military, which most veterans face, is lacking purpose and no longer having a mission or a team. These are issues that overwhelm the Phoenix area veteran community, one of the largest veteran densities in the country, often leading to poor decision-making, substance abuse, and sadly, suicide. I faced all of these issues following my honorable separation from the Marine Corps in 2005. It wasn't until I joined a recreational hockey league and became a part of a new team that I realized I could find a sense of belonging with those who shared the same passion for hockey. In 2018, I learned about USA Hockey's Warrior Discipline through a post in a Facebook veterans group. After discussions with USA Hockey, I was encouraged to start a program in Arizona with USA Hockey's support, one to help provide veterans with the rehabilitation and camaraderie I found through the sport. We started with 3 veterans in 2019 and now have 82 registered veterans in the program, with varying skill levels, including 4 of whom will be traveling to Denmark this summer representing Team USA. Warrior hockey is now the second largest and the fastest growing discipline of disabled hockey under USA Hockey's guidance. In November 2021, our organization was recognized by Navy Federal Credit Union and the National Hockey League as part of the Joint Veterans Day initiative. We received a grant that ensured the future of our organization from Navy Federal as part of this initiative. USA Hockey representatives have stated we received that grant in part of the Coyotes' efforts in diversity, inclusion, and growing the game of hockey in Arizona. Not only will the proposed arena complex provide opportunities for ice time for our veterans, but more importantly, it can bring awareness to the mental health issues that plague the veteran community and to provide support in a positive and accessible environment. It is not hyperbole when I say hockey can save lives, because I am proof of that. This arena project can provide hope and support for the men and women of this country who are willing to give everything, including their lives, for the betterment of this great nation. The veteran community and our organization would benefit so greatly from this arena, as well as the dozens of other hockey organizations within the state. Please vote in favor of advancing the proposal to complete the arena project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Next up is speaker number 37, Matt Shorman. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Shorman, Chandler, Arizona. I am the principal facility representative at Phoenix Tracon. I work with the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, the Terminal Radar Approach Control at Sky Harbor Airport. On behalf of air traffic controllers and aviation safety professionals at Sky Harbor, Control Tower, and Phoenix Tracon, which is collectively responsible for ensuring the safe, orderly, and expeditious flow of traffic in, out, and around Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport, I'm here today to express our concerns regarding the construction project near the airport. As a result of the proximity and keeping with our responsibility of ensuring the safety of passengers arriving and departing at Phoenix, at a minimum, we have the following concerns. Obstruction clearance for departing aircraft, single engine climb performance, if an aircraft loses one engine, can be reduced by as much as 80%. On a hot day with full engine power, certain aircraft struggle to meet the required climb gradient out of Phoenix to begin with. The effects of cranes in construction and maintenance. Currently, when a crane is raised at the Tempe waterfront, which is farther away than the proposed site, nearly 60% of our long-haul flights and Airbus 321 aircraft require runway 8 for departures. The effect this has on airport capacity. Aircraft unable to accept runway 7 left for departures, requiring runway 8, will increase separation required for arrivals, requiring interference or causing delays. Interference with ground-based navigation equipment. Phoenix VOR needs direct line of sight with low-flying aircraft out east in mountainous terrains near the Superstition Mountains, Santan Mountains. Pilot distractions and controller distractions caused by lighting, lasers, and fireworks. Tower visibility issues, especially caused by lighting. San Jose Tower in California recently experienced a similar issue with Levi Stadium, which was built just adjacent to the airport. The lighting caused distractions for the pilots arriving and departing, and for the controllers getting visual acquisition of these aircraft. Mitigations worked through after the completion of the project increased risk to the national airspace system, and costly remedies as an afterthought. Law enforcement operations during events requiring aviation support are going to be hindered being so close to the departure end. If a helicopter needs to be at 500 feet or 1,000 feet, we're going to be unable unless we stop departures or arrivals into Sky Harbor. Currently, we don't have enough information to determine the severity of these concerns. We believe that the time to address these important safety concerns is in the planning phase, not after the project has been finalized. I respectfully request that these concerns are addressed with the project planners and to start the dialogue and raise awareness of the aviation safety concerns that may affect Phoenix and its passengers. I would like to end this with saying that we are a bunch of hockey fans and we would love to see this, and we support the economic growth of Tempe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I have speaker number 38, Matthew Spang Marshall. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Spang Marshall. I live in the beautiful city of Mesa, just next door right here. I'm the president and founder of the Arizona Legacy Pride Hockey Association. I'm 35 years old and I began playing hockey 5 years ago in Wisconsin with the Madison Gay Hockey Association. This was an adult developmental league that created a safe space for people of the LGBTQ+ community to learn and play hockey. I did not grow up playing sports or watching commercialized sports, but when I started playing hockey, I gained many things. The feeling of camaraderie of being on a team, self-discipline to challenge myself and be better, a healthy social exposure that brought positive support to my life, and an outlet other than the dreary work, sleep, eat, repeat. Last year, over the summer, a public forum sparked a fire in me and a couple others to start a Pride Hockey League in Arizona. An NHL community outreach rep asked if anybody in Arizona was doing anything, and the Coyotes wanted to help. I responded and began virtually meeting with the Coyotes to discuss our vision. Where would we find all these LGBTQ+ hockey players? We would make them, and the Coyotes offered to help. They have an adult learn to play program known as the Growlers and offered to launch a Pride version just for us to help create hockey players for a new league. With the support of the Coyotes and a fire in my heart to give others what was given to me, I committed to launching a nonprofit Pride Ice Hockey League, and we were successful. Without the help of the Coyotes, this project may not have been able to get off the ground. I personally did not have the means, resources, or even the experience to start and operate a nonprofit of this nature. But while standing on the shoulders of giants, I felt a compelling perseverance to be who I needed for my community. Why is this important? Why be here today? I wanted to express my experience to tell you that the Arizona Coyotes are a community NHL team. They support us, the Arizona Warrior Hockey Charities, and many others. Letting this opportunity slip by the city of Tempe would be shorting the community of access to a corporate helping hand that actually cares about its community, and the proof is in their actions. Arizona is undeniably growing larger, and we shine with a brilliant and capable workforce to task such a project. I am a proud blue-collar member of Arizona when I see projects all over this state that I was able to be a part of. A project like this will help bring money to the working class in areas with jobs. An entertainment venue like this will be incredibly easy to fill, being so close to a college community. And another engineering marvel like this would only add to Tempe's sharp, beautiful cityscape. Let's give the Coyotes a den in Tempe. Let's keep them here in Arizona where they belong. Please vote to start negotiations with the Arizona Coyotes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to next see if we can get speakers 40 to 45 ready to go. 40 to 45. But I will next up introduce speaker number 39, Nicholas Weller. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, and thanks to all the other citizens and residents who have come to this process. It's really nice to see so many people engaged civically in Tempe. I hold some skepticism of the proposal, but I'm okay with maybe moving forward with negotiations. I hold skepticism in particular of Mr. Morello's generosity. I think when billions of dollars are involved, it becomes very easy to maybe overlook some concerns that citizens might bring forward. And I really urge the City Council to ensure that this plan wouldn't burden the city or taxpayers with any future expenses or surprise expenses that might come up down the road. I loved the presentation we got today. It is wonderful to look at really nice new buildings, but those things can really hide potential unforeseen costs. And in the past, we've seen development in Tempe where there's promised benefits that sometimes get lost after there's some mix-up involved in the development process or construction costs go over. And that's something we really should take we should be cognizant of, and it's generated a lot of skepticism in the community. And I think that's skepticism that's fair, and I hope the negotiating team and the city council takes that into consideration as they move forward with the process. Tempe's growth is, of course, an important priority for everyone that lives here and for everyone that does business here and comes and visits here. But I hope the council and the negotiating team really can embody good governance and sustainable growth as they move forward with this process. Thank you for your time, and thanks to everyone else again that showed up and participated in this civic process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next up, we have number 40, Joel Erickson. Joel Erickson, please come forward, state your name and place of residence. Is Mr. Erickson here? Virtually. Okay, he is. Okay, perfect. Mr. Erickson, can you hear me? Mr. Erickson, can you hear me? I will try one last time. Mr. Erickson, can you hear me? Okay, let me move on then. The next speaker is James Hayden, number 41. James Hayden. Bless you. Is Mr. Hayden here in person? Okay, I saw him earlier, but I think he might have had to leave. All right. Number 42, originally, I want to make sure I don't skip numbers and people think it's weird. Was Chad Makowski from the airport, so you're good. Okay, just want to make sure. So, next up is speaker number 43, Jessalyn Italiano. Jessalyn Italiano, speaker 43. All right, seeing none. Next up is speaker number 44, Marcia Mintz. Is Marcia available? All right, then I need to really quickly queue up speakers 40. Oh, let's see.
Mr. Mayor, she's virtual.
She's virtual. Okay, so let me do this really quickly. Let me queue up speakers 45 to 50. 45 to 50. And Ms. Mintz, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor Woods and council members. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcia Mintz, and I'm the president and CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley, and we are based in Phoenix. I am honored to be here with you today to speak in support of the Arizona Coyotes. This team and their leadership have been investing in our club members for decades. As you may know, Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley serves more than 15,000 youth and teens, and we have 2 longtime clubs here in Tempe. One club at 715 West 5th Street and the other one at 1555 North Bridal Reef Street. Most of our clubs are in areas of high need, and we have dedicated ourselves to ensuring that club youth have access to unique opportunities where they can learn, play sports, and make a plan for the future. And that's where the Coyotes have been such an instrumental partner. Our members know that they are important when the Arizona Coyotes come into the clubs and spend time with them. As they've done in the past, the Coyotes will once again be at our Tempe North Branch this Friday, teaching indoor hockey to a group of tweens in the afternoon. What I love is that they teach basic skills of a sport that might seem out of reach. They coach on sportsmanship and help kids develop resilience around winning and losing. Our members, our young kids, have bested Saint-Done and rock climbing races at the club and shot goals in a street hockey game with Coyote players. They've been on the ice before a game and in the captain and owner suite for their first experience at professional sporting events. Javier Gutierrez and Liz Montano have served as judges for our Youth of the Year program. They offer their support and mentorship to our teams, and they continue to do so today. The Coyotes live their values of commitment to the community and to our Boys and Girls Club youth throughout the Valley, but especially here in Tempe. And we look forward to many years of partnering together. We're so grateful for the investment that they have in our community and in our youth, and the sincere commitment of their leadership to support leaders of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mintz. The next speaker is number 45, Tom Carstetter, who's virtual. Mr. Carstetter, please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Mr. Mayor and fellow council members, I want to thank you for allowing this discussion. My name is Tom Carstetter. I'm calling from Washington State, and I have just completed a 33-year career in the FAA. I am currently working for the Arizona Coyotes as a technical consultant. Today, I've heard presenters comment on how aircraft will need to use longer runways, more power, and climbing more slowly during higher temperatures, and how these aircrafts would be, and I quote, really loud, significantly loud. The TED development would have no effect on the noise or characteristics of the aircraft departing, as these planes take off with the same runways and temperatures today as they did last year and they will do next year. So the comments on these topics should have no bearing on your decision. Secondly, the job of the FAA is to regulate safety. They have the history of providing the safest and most efficient aviation system in the world. Every aspect of this project will go through the rigorous procedures that are in place to process requests like ours, and without outside distractions, focusing only on the facts as they require. Safety will not be compromised, and by following all the rules and regulations, the safety thresholds that the FAA mandates will be built in. I believe that the FAA will determine that the project will be deemed within regulations and ultimately safe. Lastly, I would like to ask why other cranes that have been up in the past, taller, closer to the airport, and for substantially longer periods of time, some of which are up right now, have not had any impact on delays at Sky Harbor over the last 5 years using the FAA's own OpsNet data, nor have they been held to the high level of scrutiny from so many people that have been scrutinizing our project. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to comment on this, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. Next up, I have speaker 46, Tom Cornell, who's also virtual. Mr. Cornell, if you could hear me, please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
No comments at this time.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. Next up, we have speaker number 47, Chip Mulkins. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Chip Mulkins, Phoenix resident, over 20 years. I'm here to speak as Vice Chairman of the Sports Sky Harbor Coalition today. I'd also like to speak on behalf of a construction company that has recently finished a project at the airport. We had recently completed the Terminal 3 modernization project, and over that 5-year project, we booked over 2 million man-hours. And I hear a lot about talk about jobs, small businesses. When we talk about money going back in the community, the project also attributed over $70 million to small businesses here in the local area. So when you're talking about community and jobs and money going back, there's not a bigger contributor than the airport itself. What I ask you today is protect this airport. It is important to the community and small businesses, construction. I thank you for your time, and I ask you to not vote against the Coyotes. I'm a hockey player too, grew up playing hockey, Northeast. But let's be careful with this residential high-rise right in the flight path. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mulkins. Next up is speaker number 48, Ray Artigue. Mr. Artigue, are you available? Last call, Ray Artigue. All right, I would now queue up speakers 50 to 55, if you could get prepared, 50 to 55. But next up, I've got speaker number 49, Mark Curvin.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
He left, but he provided comments at the back of his card. Would you like to speak? Or
Okay.
I can try to.
I can take them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so these were Mark Curvin. I'll just read this really quickly. I think the arena development is a great idea, wonderful concept, but only without public subsidies. The $200 million Bluebird is seeking for site cleanup and infrastructure is completely unreasonable. SoFi Stadium in LA is a $5 billion project, only $20 million in public money for site prep. Less than 0.5% of the project construction. Bluebird, $200 million for a $2 billion project. So Tempe taxpayers subsidize 10% of the project. Unreasonable. City Council must finalize a deal with Bluebird that does not rely on public paying for site cleanup and infrastructure. Otherwise, walk away. Thank you, Mark Curvin. Okay, next up is speaker number 50, Terry Metros. Terry Metros, are you here? Okay. All right, next up is speaker number 51, Joshua Wells. Joshua Wells, are you here in person or virtual? It's an in-person / virtual, so.
He's virtual.
He's virtual, okay. Mr. Wells, can you hear me? Mr. Wells, can you hear me? I'll try one last time. Speaker number 51 is Joshua Wells. Mr. Wells, are you virtual and can you hear me? Okay. Speaker number 52 is Brendan Walsh. Brendan Walsh, could you please come forward, state your name and place of residence? '52, Brendan Walsh. Is he outside? He's outside. Oh. Hold on, someone said he was outside. Is Mr. Walsh outside by chance? Someone, I can see the nodding. Yeah, let's do that then. Let's go to, we'll come back to Mr. Walsh since he's outside, but let's just go to speaker 53, David Borg. David Borg, are you here? David Borg, are you here? Okay, next speaker is number 54, Yolanda Hernandez. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yolanda Hernández y yo trabajo en la ciudad de Phoenix. Yo vivo en la ciudad de Phoenix, perdón, y mi trabajo es aquí en el Tempe Mission Palms.
Good evening, my name is Yolanda Hernandez. I live in Phoenix and I work here at the Tempe Mission Palms.
Yo estoy en contra de la construcción del estadio de los Coyotes aquí en Tempe.
I'm against the construction of the Coyotes stadium here in Tempe.
El estadio de los Coyotes dará una reducción de impuestos de propiedad a un billonario.
The stadium will give a tax break to a property tax break to a billionaire.
Esto me preocupa a mí porque ellos reciben asistencia y yo no.
This worries me because why do they receive assistance and not me?
Cuando todavía estamos sufriendo de la pandemia.
While we're still suffering from the pandemic.
Para Tempe merece lo mejor, como haciendo viviendas para gente de bajos recursos.
Tempe deserves the best, like affordable housing for low-income people.
Por favor, hagan lo correcto, digan no a los coyotes hoy.
Please do the right thing and say no to the coyotes today.
Gracias.
Thank you so much. All right, next up, I'd like to queue up speakers 55 to 60, 55 to 60. But I see Mr. Walsh here. Mr. Walsh, please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thanks, Mayor.
No problem.
Sorry, I had number 82. I don't know how I'm here, but
thank you very much. There's a lot of folks. I totally get it.
So Josh was sick. That's why he wasn't able to
Oh,
to
no worries.
So thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brendan Walsh. I'm the executive director of CASE, which is Central Arizonans for Sustainable Economy. Aside from other activities, we do everything we can to assure that significant economic development projects in the major cities of Maricopa County benefit all working people with economic and quality of life benefits and not just the developers themselves. So our organization, we also work with as you just saw, one of our members, we work with the Unite here, the Hospitality Workers Union that represents 1,000 workers here in Tempe at ASU Food Service and at the Tempe Mission Palms across the street with Yolanda. So our concerns as organizations are many, but I'll just talk about a couple. Number one is I want to talk about the cost to taxpayers. I know that the developers have said that there will be no cost to taxpayers. But there are some concerns that we obviously have with regard to GIPLETs. They said that they want several GIPLETs. I don't know how many. It wasn't detailed in the proposal. But I don't know the value of those. I don't know how much that's going to cost taxpayers. And they did mention 2 GIPLETs for the arena and for the practice facilities, which they said they need the economic benefit from that because otherwise it doesn't have a fair playing field with other municipally funded stadiums in the city or in the state. And in fact, that would indicate to me that there is a financial benefit from those GIPLETs that they actually need. And it's weird that they would be asking you as a Tempe City Council to follow along with the errors of other legislators and city officials who have built municipally funded stadiums. I would also just ask about infrastructure improvements with regard to the project. Who is going to pay for the maintenance and operations of the sewers, the water lines, everything that's going to be built? We're going to get a fire, you're going to get a fire and a police substation, I believe. Who's going to pay for the expanded police and firefighters necessary to service this new center of activity? So just these, before you even dig into the bond and the details of the bond, there's already a significant number of taxpayer-funded elements of this that are not being talked about in the proposal. I'll say one more thing about housing and in the housing crisis, the cost of housing, affordability in Tempe, and in other words, in Phoenix. So there is obviously there is a proposal for a certain amount of stock in housing that would be part of this project, but there's no evidence that the increased supply of such stock does decrease housing costs. And certainly in Phoenix, increasing the housing supply in downtown Phoenix has not made housing any more affordable there. But I will talk about one more thing that has not been brought up, and that's Airbnb. Mr. Doan talked about all the people that will come across the world to come to this development. The question is, where are they going to stay? There's not a ton of hotels in Tempe. They're going to stay at Airbnbs. And right now, it's all investors buying properties to make Airbnbs is already a problem for places like Tempe, where residents are trying to keep up with the cost of housing. And that will get worse, much worse with this situation if this development is built. So this is something I think the council should really be concerned about. So I have others to say, of course, but my time's up. So thank you very much for your time, and thanks for this process.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Appreciate it. So what I'm going to do really quickly here, I'm going to go through speakers 55 to 60, and we're going to take a short 15-minute break just to get up, stretch legs, take bathroom breaks, whatever you need to do. But let me go next to speaker 55, Ana Martinez. Is Ana Martinez available? Ana Martinez, can you hear me? Okay, one more time. Is Ana Martinez available virtually? Okay, I will move on to number 50, speaker number 56, Maricela Morris.
Hi, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, please, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Maricela Mares. I live in the Preston, Washington area. My neighbors and I are demanding the City Council reconsider the Coyotes Arena development as proposed. I'm speaking out against Tempe's continued development that has pushed out renters, much like I will be at the end of my lease in September. I believe the new Coyote Stadium will no doubtedly add to the record-breaking increases to rental prices in our city. I don't have an issue with our city growing. I have a serious issue with our leaders handing over money to these developers in the form of tax abatements, all for projects that are making it harder to live here. I am a good tenant. I pay my rent on time every month, and with that, I pay my taxes to the city of Tempe on time every month. Can we honestly say the same for this team? 12 News has reported the end of the Coyotes' tumultuous tenure in Glendale was marked by the city's threat to lock the team out of the city-owned Gila River Arena late last year. Over $1.3 million in unpaid city and state taxes. The Coyotes blamed human error for its failure to pay its taxes on time. By that time, Glendale had already decided to put the team out of its hockey home since 2003. The fact that this project will voluntarily give an indefinite tax abatement not only seems unfair to me as someone with a clean tenant record, but also a bad deal for our city. Let's imagine what that tax money could do to improve our schools or better our streets or even fund more affordable housing. I ask the city look out for the interests of everyday Tempe residents over the interests of billionaire developers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next up is speaker number 57, Genevieve Guzman. Genevieve Guzman is in person. Okay. Seeing no one. Next up is speaker number 58, Irma Fuentes. Speaker number 58, Irma Fuentes. All right. Speaker number 59, Gary Washington. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Mr. Washington, please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Gary Washington, and I live in Maricopa, Arizona. I'm a worker at ASU Tempe Memorial Union Building, so I'm always constantly in Tempe, so I'm always constantly fighting the traffic and whatnot. The Coyote Stadium could increase traffic and congestion. I mean, like somebody else just stated, Tempe Town Lake is #2 in most visited places in Arizona, and that's #1 to Grand Canyon, which is number on the natural. Is on the 7 natural great wonders in the world, and that's only in #2 to that. You know, so it's already a lot of people that's in Tempe that can cause traffic and congestion. And one thing that I do know about Arizona, traffic and the heat do not mix. The Coyote Stadium could potentially increase the cost of housing. This concerns me also because Tempe is already too expensive for me to live in, even though I work in the city. And it's just with gas and everything going up, it's the commute and traffic and all that, it's not going to be good for residents in Tempe. And another thing is, why are they getting so much assistance? You know, I, like many others, have lost my job during the pandemic. Where was my tax break at? You know, so Tempe deserves better. Please do the right thing and say no to the Coyotes today. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much. And the last speaker before our break is speaker number 60, Brenda Roberts. Brenda Roberts, are you here? You're scheduled to be in person. One last time, Brenda Roberts. Okay, seeing none. The time right now is 6:06 p.m. I'd like to see if we could come back at 6:25 p.m. So 6:25, just take a short break, just everybody get up, stretch your legs, and we'll be back promptly at 6:25. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. We'll get back to the festivities here. All right, so I'm going to go back to the public comment. I know speaker number 53, David Borg, is here now. Mr. Borg? Yes. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you. My name is David Borg. I am a resident of Mesa, Arizona. I currently work at Tempe Mission Ponds, which is just across the street. I was late coming here because I was staying a little bit overtime at work. I used to be a resident in Tempe, but me and my grandmother were actually evicted from our homes because a developer came and they wanted to turn our houses, or our apartments, I should say, into luxury apartments. Developments like the one that's currently being proposed, Coyote Stadium, is the reason why we were priced out. These developments are increasing land value, and that's increasing property taxes, which increases my rent. There's thousands, tens of thousands of Tempe residents that are working class that can't pay rent because it keeps going up. And we elected a lot of you to help with affordable housing, and I'm just not seeing it. And I want you and City Council to focus on affordable housing, to focus on improving this city. for the people who live in it, not the tourists that come to visit. I'm not trying to say that Coyote, the team, is bad and I don't want them here, but I want to come back. I want my family to be able to stay where they are and enjoy their lives in comfort, not have to worry about this housing crisis that we're only just beginning to understand here in Arizona. It's only going to get worse from here unless people like you and the rest of the city council step up and make a change. That's all that I'm asking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, so we've got next up speakers 61 through 65. 61 through 65. And the next speaker is speaker 61, Garth Tulloch. Yes, Mr. Tulloch, please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm living in Maricopa. I worked 7 years in Tempe. And for the past 7 years, I watched the city grows. And as workers around the city, they cannot afford to pay the rent. I have many co-workers, many friends who have to move, leave the city. This proposal, I'm not against it, but I want you to look into the situation and consider it keenly. I used to work games in Glendale, and after the football games, we have to leave early just to get home. So a limited space in Tempe like this, how would you facilitate those traffic? Or do you have plans to build extra lanes, which I haven't seen that space in Tempe to really facilitate all those things? So with all of those situations and reasons with the taxes to the super company, I think that should go for sustainable housing for citizens, because we're just getting like 12 bucks an hour, 15 bucks an hour. That cannot pay rent in this city. So I expect you to consider the situation, look into it, get some more expertise idea before you consider move ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Next up is speaker number 62. I apologize if I mess this up. Amuchin Logan. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Muchin Logan. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. My family used to live in Tempe. When I first got here in Arizona, we had to move out because the apartment owners failed to keep the property clean, and it reached a point where it was not healthy to live there no more. My sister was pregnant at the time, and we had no choice but to move out for her and the baby. The project is asking for 2 property tax breaks. Why couldn't my family receive a tax break so we can stay somewhere in Tempe? Does that seem fair to you? My friends are still struggling to pay rent and they want to stay in Tempe, so please give us a chance. And I just ask all of you guys, mayor and city council members, please do the right thing and say no to the Coyotes today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Two. Next up is speaker number 63, Amishakete Anacona. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Thank you. My name is Amani Shakete Anakaona. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. Go Suns. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I am a former Tempe resident and also a former employee that worked in Tempe as well. I'm also an artist. I'm really concerned and I'm against the building of the stadium in Tempe because of the fact that it could potentially increase the number of short-term rentals as far as the cost of Airbnb, and take alternative forms of housing off the market, which are very important because right now housing, there's a housing crisis that's going on right now in Arizona. I heard a lot of people talk about dreams. There are dreamers who are working class as well. I also am a business owner who is struggling to get my business off the ground, but with the increased cost of rent and a lot of different things, I don't even have the ability to really focus as much as I should on industry when I'm fighting and struggling to make sure that I have housing. So the Coyote Stadium could potentially increase the cost of rent in Tempe for working class individuals. This concerns me because I was already pushed out of Tempe because of increased rent costs, and I really like Tempe. I hate it that I can only go there to work out. And I'm a pretty active person. I love sports, so I'm not against sports at all. But when it comes down to my housing or housing for people, working class people, I feel like that's more of a priority than sports. Also, Tempe has an amazing public transit system, the free buses, which I think is excellent, so yay for that. But that's null and void if people cannot afford to actually live there. So the people who those buses would actually be served by, you know, if they can't afford to live there, it serves no purpose. So yeah, Tempe deserves better. Please do the right thing and say no to the Coyotes today. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, no clapping, please. I'm sorry. You can't do that. Next up is item 64, speaker 64. I just, you know, just trying to like reprogram myself here. Speaker 64 is Isaiah Chavez.
That's me right here, sir.
Oh, hey, how are you? Please state your name. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, Coyotes fan. Hello, my name is Isaiah Chavez. I am a resident for Phoenix, Arizona. I've been a fan of the Arizona Coyotes for 14 years. I heard about the new arena project that is happening in Tempe, and my thought on the arena project is the project looks amazing. The Coyotes will do very great in Tempe. The Arizona Coyotes is a very amazing hockey team to have since 1996. The Tempe plan has been out there since 2019, when the Coyotes got their project planned in Tempe. After when the city of Glendale terminated their lease from the past, the Coyotes plan to temporarily play at Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, just like when the Tampa Bay Lightning played at Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays from 1993 through 1996. And now they changed their plans to playing at the ASU Hockey Arena from the 2022-2023 season through either the 2024-2025 season or 2025-2026 season. When they made plans to play at the ASU Hockey Arena, I felt amazed with their temporary plan. When ASU was strict on the Coyotes about using just the Coyotes logo on the center ice for Coyotes games, the Coyotes then agreed to put both the Coyotes and the Sun Devils logo on the center ice during the Coyotes and Sun Devils hockey games. ASU was also strict on the Coyotes about putting their normal brandings on the ice, just like the Coyotes usually do back at Gila River Arena. It is time to say our goodbyes to Gila River Arena, the city of Glendale, and hello to Tempe. We thank the Gila River Arena and the city of Glendale for 19 years of playing hockey. I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up, I want to see if we can begin to get speakers 65 to 70 queued up, 65 to 70. I've got 80 here, and then I've got all these that came in afterwards. So let's see, speaker 65 is Derek Bocher.
Mr. Mayor, he's not in the virtual attendance.
Okay, we'll scratch that. All right, is speaker 66, John Graham, available? John Graham. John Graham, are you here? Okay. Speaker 67 is David Schwartz. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
I got the golden ticket.
It's me.
Good evening, Mayor Woods, members of the City Council. For the record, my name is David Schwartz. I have the honor and privilege to serve as the Executive Director for the Support Sky Harbor Coalition and have for nearly 20 years. My efforts to protect and support Sky Harbor actually go back more than 20 years. I am a resident of Phoenix, for the record, and while the airport is in Phoenix, it's also a large economic asset for the entire region, for Tempe, Scottsdale, Mesa, and the state. So I mentioned I've been doing this for a while, and I guess about the only good thing about getting older is you gain knowledge and a little bit of history and context, and you learn things, and so I wanted to just share a few observations with you. So back in the early 2000s, I literally spent probably about 100 hours in your TAVCO meetings, your Tempe Aviation Commission meetings. I sat there with Advar. It was good to see him again. And I remember on the night of 9/11, they still met. And at first I was kind of like, well, I don't know. But then I was thinking, you know, it drove home a point that what they really cared about was that intergovernmental agreement about making sure they honored it and enforced it for the city of Phoenix and the city of Tempe. And you know, when you really boil down what the root issues they were dealing with was noise as it impacts Tempe residents. So now, more than 20 years later, here we are, and this proposal really, I believe, goes against the IGA and its ability to protect residents. They're literally going to put, as you know, 1,500 units, residential units, right off the end of the runway, 10,000 feet, squarely in the 65 DNL contour. And you're going to, it will impact literally a few thousand new Tempe residents. And it's, as the FAA said, it's really not a good land use compatibility. In fact, they just sent you a second letter yesterday reiterating that. And, you know, so it's going to create complaints to Sky Harbor, but it's also going to complaints to you all as if you approve that. So I had to change my points here because I've known Nick Wood for about 30 years, and I have the utmost respect for him. I've worked with him, but there were a couple points that he brought up I just want to kind of clarify, so just for the record. He talked about that smoking gun, you know, that runway extension, and they stumbled upon it. You should know that that was not an error. It wasn't something they're hiding. It's been in plain sight. The city has, the Sky Harbor has presented it at the TAVCO, your Tempe Aviation Commission, the Phoenix Aviation Advisory Board, the Phoenix City Council, the East Valley Partnership, Maricopa Association of Governments, and I'm sure there's been others. And here's the thing, they even gave it to the developers just so they knew. So that smoking gun, they handed it to them if it was still smoking. And it's also been on the city's website, and it has been since, I think, March or so. Also, those, I'll be real quick, those noise contours you saw, those were approved by the FAA, and if they would have just called over to Sky Harbor, they would have had it. And they're available on the city's website. The last thing he said about the sauce for the goose, I'm reminded of the goose and the golden egg. Every day, this goose lays a golden egg called Sky Harbor. That golden egg benefits Tempe, Phoenix, and you may recall the end of the fable, when they went looking for more gold, the greed is ended up killing the goose. You don't want to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. I thank you for your time. Mayor, by the way, you're doing a great job. These are hard meetings to run, and you're doing a super job.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Next up is person 68, Tanya Gomez-Wallman. 68, Tanya Gomez-Wallman. I am like, yeah, the red dispenser. All right, let me go then to person number 69, Renee Williams. Yes, please come forward and state your name, place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council. I'd also like to see if we can get speakers 70 to 75 ready. 70 to 75?
Thank
But the
you,
floor is
Renee.
now yours.
Renee Williams, 1506 East Broadmoor. I've been a resident for, 30-some years in Tempe. And I'm coming here today. I'm grateful to Mayor Hallman for explaining that this is about whether you should begin the negotiations. This isn't a vote. I understand that. I'm here to tell you shouldn't because you're not ready. You weren't ready to enter into this RFP. If you didn't know before you entered into that how bad it was and all the money we spent trying to fight the FAA last time, you don't understand. There's zero chance we're going to win this. If they go in and say the word unsafe, we're out of there. The court will defer to them every single time. With 1 week's notice, I couldn't get the public records to see how much we spent on that previously. But I know it was a lot. We can just try and fight that again. Even if we get over the IGA, do we want to? And the other reason you're not prepared, if you went into that RFP and didn't know that the EPA has been handing out brownfield reclamation grants for decades and we've never even applied, you know, this year the city of Phoenix got a $1.4 million revolving loan just to figure it out, not to clean up, just to get a new assessment and pay for planning so that they can come back and apply for the grant to actually clean up later. I mean, you haven't even started. You're wasting your time. Please spend your time figuring out why the water is bursting under my feet. If that water line bursts in front of my house and I can't flush my toilet and I have to come back in here in a diaper, you think Mayor Hallman's loud. You haven't heard anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next up is speaker number 70, Ruben Zaragoza, who is
Good
virtual.
evening, Mayor Woods and members of the City Council. My name is Ruben Zaragoza, State and Local Affairs Director for Southwest Airlines. Thank you for permitting me to comment on the Tempe Entertainment District proposal before you. In January, Southwest Airlines celebrated 40 years of service at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. Southwest currently has over 4,400 employees at Sky Harbor, most of whom live, eat, and play in the greater Phoenix metropolitan area. Southwest is very proud of its record as it relates to employees and even prouder of being good stewards in the community. Over the years, Southwest has worked with Sky Harbor and the FAA to establish procedures to help mitigate aircraft noise in and around the airport. The proposed project not only includes a sports arena, but commercial and residential buildings, all of which are located just 10,000 feet off the east end of Sky Harbor's southern 2 runways and are directly in line with the airport's primary departure runway. We urge the council to keep in mind these facts. This entire proposed development is contained within the high-impact 65 DNL noise contour and is in direct conflict with Southwest and Sky Harbor's effort to reduce noise, especially in the city of Tempe. The proposed multifamily residential housing would be directly underneath the primary Sky Harbor flight path and is on incompatible land use. The FAA has indicated serious concerns about the TED proposal and has identified that any residential development in the proposed area will be incompatible land use given its proximity to the runways. Experience has proven that even mitigation tools such as insulation or sound insulation and aviation easements simply cannot make the proposed land use compatible with airport operations. Modeling has shown that residents in proposed development should expect flights arriving and departing over their homes as frequently as every 60 seconds during the day. It's virtually inevitable that residents of such housing will ultimately generate noise complaints, and this can negatively impact one of the main economic engines that drives the local economy and could potentially limit Southwest's ability to add flights to connect Tempe and Phoenix area travelers to places that are important to them. Southwest urges the City Council to consider the unintended consequences of this proposal and the potential impacts it may have on operations, as well as future growth at Sky Harbor Airport. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Speaker 71, Roberta Miller. Speaker number 71, Roberta Miller. Okay. Moving on, speaker number 72, Gary Summers. Is Gary Summers available? All right. Speaker number 73 is Bill Ruiz. Oh, there we go. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Bill Ruiz, and I'm a resident of Phoenix, lifelong Arizona native. And with respect to all the testimonies that you've heard tonight about those that struggle with the cost of housing, the cost of gas, low-paying wages, my remarks to you tonight are going to reflect on a particular topic as it relates to labor and the workforce. I'm a member of the Arizona Carpenters Local Union 1912, and I have many brothers and sisters that were here with me today. I know the decision before the council is highly controversial, and your vote will affect working families here in Tempe and in the surrounding communities. A lot of what you see in Tempe and in the surrounding cities, the construction that you see along the I-10 corridor were built by union carpenters. The training and skills our workforce possesses is evident in much of the skyline in downtown Tempe. We are a safe, competent workforce, and we're stronger than ever. Mayor and members of City Council, if you decide to begin negotiations and give tax breaks to billionaire developers, you must ensure that the way the project is built reflects on the values of our workforce and our community. The council should consider a community benefits plan that includes local procurement opportunities in connection through design, construction, and operation of the arena being proposed. If you proceed, there must be a good, safe, full-time career track jobs in the project construction and operation of the arena. Skilled workers are essential today, and any plan should require oversight and accountability along with hiring apprenticeship requirements. Incentives for contractors who hire local talent within the city and not out of state. Contractor transparency, including certifiable payroll records and reports. And above all, wage area standards must be enforced. I would recommend that any RFPs include specifics such as reporting compliance, non-compliance language, and a local commitment and community participation. An emphasis on training through vocational and accredited Department of Labor programs. On behalf of the local communities, the Arizona Carpenters Union stands with working class families to advocate for jobs, wages, and benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Appreciate it. So please, no clapping, please. Next up, we have speaker number 74, Kim Gaffney-Loza. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I came here tonight with no opinion. I didn't know enough. But after listening to all the comments, I definitely think it's something that we have to consider. I remember, I think it was about 4 years ago, that the city had hired a consultant to look at the infrastructure of our city properties. And if I remember correctly, this property was one that they thought was most developmentally lucrative. I know there's a lot that has to be done, you know, to the property, and I know there's a lot of considerations. I don't know if the 4 tribes have been consulted on this at all. I'm sure there's probably archaeological things that need to be looked at, and that's something that, you know, may put a wrench in everything. I'm a little aggravated with Sky Harbor Airport. I value Sky Harbor Airport being close by. It's been a great convenience for me, but especially Southwest Airlines totally avoids the IGA requirement. That's the one I see the most going over my neighborhood. I live with it because it's a give and take kind of proposition, but I really don't like the idea of us being threatened, you know, with going forward with this, taking away the IGA, because they've also violated it as well. There may be conditions, the reasons that they have, but it doesn't matter. You know, there's give and take in everything. I have a great deal of faith in the city of Tempe and their staff to find creative solutions to problems in development and construction. And so I know that the staff does a great deal of work vetting different developers. So at this point, I really think that we need to look further. And so my vote is to go ahead with the RFP and look at it more. There's been many RFPs that have not gone through after negotiations. This may be one of them, but I think we should give it a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So if we can also make sure we get speakers 75 through 80 queued up next, 75 through 80. You'll be happy to know, though, after this, that's my first one's here, but then I just have cards, so we're actually getting to the end of my original sheets, so things are moving. 75 is Captain Jeffrey Seaton.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, please, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sedin. I represent the Airline Pilots Association as the chairman of the Airport and Ground Environment Group. I'm a line captain of a major airline, have been flying as a pilot for over 40 years and 25,000 hours of flying time. Just last October, I was in Tempe speaking about airport and runway safety with the Arizona Airport Association. I will not speak about the additional costs the airlines will incur due to limiting the passengers and cargo allowed on the aircraft or the additional time flights will need, not being able to use the south runway. The airlines will speak about that. I will not speak about compatibility issues. That is for local officials to decide. I will talk about safety. ALPA's motto, that's the Airline Pilots Association's motto, is schedule with safety. Safety is paramount in the aviation business. The height of the arena does not pose an issue. The height of the residents and the hotels are an issue and will be made worse during construction of these buildings. The hot weather in Phoenix lowers aircraft performance and brings aircraft close to these buildings under ideal conditions. Weather, turbulence, and any mechanical issues will lower these safety margins. The Coyote presentation earlier today showed a light show. This is a flight hazard to pilots. Authorized and unauthorized lasers are even a greater hazard. The other hazard, unmanned aircraft systems, otherwise known as drones. All large events bring unauthorized drone activity into those event areas. Once a pilot sees a drone, or once ATC visually or with radar sees a drone, all traffic will come to a halt at that airport. And this has happened at many events that are located close to airports. These are the issues, and only these issues are the ones I address and concern me, the Airline Pilots Association, and all pilots. And I believe they should concern the passengers then entrust their lives to professional pilots that fly the airplanes. Thank you for your time, and please reach out to us if you have any other questions or concerns about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Next up is speaker number 76, Andrew Velasco. Speaker number 76, Andrew Velasco. No, okay. Speaker number 77, Chris Amalathas. Chris Amalathas. Speaker number 78, Brandon Ortega. Brandon Ortega. No. Speaker number 79, I definitely know, Matthew Capaldi, yeah, come on up. Please state your name, place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Capaldi. I reside in Flagstaff, Arizona, and I represent the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and I'm here to piggyback on some of the comments my colleague Bill Ruiz made previously. And again, Mayor, it's a pleasure to be here. And regarding the previous speaker's comments, you do run a very tight ship on the meetings. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to speak on our experience. The Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters was instrumental in Las Vegas and Clark County, Nevada, regarding the Raiders Stadium and the Raiders move. Myself, being somewhat left-leaning, never thought I'd be in the same room with Sheldon Adelson, but I was, the billionaire owner of many of the casinos there. And we worked very closely with his organization as well as the Raiders, Clark County, the city of Las Vegas, in facilitating a community benefits agreement that worked for everyone, that worked for the Raiders, that worked for Clark County, that worked for the workforce, as well as the businesses that would benefit. And I've forwarded to Councilwoman Cubie earlier a copy of the community benefits agreement that was negotiated with Raiders, the Adelson organization, and labor, as well as the state and county. And it was very, very good. It's an excellent document. I suggest you use it as a template to follow. It was definitely hurting cats. If you've ever had to deal with casino owners, trust me, this is a cakewalk too. So we actually look forward to working with every organization possible to address the concerns that you've heard from Unite Here, our brothers and sisters in that organization, as well as many of the residents and such. We want to see those concerns addressed. We don't want to be a no. We want to be a partner. We want to find that conduit that works for everyone. And one thing in particular to us, too often we hear lip service when it comes to workforce development. A lot of people talk about it, but when it comes to actual policy and policy implementation, we don't see it. This is an opportunity to make sure that we use this project to train the workforce needed here in the state of Arizona and throughout this region. So I think an apprenticeship requirement, using this as a training ground for that technical certified workforce that we need is a great opportunity. And we look forward to working with all the parties involved to make sure that we develop a necessary consensus among all the stakeholders to make sure we move this forward in an appropriate fashion. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you more.
Excellent. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Speaker 80, Kelly Marie. Is she out of the virtual room?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay, she's gone. All right. All right, so I'll need to get speakers 81 through 85 queued up. Speaker number 81 is Darlene Justice. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This is a really important meeting. This is a really important decision that you all have to make. I want to thank you for previous decisions that you've made regarding Tempe Town Lake, light rail, streetcar, neighborhood circulators, Papago Park Preserve, historic preservation of all our great assets and that. Also for Hometown for All, and Mr. Mayor, for the 50% development fees that go for affordable housing. I don't think everyone in here knows about that. We have 4 or 5 locations on Apache that are going to be, it's Tempe property is going to be developed into affordable housing. I commend you very much for that, also for supporting our police and adding new police recently. I'm concerned with some of the rhetoric that has been sent out to everybody. I'm disappointed with words like secret closed-door meetings being gamed, implying that today's meeting is just under the guise of an open meeting. I know better than that. I also know that you haven't been meeting with people until now is the time to consider if you're going to go forward with those meetings and to make some decisions. I'm a longtime resident of Tempe, and I'm very concerned also with the heavy-handed threats from Phoenix Sky Harbor. I am very concerned. I am for safety of Sky Harbor. I'm for safety of Tempe. I'm really concerned when they start talking about pulling back our IGA. We fought for years to get that IGA. If we had not had that, Sky Harbor, Phoenix Sky Harbor, not Arizona Sky Harbor, not Maricopa Sky Harbor, Phoenix Sky Harbor would have turned planes directly over our neighborhoods like they did going to the west over historic homes and that along Grand Avenue. So that IGA does protect us. But we've also seen in documents that certain housing can be there if it is mitigated, if the sound has been mitigated. The IGA was to protect single-family residents and multifamily residents that had already been built. And the Sky Harbor was expanding. And when they expand, we were getting more and more noise and that Things are better because we have planes that are less noisy. That has helped. Contours have changed, but there are provisions. I'm not saying just go forward with this, but I'm trying to get some of the facts out. But I don't know everything. You guys have the access to staff that can get things done. If you need to hire somebody else to look at something, please do that. But I know you're going to make the right decision. I'm really happy hearing all the hockey people talk about the different things for youth, for gay youth, for the veterans and that. We have a huge opportunity. We don't want to lose the opportunity, but is this the right place? You guys are the one that are going to have to decide that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, speaker number 82 was actually a duplicate, was Brendan Walsh, so I know he already was here, so.
Can't go again.
Speaker number 83 is Summer Baker. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor Woods and council members for holding this session. It's very important that we get community feedback for things like this, so I'm just really glad that you have given us this opportunity. I wish all city council meetings had this much attention, but I first want to say that I grew up going to Coyotes games and doing sports myself, so I know the importance of having athletics in your life. But I do have kind of a few issues with this deal. The developers say that this would come at no expense to the taxpayers. However, they want to, this project wants to include the government property lease taxes. I don't think this developer deserves any property tax breaks. Are Tempe homeowners going to get that tax break too? That would be great. So I don't support this for a couple of reasons. So as someone mentioned earlier, this contract is coming out from a failed deal that they had with the city of Glendale, which resulted in the $1.3 million in delinquent taxes. And that might have been from a human error that was made on their behalf, but still this is a business decision to consider. Several Coyotes own employees claim a toxic workplace environment, with others claiming delinquent bills and unpaid debts were a reoccurring theme, with several vendors complaining they had either not been paid or pressured to accept a significantly reduced portion that was owed for them for services and or goods. And I see these both being red flags for financial risks that would hurt businesses here in Tempe. And finally, this arena is going to increase traffic like a lot of other people have talked about. Pollution, our already limited water usage. It would increase taxes through other hidden usage. They want to have a 6% surcharge, they said, on all activities there. So that just increases the prices there, which not really for. And this would increase our homelessness population, just having the homeless people that are coming in from Scottsdale and then seeing that there's this big business here, so that they can see that as a potential target to kind of hang around and whatnot. So I can see an increase in that and a decrease in our skyline that we kind of already don't have. And I want to just kind of piggyback off of what the aviation representative from California said. I think this council should consider the priority and having this project be built where it is kind of interferes with the safety of Sky Harbor, so that should be something that we should really consider. And just really quick, there's a composting yard that already exists in that area, and as of recently, you have to pay for it now, but it used to be free, but Tempe residents could go there and get mulch for free, which kind of incentivized people to have their own gardens and to just be sustainable in that way, and having this project would take that away. So, and I know the Phoenix Zoo uses it for their waste too, and it actually creates really good mulch for gardening and stuff. So I would hate to see that go away because it is a very viable tool for the community. So I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, Next up is Speaker 84, Dustin Graffius. Is that correct? Oh. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
My name is Dustin Graffius. I live in Tempe. I lived in the Valley for 25 years or so now, and I just keep seeing traffic get worse and worse. And I'm just worried that this is going to add more traffic. And we don't seem to add more roads in Tempe, which makes sense. We're out of room. And we just keep adding bike lanes that nobody uses. So personally, I would rather see you, focus more on making the city better for the people that live here versus giving tax breaks to big business. So,
thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let me also now, next up, queue up speakers 85 to 90. 85 to 90. Speaker number 85 is Melissa Andrews. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for letting me speak today. My name is Melissa Andrews. I've been a season ticket member for the Coyotes for the last 5 years. I'm also one of 6 admins for a Facebook fan group, which we have over 6,000 members. I want to give you a personal account. I want to give you a personal account regarding the sport of hockey and the Coyotes and what they mean to me. I can speak for myself and pretty much every other hockey fan when I say hockey belongs in the state of Arizona and hockey belongs in Tempe. I love all sports and I'm very loyal to all Arizona's teams. Well, maybe not all of them, minus U of A because I'm a Sun Devil.
That's fair.
It wasn't until I attended my first hockey game that I realized how amazing this sport is. This game is the fastest, most exciting, and will leave you on the edge of your seat. I've never seen anything like it. Going to all 41 games, season after season, this is my way of life. This is my getaway from the everyday life of being just a family law paralegal. I have the privilege, because of hockey, to have met some of my very best friends, players, and even the owner of the team. Let me tell you, we are a different type of people. We are the most passionate, most loyal, and most dedicated. The odds, even when the odds have been stacked against us, we're still fighting. We're still here, and we are a family. I come to you today as a fan of this team and a fan of the sport in general. The sport of hockey has grown in our state at a rapid pace, and it's not stopping anytime soon. The more this organization grows, the more they will do for the community. The Arizona Coyotes Foundation and us fans have donated so much time and money to our communities around the state and different cities. The Boys and Girls Club, children's hospitals, Special Olympics, youth hockey programs, schools, local food banks, and many minority-owned businesses. Excuse me. Fans from all over the country, and even not just in the state, but everywhere, will be coming in to Tempe, if you approve this, and spending their hard-earned money, and drive up the revenue for nearby hotels, restaurants, and yes, even the airlines. I have talked to several Tempe business owners in my research of this issue. Many of them say they have taken a major hit because of the pandemic. And they have stated to me that if this project gets approved, it could be just what is needed to revitalize Tempe and keep their businesses going. I'd also like to address the reputation of Mr. Alex Morello. One thing I know about Mr. Morello is you tell him he can't, and he will make it work. He will make it successful, and he only continues to show that, even with all the misinformation about him out there. Him and his team are dedicated to keeping hockey in Arizona. For example, he secured our Coyotes partnership with Arizona State University.
And I'll give you another 30 seconds to wrap you up. So.
But you know what, I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay. That voting yes to continue negotiations would be in the best interest of Tempe and growing our game and the state. So thank you for giving me an opportunity. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. All right. Speaker number 86 was Supervisor Mary Rose Wilcox, who had to leave earlier, but she was here. Next up is speaker number 87, Philip Yates. Oh, there's. Good to see you, Mr. Yates. Please come forward to say your name, place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
For the record, my name is Philip Yates, and I'm the president for the Riverside Neighborhood Association. I have quite a few reservations about this particular proposal. This is right next to a residential area. This is Riverside and Sunset. They are a residential area, and we already have flight issues and noise issues right above our neighborhood. Everybody in this neighborhood seems to be very, very opposed to anything of this magnitude that would be, it will increase the noise in this area. Also, the traffic. I don't know if anybody's driven up and down Priest or Rio Salado during rush hour. It's pretty bad already. It's pretty bad. And I think that something of this magnitude would definitely increase that issue, that problem, no question about it. Also, people coming in and out, going out of Tempe that have visited or coming to visit the city of Tempe will miss flights. They're not going to make it to the airport on time to catch their flight. Our neighborhood, its traffic are going to be heavily hit by new traffic of people coming in and out of our neighborhoods, just our neighborhoods alone. None of my friends, none of my family are liking this proposal at all. We really are against it. I was really kind of relieved to hear the FAA come in and say they were against it. And also the Sky Harbor saying the same thing, that they were against this proposal. The rents are going to increase. There's no question about that either. It's Riverside and Sunset, they are affordable areas, and they would be compromised. People will move out because they simply can't afford to live there anymore. If we decide to proceed with negotiations tonight, which is what we are here to do, is to decide whether or not to pursue these negotiations, then I think that neighborhoods such as Riverside and Sunset need to be taken into consideration. Definitely, what can we do to help them, us? I'd like to thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Yates. Appreciate it. Next up is speaker number 88, Greg Ford. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Good now evening. Thank you very much. I'm Greg Ford. I currently just moved to Gilbert, but I was a resident of Mesa for about 20 years, approximately. I know there's been a lot of talk about what this is going to do to Sky Harbor and that kind of thing. I also work at Sky Harbor Airport for TSA, and I've been there for almost 20 years. And have been subject, as with TSA, we have been actually threatened by Sky Harbor to, if we can't get passengers through within a certain time frame, that kind of thing, they've threatened to privatize us because there's a privatization. I'm not going to go into that, but there's a way that they can privatize the screening at Sky Harbor and that kind of thing. To me, this is a no-brainer for the city of Tempe. My understanding is, I'm a little nervous, I've never publicly spoken, so I apologize. My understanding, there is no financial outlay for the city of Tempe initially. And it doesn't hurt to vote on looking at the prospective issues that will come up. Will there be issues? More than likely. But I believe that both parties Tempe, Phoenix, everybody can agree on the issues and come to an agreement and on a financial district that will benefit everybody, not only just the Coyotes, but the city of Tempe, city of Phoenix, and Arizona in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. If I can also now queue up speakers 90 to 96, and if you hear I'm not using a typical round number, it's because 96 is the end of my cards. So speakers 90 to 96, if you could get queued up, that would be great. But speaker number 89 is Uriah Lerner. Uriah Lerner. Is Uriah Lerner available? All right. Speaker number 90, Jacob Kirby. Is Jacob Kirby here? No? Okay. Speaker number 91, Elizabeth Banuelos. Elizabeth Banuelos? No? Okay. I think this one is a duplicate, I believe. Magdalena Morris. I believe that's a duplicate from earlier, I think. I just want to make sure, just to be. Can anyone confirm that for me? I just want to make sure I'm not skipping her and I'm not misremembering something here. I don't think so. Well, let's just say, Magdalena Morris, are you here? Okay. Yeah, I think it was a duplicate. The next card is speaker number 93, Jonathan Taylor. All right. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. My name is Jonathan Taylor. I'm a resident of Scottsdale currently, but I'm an Arizona native, born and raised. I spent 4 years at Arizona State, graduated in 2020. My hairline's already going the wrong way, and obviously this is very political. German, I guess, I don't know the vocabulary. But I'm not very much of a political person. No offense.
I was going to say, my hairline's been going the wrong direction for a while, too. We have a lot in common.
But I kind of just want to come here and share like a personal experience. Obviously, there's the people that have the impact of the airport, and then there's the economic benefits that the Coyotes can offer. But as a kid who played hockey in Arizona my whole entire life, I looked up to Shane Doan. He was a role model for me. Just interacting with the rink, I'm sure he doesn't remember me, but I remember him. I was 8 years old. He inspired me to want to be a better person. I mean, he's a role model in our community. I don't know if you know, he doesn't curse. He's a saint. He's a family man. He's giving back. And my thing is, if you look at what he's done for the people in our community, that's what's really the impact here, is it's the kids, you know? If you look at Lindsay Frye, or Austin Matthews, 2 great people that Arizona should be very proud of. We have one of the best goal scorers in the NHL right now, who's an Arizona native. Said he would went to ASU if he didn't take other career paths to get to the NHL. Like, it's those kind of peoples that we're just ignoring if we don't allow the Coyotes to thrive and succeed in the heart of our city. And I like Lindsay Frye, an Olympian from Arizona, but played ice hockey. She's done, I'm sure you've worked with thousands of females, young women, just developing them into being teammates, players, athletes, really showing them all the things they can do. So I took a bunch of notes, but like I said, I don't want to get into politics because, quite frankly, I don't really know. But I just think that it's vital that the Coyotes have a place to stay. I think Tempe is the perfect place for them. I truly believe we've had some bad years as Coyotes fans, but there's no pleasure without pain in the name of love. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. That was clearly the line of the night, so I can't top that. I'm going to go home right now. All right, next up is speaker number 94, Catherine Mancini. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Hi, good evening. I'm Catherine Mancini. I live in Tempe, Arizona. I'm a lifelong Tempe resident for the most part. I've lived about half my life in downtown Tempe. And I would like to echo some of the sentiments that I'm hearing in the neighborhood here in downtown Tempe, that number one, we are concerned about safety. I am also a safety professional. I'm still working the pandemic. It's not over yet, unfortunately. I wish it was. And I would like to echo any comments that the FAA has made this evening. I've listened to them very carefully since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And we must be concerned with safety. Tempe has always been talking about how we always must be concerned about safety. We spend a lot of money on our police force, so there's an obvious reason. And I know Councilmember Navarro understands about safety as well. So that is my main focus for this evening, is that we must consider safety. We cannot have a healthy community if we do not have healthy economics. And part of that is also focus. So my second point this evening is the focus on our residents and how this is going to impact them. It's great that we can have professional sports and live sports available. Unfortunately, live sports is now only really accessible to those who are privileged. In the meantime, we've lost our focus. We have a lot of people in Tempe that are suffering in downtown. Our rents have doubled in downtown Tempe, and that can be factually checked. That is not me being extra overburdening about that, but yes, they have. And we must focus on those who do not have homes in our city and those who are going to be having to leave our city because of economic reasons. So therefore, I implore you to consider safety and our economic situation here in Tempe and continue to focus on the most vulnerable. I love the Coyotes. I love hockey. I even met Wayne Gretzky when I was in my 20s. He was a cool guy. I just want us to consider that we do hockey later and possibly in another location. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mancini. Next up is speaker number 95, Zachary Powell. Zachary Powell, are you here? All right. And my last speaker card, speaker number 96, Jude Bazin. Please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y miembros del consejo. Me
Good.
llamo,
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council.
me llamo Jude Bassin.
My name is Jude Bassin.
Vivo en Mesa y yo trabajo en Tempe, en la universidad por Arapa.
I live in Mesa and I work in Tempe for the university, or at the university for Aramark.
El estadio de los coyotes podrá dificultarme encontrar vivienda accesible.
The Coyote Stadium will make it more difficult for me to find affordable housing
Y incrementar el pago de renta.
and make sure I can pay my rent.
El estadio de los coyotes me concierna porque esto me afecta.
The Coyote Stadium concerns me because it affects me.
Tempe merece mejor. Por favor, haga lo correcto. Digan no a los coyotes hoy.
Tempe deserves the best. Please say no to the Coyotes today.
Y yo trabajo de 2 a 10 de la noche. Ese me va a ser difícil de encontrar pasaje para irme. Yo tomo el tren y yo camino como 10 minutos para agarrar el tren.
I work from 2 to 10 p.m. and finding a ride home is difficult. I take the train at night.
Y peor aún, cuando hay juego, ese me va a ser difícil.
And I'm concerned that it'll be harder to get home when there are games.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience this evening wishing to address the City Council on this item? Mr. Palmer, please come forward and state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Yes, my name is Tim Palmer. I'm a 59-year resident of Tempe, and my family brought me here in late November of 1963. So I have vague memories of the Kennedy assassination, but I have very clear memories of what Tempe was like in the early 60s. It was dusty dirt roads, cotton fields, citrus orchards, cattle ranches. And I remember riding my bicycle down, Mill Avenue to where it ended at Baseline, and I was in the boonies. But what I want to say first and foremost is that one thing I haven't heard discussed here tonight is how the city of Tempe is going to manage this. And I don't know where the money's coming from or how this is going to be achieved, but I just would like to relate one experience I had this past Halloween night when I made the choice to go down the bridge into downtown Tempe on Halloween night, and the traffic came to a complete halt. And I sat and watched 8 lights go before I could even get down to the bridge and Rio Salado. It concerned me because of the safety of the entire bridge being filled up with cars, and I complained to one of you, and the response I got was, well, why would you even attempt to go down Mill Avenue on Halloween night? So I'm very concerned about the safety in Tempe. I'm a one-issue person. I believe strongly in traffic safety, and traffic safety is going at a snail's pace at this town, and I haven't heard anything tonight about how this city is going to be managed with this kind of development. And I want to say that I am a 25-year career individual in the commercial design field. So I look at all the glory of what this development is, and I look at it and I say, I'm somewhat in favor of this, but I'm concerned that the city is not going to be able to manage much longer under these circumstances. And some of you might know I'm a sports fan, so I probably would likely attend a hockey game. And I really would like to see the city managed well, and I don't see it happening. And one of the things I do remember for about 30 years is that the city of Tempe has been fighting with the city of Phoenix over Sky Harbor Airport, and here we are again, back in the trenches battling Sky Harbor Airport. And I'd like to see for once that Tempe could get along with the city of Phoenix. So I'd like you guys to figure out how to manage the city, and if you got to raise taxes, do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the city council? Get my attention? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Jacobson from El Mirage, Arizona. Really regret saying that publicly, but whatever. And I suppose I'm really kind of thinking of what I would say all day, and honestly, it would just come off as potentially emotionally manipulative, being, oh, heartstrings, I love the Coyotes, whatever. Also, that man over there, Shane Doan, is a saint. But realistically speaking, hockey can change lives. Sports, live sports, from the youth to the professionals, real world impacts. And on top of that, tax dollars and revenue from people flying in from different places, especially Canada. As a hardcore fan of this team for so long, Canadians really are a lifeblood of this organization and this team. Thank you very much, anyone watching. And please just consider the proposal. Just go to negotiations. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work out. You tried, right? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to address the city council, please get my attention. Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Alrighty. I didn't plan on speaking. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Tyler Meisterheim. I live in Glendale. I used to actually live in Tempe for a little bit. Everyone's faced it. Sometimes the drive to the games does suck. So my girlfriend and I decided to move across the street from Westgate. Not even 2 weeks later, the Coyotes announced they were going back to Tempe. I rolled over in bed, said, hey, guess where we're moving back to? Tempe. And you know, we might. But the hockey community has been great. I'm also one of the admins. Melissa was back there. She was up here earlier. I'm one of the admins for our Coyotes page. We have over 6,000 members on there. We're in full support. We've seen what happens at Westgate. It is a great place to be during games. Trying to think of what else to say. Like I said, I didn't plan on speaking. Donor, the Accardo family, Lindsay Frye, Javier Gutierrez, the owner. I've had the pleasure of meeting all of them. They want nothing but the best. Not for just this team, but for Tempe. They've already donated so much money to ASU. Go Devils. Yeah, that's all I really have to say is I don't see what you guys have to lose. All you're doing is going back there and talking about it. I see why yes wouldn't hurt just to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is anyone else in the audience wishing to address the city council? Please get my attention. Yes, please. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the council this evening.
Good evening. My name is Elena Jacobson. I'm also from El Mirage, Arizona. And I wanted to let you know that I am an ASU student. However, I choose to take my classes online because we can't really do the drive over here. However, if the Coyotes choose to move to Tempe and we approve this and we build it, we would be driving almost every single game over here from El Mirage. The 41 miles or whatever it is, more than happy to give you our business, our time, our tax dollars, everything. So I implore you to approve this so you can get my dollars, my husband's dollars. A lot of it's money. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the city council? Please get my attention. All right. I'll ask one more time. Anyone else in the audience wishing to address the city council before I close this portion of the agenda? All right. Seeing none, that concludes all of the live speakers. Now, I have the written comments. 228. I'm going to start reading. My colleagues have very generously offered to relieve me if my voice begins to go at some point. No, really? Oh, they didn't? Okay. Okay, a couple of my colleagues offered to help me. Not all 6. All right, here. Let's go. First one here is from John Nunez from Tempe, Arizona. I wish to register my opposition to the hockey center development. Owners have repeatedly demonstrated they are not financially responsible. Traffic is already at an all-time high. We'll create a bigger divide between North Tempe and Tempe. We'll put Tempe at odds with the FAA. Tempe can't afford it. Next one, I have Lance LeBun from Tempe. Looking many years into the future, I do not believe that a professional ice hockey arena is the best use of space in Tempe. Looking 5 to 10 years in the future, how many people are going to be able to afford to travel to sporting events, either from out of town or from across the valley? Without people attending the events, the hotels and restaurants will generate little tax revenue for the city. Tempe has done a good job of having a diverse tax base, and the Tempe Town Lake was a brilliantly creative use of a unique resource. On the other hand, when Tempe has tried to follow other cities, such as building a performing arts center, the results have not been beneficial to the community. In the case of the Performing Arts Center, neighboring cities already have them, and so Tempe came late and is not competing effectively for audiences. The time for local governments to help professional sporting teams has passed. Tempe has been a leader many times. Let's not be a follower on sports venues. Next, yes?
Can I make a suggestion? What if we just read those from Tempe, who live in Tempe?
Well, I think I should read them all at this point. I mean, I've already kind of communicated to the clerk that they were all going to get read, so I want to make sure I'm being consistent. So, so thank you, I appreciate it. Next up is Arthur Vigil from Phoenix, Arizona. Comment here. Not in favor of the hockey development. The area around the airport is already crowded. The stadium should be located in an area that is directly adjacent to a light rail station. These stadiums do not generate business as everyone imagines. They are more of a liability long-term. The entire Tempe Town Lake area is overdeveloped with corporate users that it feels like a suburban office park rather than a true neighborhood. These big developments are all missing the element of quality neighborhoods that people enjoy. Tempe Town Lake should be the center of convivial activity, but despite the large projects, it's relatively dead and lifeless. This stadium away from light rail will only be a traffic nightmare. Money would be better spent creating quality, complete neighborhoods that everyone will enjoy, especially those who are not hockey fans. The community needs quality neighborhoods for everyday life. Next up is Samantha Baskin from Tempe. I would like the City Council to consider the tax implications of welcoming the Coyotes' history to Tempe. The owner of the organization does not have a historically great track record of working with the city where the team resides. It must be ensured that the Coyotes pay a fair city tax because bringing the organization to Tempe will require major infrastructure enhancements and other burdens to the city. If they cannot commit to that, then I would ask the City Council not allow them to bring their business to Tempe. Next one is from Niles Wright from Tempe. I'm in favor of the proposed hockey center development. As a longtime resident, I support projects that enhance our city and bring much needed tax revenue to our community. I would also like to request that careful consideration be given to any impact on the environment and residents in the immediate area. Next up is Dale Brandt from Tempe. I would love to have a professional hockey team nearby in Tempe. I attend the Coyote games before they moved to Glendale. I never went to a hockey game in Glendale due to the time it takes to travel there. I plan on attending the games at ASU next season. Next up is James Appleton from Tempe. As a homeowner in North Tempe on the north side of Tempe Town Lake, Arizona native, and someone whose family worked on the Coyotes project in the late 90s to locate the team to Los Arcos instead of Glendale, seeing another opportunity present itself to place the team and accompanying business on this side of town is tremendous. The good that this business, entertainment district, offices, and housing that will be brought into our neighborhoods is much needed and heavily supported by those in the area. This is our second chance to finally get this right for the long haul. As a property owner, voter, and taxpayer in the immediate impacted area, this is the type of thing I want my representatives to champion and push for making a reality. This team has been involved in the youth community, working with schools and boys and girls clubs to get kids active and engaged in the sport. They host their own youth skating and hockey lessons. Their players take the time to talk to every child excited about them, and that is never forgotten. We have the chance to better our kids' lives by putting them right in the heart of our city. Please keep these impacts in mind when considering the business proposals. Next one is from Richard Wasser from Phoenix, Arizona. As a Tempe business owner, I am in full support of the proposed arena and related development at Priest and Rio Salado. It will be a great addition to the city and provide jobs and economic development in the area. Next one is from Ryan Fiedler from Tempe, Arizona. I would like to voice my concern about the proposal to build a hockey stadium at Priest and Rio Salado. I believe it will negatively and significantly impact traffic in the area. I also believe that the economic cost of building a stadium with public funds will outweigh the benefit. The city of Glendale learned this through experience, and hopefully Tempe will not repeat the mistakes of that city. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Next one is from Courtney Borman from Tempe, Arizona. With all the places available on Rio Salado to the east of Rural to the 101, wouldn't it be a better location over by the old Karsten Golf Course? Or north of the 202 where the soccer stadium was? Easy access to the 101 and 202. Next one is from Jay Schroeder from Tempe. I oppose the development of a hockey arena for two reasons. First, professional sports over the years have priced out most people, particularly families, from attending games. With a successful team, playoff games, ticket prices are untouchable for most. Professional sports, by and large, are for the elite. And as a Tempe resident, I would prefer land use to be for activities that are accessible to all. Secondly, the Coyote organization does not have a good track record and sadly has a poor reputation. Next one is from Jordan Lowe from Gilbert. This district would further cement Tempe as the heart of the valley. Outside of regular business use, there is a need for a district like the one proposed to attract people for events and in general to spend dollars in the city. The Arizona Coyotes have a dedicated ownership group that is dedicated to providing a facility and community centerpiece that will be funded privately. You cannot allow the city of Phoenix to scare and fabricate numbers in their best interests. It's time for Tempe to stand up and partner with the right group and the right project. This is the one. A perfect end cap to an already amazing lake district that as a Gilbert resident, I can't wait to visit often. Maybe one day my son, who was Arizona born, will be a Coyote and follow in Josh Stone and Austin Matthews' leading scorer and MVP footsteps. Next one is from Leslie Clock from Tempe. As a Tempe resident, amateur hockey player, and hockey fan, I think that a professional hockey arena and other accompanying businesses like hotels and restaurants would be great for Tempe's economy and culture. Having an NHL team would really put Tempe on the map. Many of my friends and I have gone to very few Coyotes games in the past because the venue has been so far away. The proximity of a venue in Tempe would allow East Valley residents to see many more hockey games. It would be ideal if the Coyotes could subsidize some of the money that goes into building an arena so that the burden does not fall solely on taxpayers' shoulders. Considering that the Coyotes currently don't have a home, I feel like Tempe has some bargaining power. A hockey arena can also be used for other entertainment events as well, which should help to generate income. Next one is from Selena Coleman from Tempe, Arizona. I want to express my full and enthusiastic support for the city to proceed with negotiations with Blooper Development LLC on behalf of Morello Group and the Arizona Coyotes. The prospect of hosting a major sports franchise in Tempe is an exciting one and will hopefully revitalize the Mill Avenue district, which has been losing popularity and appeal for years. Tempe is a perfect destination for the Coyotes, being centrally located in the valley, and its proximity to the airport for welcoming away team visitors. Tempe would see huge economic and tax benefits from this, something which has been sorely lacking with the massive development projects by ASU and their many exemptions for municipal taxes. As a homeowner in Tempe and a parent of 2 young children, I see this as a great development for the city and would happily purchase season tickets once this project comes to fruition. I encourage council to vote yes on this proposal to move forward with the negotiations. Next card is from Nolan Williams from Tempe, Arizona. This opportunity, as outlined in the original RFP, could be very good for both parties involved. For Tempe, there's an opportunity to have a major sports arena, much needed housing, new jobs, and a huge inflow of funds from Hometown for All, our city's best initiative. Thank you, Nolan. All for relatively very small capital costs. The city should take this deal and negotiate hard with the understanding that new businesses and new people living in our city are worthwhile and in of themselves. Traffic concerns are overblown, as they always are, and as someone who has spent time in the immediate area, it is all the parking anyone could ever ask for. Next one is Ethan Thomas Howley from Tempe, Arizona. I live in Northwest Tempe, close to the proposed site of the hockey arena. I would not like to see this built in my neighborhood and am extremely opposed to any tax breaks or incentives being given to the developers. Our neighborhood is composed of many lower income families. Close proximity to a sports arena would encourage predatory property practices like Airbnb to increase and displace residents. Next one is from Molly Briggs from Tempe, Arizona. I'm a resident of Maple Ash, and I do not want the city council to continue negotiations with the Coyotes. I do not support the further development on the riverfront. I want the city to invest its time, energy, and resources towards parks, schools, and revitalizing Mill Avenue, which is a dismal, dirty, and drunken strip of debauchery. It's a lot of Ds. I do not think the Coyotes' corporate values reflect the city's commitment to diversity and more forward-thinking, wholesome principles. I've been to the current Glendale Stadium, which is a ghost town of dilapidated and empty restaurants, huge, unused, ugly parking lots, and filler box stores. This is not what we want for our beautiful, unique Tempe community. Finally, the city has not thought traffic through these small neighboring streets, and the stadium would completely exacerbate the problem. Please reject this proposal and focus on what residents want. Good parks, walkable streets, a vibrant arts and music scene, cleaned up streets with adequate housing for the homeless, and strong schools. Next up is Stephen Luttrell from Tempe, Arizona. Having a professional sports franchise in Tempe would only enhance the good image that the city has cultivated over the years. The benefit to surrounded retail businesses also goes without saying. Next one is William Fox from Tempe, Arizona. I strongly support proceeding to a formal negotiation phase for the professional hockey arena development project. This project will almost certainly attract many visitors to Tempe and increase tax revenue over the long run. Communities like Nashville, Columbus, and Raleigh have greatly benefited from hosting an NHL franchise. It would be a shame to further investigate to further investigate this attractive opportunity. Thank you. Next one is from Sam Campana from Scottsdale. Mayor and members of the council, we in Scottsdale had the opportunity to have the Coyotes in Scottsdale over 20 years ago. A citizens initiative kept it from happening. I believe then, as did a majority of the council, and still do, that the arena would have been a big value added to our southern reaches. Now Sky Song sits in that site, a most welcome addition too, but we could have had both. The large property to the west is now just going to be dense, although also needed, high-rise living. In the right location, not isolated from its fan base as it was in Glendale, it will be added value to your community. I wish you and your citizens every success. Former Mayor Sam Campana. Next one is from Ronnie Sue Lee from Tempe, Arizona. I'm a neighborhood association chair in Northeast Tempe. Regarding large developments in Tempe, my concerns lie in how much the developers will contribute to a radical pivot in Tempe towards, 1, having enough affordable housing, including for lower wage workers, 2, installing many more protected bike lanes for commuters, 3, having a very robust public transit system that encourages fewer cars on Tempe roads, includes more stops and stations for shorter walks, supports the transit needs of those who don't have cars and those work night shifts, and offers protection from the heat at each stop. Heavy investments in these should be a requirement for every developer in Tempe. We are far too behind to take a mild, moderate approach to environmental damage and affordable housing issues. Those who come to Tempe to make large profits must help Tempe accelerate Tempe's ability to address these. Thank you. I'll read a couple more, then I'll pass. I'll get to 25 here. Next one is John Malone from Tempe. I'm a longtime resident of Tempe and very proud of Tempe and feel that it has led the way on very progressive projects over the years. Town lake development, light rail, streetcar, etc. I feel the building of the hockey arena and entertainment center is another very positive opportunity for the city that will enhance our city in many ways. As always, there are pros and cons with the new project, but I see this project as having many long-term benefits for the city with very little downside, if any. I am 100% in favor of building a hockey arena entertainment center in Tempe. Thank you. Next one is from Barb Harris from Tempe. Hoping that council strongly considers traffic issues this project could create. The area is not designed for that amount of traffic and would impact many residents living within a few blocks. We recognize that it is often overlooked that many of us live in the downtown lake area, but this project would have a very detrimental impact on our properties and quality of life due to the traffic jams that will be created. Next one is from Jennifer McVaugh from Tempe. Hello, please do not allow the Arizona hockey team to call Tempe home. They are proven poor business partners, and we would like to keep the team out of our town. Thank you. Next one is from Kurt Corder from Tempe. I'm writing to the council in support of a yes decision by the council to proceed to formal negotiation on the proposal by the Morello Group and Arizona Coyotes to build a professional hockey arena, hotels, offices, retail, and residential on city land. I was very supportive of the mayor and council's decision to solicit ideas to maximize the benefit of the currently underutilized city-owned property near the west end of Town Lake. And while the city will have ample opportunity to negotiate the best possible outcome for the city and residents like myself, the proposal received provides an excellent vision for a mixed-use development that would provide more market-rate housing, shopping, sports, and entertainment. Having the Arizona Coyotes anchor the development would be an excellent addition to the entire valley, East Valley, which is currently lacking in local access to high-level sporting events. Next one is from Marion Durham from Tempe. Tempe residents need affordable housing for working families, not a multi-million-dollar sports facility. We do not need financial linkage to a developer and sports team owner whose reputation and history has been less than ideal for paying his bills, taxes, and fulfilling signed agreements. Tempe voters and taxpayers do not need the burden of facility, which will continue to cost us money, which will create traffic issues, and will not bring in the resources needed by the residents who live near the proposed building site. We need grocery stores, medical providers, and long-term high-wage employers. We do not need the Coyotes. Next is Brian Humphreys from Phoenix, Arizona. For the record, I am in full support of the Coyotes hockey arena in Tempe. Our family loves hockey and would look forward to attending many games in Tempe. It seems like a win-win to me for reviewing everything I've seen so far. Please get it done, Tempe. Next one's from Aaron Lloyd from Phoenix, Arizona. The Arizona Coyotes are an important part of our community. The Coyotes will bring jobs and economic viability to a current landfill. It is hard to imagine a better project than this that will bring people from all over the valley to Tempe. I strongly support the Coyotes development project and want a yes vote for Arizona Coyotes, the Valley, and Tempe. Please share my support with the mayor and council at the public meeting on June 2nd, 2022. The Coyotes have shown they are committed to Tempe through their partnership with ASU, and it is time for Tempe to return the favor and allow the team to move forward with this amazing project. As a father with young kids, I look forward to bringing them to games and other events in Tempe for years to come. Next up is Guy Finney from Phoenix, Arizona. There's a wealth of information the council is privy to that I am not, so I can only assess this from the perspective of someone who reads the news. With one exception that I believe can be successfully worked out, all the points seem to favor going ahead with the project. All private money, additional revenue for the city, additional residential, commercial, retail, and entertainment options for everyone in the valley. All wins for the city. Traffic on game nights is the one point I'm unsure of, but I don't see it as being so extreme that it negates the aforementioned advantages. Personally, I'd like to see a parking structure as part of the project, apart from whatever parking the commercial residential developments may have. Packed on game nights, it may still be useful for the retail sector on non-game days. Obviously, it should be paid parking to offset the cost of construction and maintenance. Game fans are already used to a $10 to $15 game charge for parking, so this won't be anything new to them. One of the considerations should be to not unduly affect traffic on ASU property. For me, I'd be taking light rail to any games I might go to. Seems like an easy decision to me, but as I said, you have more information than I do. Okay, I'll do another couple here, and I'm going to pass it. Next one is from Michael Hansen from Tempe. I'm in support of this arena. I do not feel the developer is asking for any unnecessary public money. I worry if we pass on this that the developer will move the project to nearby Salt River Reservation, and we will have all the headaches and none of the benefits. Thank you. Next one is Lindsay Steinberg from Phoenix. I'm currently a resident of Phoenix, Arizona, soon to become a Tempe resident in the fall. I've been a lifelong Coyotes fan, and I believe I can speak for many when I say the Coyotes would thrive in Tempe and also help Tempe thrive even further as a city. Not only do they plan on building a rink, but an entire entertainment district. Pair this with Arizona State University and the college students, it will give way for major profits across the city, as well as add many jobs to the area. To help the cause even further, as stated by the Arizona Coyotes themselves, this development is privately funded and is going to help turn nothing into a Tempe landmark. With that, I urge the council to work with the Arizona Coyotes to allow them to go through the development of the entertainment district and rink. And this one's from Justin Kolich from Tempe, Arizona. I personally would love an NHL arena in Tempe. As a recent graduate with an engineering degree, I think it would be another great reason to attract people to Tempe for games, as most of the population base lives in the Southeast Valley. I'm happy to pay more in taxes for this to be accomplished as well. I think the arena would be pivotal in growing the game of hockey in the state of Arizona as well, as new fans would be attracted to a new arena with an exciting team. All right, who wants to take some? Okay. I will give you this batch here. All right. Cool. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, everybody, I'm not the strongest public reader and I'm terrible with names, so this might add a lot to my blooper reel. The first comment is from Jana Granillo. Hockey proposal. My concern is the Coyotes build is for their financial reputation and history with their previous host city. What went wrong last time? What could go wrong again? What are the warning signs to mitigate and take action so that Tempe is protected? And finally, a concern for loss of tax revenues with the build. I am not anti-development if done smart, and it considers the impact of surrounding residential areas and overall city benefit. Next comment is from Mary Jane Bricka. The proposed hockey complex in Rio Salado, is that it? Oh, excuse me. I'm in favor of the complex. Traffic issues need to be addressed. Can a trolley type thing or something like a SkyTrain be built to connect the light rail across the river to the complex? Also, is there a way to connect Mill Avenue and the light rail and the trolley there? This would help bring in lots of people to the rest of Tempe's entertainment district. Next comment is from Alkia Victor. And the comments are, yes to proceed to discuss the project. I like that one. Next comment is Owen Grundle. And Owen says, oh my Lord. Owen wrote a lot.
I didn't deliberately get it.
You did this on purpose. I know you did. I've been a Coyotes fan my entire life, 20 years now. And I've been through all the highs and lows, way more lows than highs, while supporting this franchise. I never felt more confident in our ownership group. We have people who care for us as fans and the team in general. Youth hockey in Arizona is blossoming every year. Kids are intrigued by the sport and want to have a reason to watch. I grew up watching the Coyotes because I love hockey, but I learned that I love hockey in Arizona even more. I love the community and the environment we've created. We are inclusive, we are diverse, and we're trying to elevate the sport in the state on a yearly basis with new programs for all types of people. This is the first time I've ever felt this team could go anywhere. As a fan, it's my job to support them, but as a person, I have to be a realist, and as a realist, it's been really damn hard supporting a franchise while they've been in Glendale. Tempe, you've changed. Tempe, you are the change we've needed. You've given me and countless other fans hope. We have an owner that has intentions not only just making our lives better, but better for the city of Tempe and its residents. I love to being able to drive 15 minutes to Westgate to support the Coyotes, considering I live in Peoria, but this time I am done being content with Westgate and the situation the Coyotes are put in. I want to drive 35 minutes to Tempe. I want to be able to spend my money and my time in your beautiful city, and I want to have a reason to do it 41 times a year. This team has so much going for them, and as a fan base, we really care. Tempe, please, please. As an Arizonan, as a sports fan, as a lifelong Coyotes fan, this is everything to me. Your decision will impact my life in a massive way, no matter what you decide on, but please understand you're giving people like me and thousands of others across the state some hope. I don't want to worry about where my team will be next year. I don't want to worry where my team will be playing. I want them to play in Tempe, Arizona, and being able to attract fans from all over Arizona, not just one select part. Tempe, please, everyone reading this, please. This team is everything to me, and I know I'm not alone when I'm saying that. Make the right decision for your city and its trajectory. Make the right decision for the Coyotes and their diehard fan base. Make the right decision for Arizona by voting yes. Again, he's addressing me directly. If you're reading this, thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you make the right decision. It's very, very nice. Next is from Chris Lane, resident of Phoenix, and he writes, I believe the Arizona Coyotes are essential to bring the community of Greater Phoenix together and believe that this arena will be an asset to the city of Tempe for many years to come. Carol Ann Hagman of Tempe writes, Dear council members, I respectfully request the city council decline the proposal of the developer to build a hockey arena. The owner left the city of Glendale with a financial mess. The city of Tempe and residents should not allow it to happen a second time. We live with one of the highest inflation rates in the country. We should be fiscally responsible and not deal with a high-risk situation. In addition, the traffic in the area is already overburdened. Let's not make matters worse. Kind regards, Carol Hagman. Next is Trent Hess of Arizona. He says, please vote yes. This is good for Tempe. Dump the dump, build the TED. Make that to a hashtag. Alec Bushman of Gilbert writes, the city of Tempe should agree to build the Coyote Stadium. It's in a massively popular area and will only bring business to the city. I've tried to go to 10 games a year in Glendale, but the commute during rush hour on weeknights made it very difficult. I know I speak for myself, my family, and this community when I say the Coyotes being in Tempe would be huge for them and the city. The Coyotes have plenty of loyal fans, a majority of whom live in the East Valley. I know that I and many others will convert to season ticket holders and spend our money at the stadium and in the city of Tempe, so you give the Coyotes a home there. Fletcher Hickey of Tempe, Arizona writes, as a Tempe resident, I'm cautiously optimistic about the prospect of the Coyotes moving to Tempe. I am a hockey fan and a casual player, so I've seen firsthand the amount of work these owners have put into growing the game, supporting youth, and specifically women's hockey in the Valley. I do not support a blank check given to the team, and their financial issues are well documented. However, if they present a reasonable proposal where the billionaire and millionaire owners of the team have the risk of investment in the city is only on the hook for the cleanup of the site and expanding infrastructure, I think the investment is wise. Do not support cutting costs at any department outside of the police to make this happen. I do not support a special taxing district beyond to cover the cost of city responsibilities, and the team should be responsible for any cost overruns. Annie King of Tempe writes, do you remember why Tempe Town Lake was developed? It was started as a main recreational area providing parks, multi-use paths, a lake for recreational sports and activities, our own mini Central Park in the middle of Tempe. Over the last decade plus, that focus has changed where office, high-rises, condos, apartments, parking areas have taken over the area. You can't see the lake from most of the freeway anymore, adding another huge development that includes an arena completely changes the focus of the area and will cause congestion. Don't do it. Let us enjoy the lake. Cramming another development of this magnitude will destroy the outdoor recreation we have left on the lake. Get creative. Let the developers purchase an arena where Oceanside or Big Surf are. Why not build a new ice rink where Oceanside is? Don't build bigger just because you can. Ryan Bletcher of New Mexico writes, hello, yes, please vote yes on the Tempe Entertainment District to Tempe and the Coyotes to Tempe. That is what it says. I live in New Mexico. My family is on the east side of the valley in Gilbert. We would enjoy more games on a closer drive as well as bars, restaurants, entertainment. Thank you. Joshua Q. Collins of Mesa writes, the Coyotes Arena proposal would bring a lot of cash into Tempe. I have been a season ticket holder for 10 years and live in Mesa. I spend a lot of money in Glendale and I'm happy to bring that business to Tempe. I'm hoping the deal proceeds to some more negotiation and appreciate your review of this note. Adam Guy of Levine writes, hello, as a resident of the Valley, this is an amazing opportunity for Tempe, the premier place for family, visitors, and everyone in between. The Tempe has done so much for the Valley, and being so close to ASU will make the sport of hockey blossom, and it requires no public money. I ask for a yes vote. Thank you. Kaylee Northrup of Tempe writes, this is a bad idea. There's a reason why Glendale ended their agreement with the Coyotes. You would think this would have a good return on investment, but it won't. It will create more traffic, which Tempe has shown for some time we can't handle. And I know you will vote yes because this isn't actually, because hold on, she kind of did a capitalization thing. This isn't actually coming to a new arena. It just allows for a proposal. Got it? But it would be remiss if I don't remind you this is still a bad idea and you should vote no today and stop before it goes too far. Jeffrey Sloan of Sherwood Park writes, hello, City of Tempe. My name is Jeffrey Sloan, and I'm from Alberta, Canada. Visiting the great state of Arizona is something I enjoy doing, and it's because of the Arizona Coyotes. I've gotten to know the city of Glendale very well, and I have enjoyed patronizing local businesses from Westgate to the Thunderbird Conservation Park. It's sad to see the Coyotes leave Glendale, but it's a great opportunity for me to explore the city of Tempe over the next 3, hopefully more years. As a Coyotes fan, I would show up and watch them play in a rundown shack, let alone at one of the top universities in America. The idea for a new arena being built in Tempe is an amazing thought. I would not only entice Coyote fans like myself to visit in Tempe, but hockey fans from all over the world. I know a lot of Canadians who like to call Glendale home during the winter who would gladly make the trek southwest and call Tempe home. See you at ASU in the winter. Jeffrey D. Goulier writes, as a 10-year Arizona hockey season ticket holder and avid hockey fan supporter, I encourage the council members to support a proposal with a yes vote. This is much more than just hockey. Granted, I know myself and thousands of other lifelong Coyotes fans will spend 41 plus days a year on that property going to games, shopping, dining, pre and post game. But hockey or your typical sports franchise, the Coyotes and their leadership team are about family and the family experience. My daughter was diagnosed with epilepsy 9 years ago, and sadly she was bullied at school for being different. Knowing how much she loves the Coyotes, I reached out to the Coyotes Foundation if there was anything they could do to help brighten her spirits. I cannot tell you how proud of the moment as a parent I was when I was able to ask my daughter through the team if she'd be willing to go bowling with the players. The players and staff were all amazing, took the time to listen to her and getting down on her level, cheering her on each time it was her turn to bowl, a night neither her nor I will ever forget. I know that I'm not the only one with experiences like this. So beyond the revenue aspect, which are a key factor I know, I can only picture the endless children like my daughter to experience exciting life events that she did that evening, all the while in the great city of Tempe. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Duran Samuels of Laguna Beach writes, hello Tempe, my name is Duran Samuels and I wholeheartedly say that this deal's an absolute win for your city. I ask of you to listen to what this arena entertainment district happen, not the naysayers and the pundits who do not want the Coyotes to succeed. This deal is privately funded and will transform the old landfill into a thriving entertainment district for everybody. Taxpayers aren't paying for anything. All we want is to give you is, hold on. All we want is for you to give us the land and we can start building what will be an absolute awesome venue for everyone in the city. Think about it this way. The Coyotes finally get a fresh start to thrive in Arizona. A proper location. ASU's men's and women's basketball teams will get a new facility, which would save them money rather than fixing up the old desert financial arena. The district's numerous amount of jobs, which will open them up for construction workers and then businesses, will make the shops in this entertainment district, creating more revenue for tourism for your city to benefit from. Approve this incredible deal. We want to be here forever and be part of the community. Do it for me, do it for you, the Coyotes, Tempe, ASU, Shane Doan, Matt Short, Leighton Accarado, vote yes. Jason Chin writes, Gilbert writes, I'd be over the moon to have an entertainment district in Tempe. I wanted to be the Coyotes season ticket holder since the day I moved to Arizona, but the West Valley is just too far from Gilbert. My kids absolutely love these games, and they're the only function that gets us all together as a family without screens. They're memories I really cherish, and I can't imagine losing them to a team moving elsewhere. The fact this is a privately funded venture will bring me to the city where I would never go otherwise to spend money and provide revenues that seems like a no-brainer. I heartily support this proposal and hope the city will move forward. Last one. Darren Robiage, I think that's Robiage, yeah, of Gilbert writes, also a book. A couple of years, I spent a significant amount of time in Tempe. A couple of years ago, I spent a significant amount of time in Tempe, and I really marveled at how it had begun to transform itself into an international feeling type city. A professional sports franchise certainly continues to add to this overall international feel of the professional NHL franchise, is a perfect partner in order to continue this path forward. Additionally, this seems like a home run from a financial standpoint. I know when I drive to Glendale, I spend a significant amount of money when I attend the games, both in the arena and the neighborhood businesses around the arena, due to a much more favorable location with the new arena proposal. I would not only continue to do this, but it would increase significantly. In the past, Gila River Arena has been a major component of my life, not only from a personal perspective, but also a professional one, and the relocation and partnership within the city of Tempe will only reinforce this further. This said, I do understand some potential reservations the city may have, but as someone who has sat through a significant amount of things like city council meetings with the city of Glendale in regards to the team in the past, it is abundantly clear to me throughout the years that the city of Glendale has ultimately been the Coyotes' biggest problem. With this new, engaged, and well-funded ownership, a separation from Glendale in tow, I feel there are a lot of issues that have been so prevalent, and in the case of certain agenda-driven reporters like Katie Strang of The Athletic, extremely exaggerated, will be left in the past and in the past team. In partnership with the new municipality, hopefully Tempe can continue to shine. This proposal, from where I sit, is an absolute no-brainer. This proposal, from where I sit, is an absolute no-brainer and must be approved. It's enormously beneficial to the city, its residents, the team, the fans, and the NHL long-term. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Keating. Councilmember Cubie.
Ruben Rivera, Phoenix. This is a game-changing project for the city of Tempe and for all fans of the Coyotes. Hockey belongs in the desert, and Tempe is the perfect place for this team to have a permanent home. Approving this project is an absolute no-brainer. Eric Bales, Tempe. The Coyotes organization didn't cover themselves in glory in the relationship with the city of Glendale, and yet you would invite them into our town? Earlier this week, the Coyotes emailed me an invitation to get drunk at Varsity Tavern in the hours before the public meeting so that I could be part of a raucous, childish, selfish crowd howling in support of this risky proposal. May I suggest in these tense times that the city of Tempe restrict itself to business with honorable organizations and not those that seek to undermine their partners and have a clear track record of doing so. Somebody's funny wrote Jimmy Hoffa, but American Labor Union, but it's really Tim McKinstry, who's a Tempe resident. Please do your homework and don't give the farm away. The city of Tempe should not give so much away to every single developer. Do we have enough water to support this development? If you go forward, please include a streets portion of the development that includes making sure the surrounding streets are in better condition than when the project started. Learn from past mistakes. Traffic, pedestrian, and cyclist friendly, Vision Zero has to be included in the development. Do not allow the development that does not put safety at the forefront. Do the right thing. What mistakes did Glendale make in their wooing of the Coyotes? Please don't make the same mistakes. Justine Hecht, Tempe. I very strongly oppose building the Coyotes Stadium in the city of Tempe. At this time, city residents are facing ever-increasing costs of housing, with landlords who are able to charge whatever they want, while also not maintaining their properties, and wages are not high enough to cover the increasing cost of living. Our houseless population continues to grow, and Tempe offers few to no services for these neighbors. It is more than time that the city put the needs of the people who live here now first and stop spending money in developments that only worsen the aforementioned problems. The most recent affordable housing proposal is not enough. The city must act to curb unjust landlord actions and increase the hourly wage and provide services to houseless people. As long as money is spent on entertainment for consumerism rather than community needs, people in Tempe will continue to struggle. Paul Kent, Tempe. Whoops. I trust that Tempe staff and elected officials would protect its citizens from any of the incredibly bad terms and conditions, negative impacts, agreements, and loopholes that Glendale and/or related entities experienced if the decision is to negotiate. The site in question already has a big loophole issue in that the Idea Campus developer did not have to build a phase since its remediation costs hit the limit that allowed them not to build the future phase, and the site sits unfinished on the south side of the parking garage. This is the type of thing, along with the issues experienced for years in Glendale, that I trust my city officials, staff to not allow to happen again. Terry Oxley, Phoenix. The proposal to privately fund and build the new arena in Tempe makes a lot of sense. Council should adopt this now. Once a reality, you will see me more often in Tempe. Right now, I go there once a year when a friend flies into town to visit a relative. If you want my dollars on a regular basis, build as directed in the arena proposal. P.S. Do what's best for Tempe citizens, not interest groups from Phoenix and Glendale. Seth Hare, Gilbert. I support the building of the hockey arena and the business residential district associated. This will generate revenue for the city in a district that currently generates no revenue, provide much needed accommodations and jobs, and present zero risk to the city itself as it's privately funded. There's no risk of loss or accidents with Sky Harbor, which is a City of Phoenix facility that serves the Valley area. Additionally, there are multiple other airports and airport facilities that are able and ready to take on the growth to better serve the Valley. This project is a slam dunk for the residents of Tempe and the greater area as a whole. Karen Shedler, Tempe. I approve of the city of Tempe moving forward with potential plans to allow the Arizona Coyotes hockey franchise to build on the designated site. As a resident of Tempe for 51 years, I believe this will benefit our city as it will provide a professional sporting venue, improve the current blighted view of that area, enhance revenue, and conform well with planning for a futuristic city that is responsive to the diverse needs of its residents. Thank you. Susan Soroka, Tempe. I'm urging city council members to vote no on continuing negotiations with the Coyotes team. Having this organization reside in the city of Tempe is not beneficial to residents or the city. A best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. I am certain council members and Mayor Woods know the history of the Coyotes organization with respect to their host city, Glendale. Please listen to your constituents and other surrounding entities that do not support having the Coyotes in Tempe. Thank you. Caitlin Anderson, Phoenix. I'm in favor of building a hockey stadium in the proposed location. I believe it will have a favorable economic impact on the area and will help generate additional interest in ASU's growing hockey program. Please consider approving this proposal. Dylan Henderson, El Mirage. We got a big El Mirage turnout tonight. I wanted to write to you encouraging a yes vote to begin negotiations on building an arena, partly for the Arizona Coyotes. I do not currently live in Tempe, but as a supporter of the team, I will have more reason to visit and spend money in the city, and there are tens of thousands of people in the same boat. The land currently brings virtually zero value to the city of Tempe, and such a state-of-art development will surely bring tons of sales tax revenue and increased prestige for the city of Tempe. For this reason, I strongly encourage a yes vote. Jeffrey Placencia, Mesa. I've been a season ticket holder for the Coyotes for over 3 seasons. I spent the last 3 years commuting to Glendale for Coyotes games and don't think for a second that I enjoyed that commute. It was terrible. I live in East Mesa, and the idea of Coyotes moving to Tempe take all my money. I'm an ASU graduate. I love the city of Tempe. Continuing the awesome memories of the city with the addition of the Yotes. Sign me up ASAP. Please get this arena deal made. People want it. Team wants it. Let's make it happen. Ethan Mazarius, Tempe. I would like to convey that I wish for the city not to move forward with the negotiations for the proposed hockey arena. Being a nearby resident to the proposed site, I have concerns regarding the impact it would have on transportation. Currently, the area has less than ideal alternatives to driving, and I fear the addition of a large sports complex would encourage the building of more car-centric infrastructure in the area. I also have concerns that the intended occupant of the area, given a track record with other cities, specifically their history of withholding payments to municipalities and the potential for them to push the city to give them large tax breaks and other incentives. If this was just an issue of allowing the development itself, I would have fewer concerns. However, it is the developer's intention to charge the residents of Tempe for the privilege of them building a hockey arena in one of the most desirable areas in the state. Then I see there being a number of key priorities that the money would be much better spent on. Eric Tonies, Tempe. Yes to pursuing development with the Arizona Coyotes, but any agreement needs safeguards that the city will receive all tax dollars due for any similar business in the city. Sean Burke, and just Arizona. To the council, while I'm not from Tempe originally, I'm a loyal and native Phoenician. I've spent my life on the west side of town traveling to Coyotes games. While it's amazing as a fan of my hometown team to be up in the street from them, my heart knew they would not be financially viable on the west side. When I knew it was time for them to move, I came to terms with this fact that going to Tempe was the best option. I might not like the fact the franchise is moving 45 minutes away from me, but it's important to keep the franchise in the valley. I beg of you, in accordance with the thousands of other Arizona Coyotes fans, to please save this franchise. It is through you and the city of Tempe we will have a professional sports franchise that has provided countless numbers of moments to loyal fan base over the last 25 years. Chris Lawrence, Tempe. Uh-oh, it's a long one. Everybody get some coffee. This is
I was going to say, what I was going to do too is also keep an eye. I'm going to look here too at the ones that say that they want them read. I think there's maybe only 2 or 3 more that have actually specifically asked them to be read, and I'm going to find those, and we can probably cut this a little short. So yeah. Yeah. So look, there's a couple of folks I know.
They didn't. Yeah, this one doesn't want to be read, so, I mean, I'll take this. This is Jay Zimmer from Marana. Oh, see, this is support for, just provide written comments for review. Okay, Christopher Hansen, Phoenix, and provide written comments for review. So, okay, done. That's written, it doesn't have to be read. Oh, it doesn't have to? No. No, it says provide.
What you'll see, council, is a lot of them under please select an option. Many of them say provide my written comments to the council prior to the meeting for their review. So if it says that. I know there were a couple of people, Ron Tapscott who asked for his to be read, and I believe Phil Amorosi who asked for his to be read. So if we can just look for those 2.
Phil?
Yeah, I know they specifically reached out in advance and said, I want mine read.
I have Phil's.
You have Phil's? Councilmember Adams, do you want to read Phil's if you have?
Sure. Yeah. Want to look at these? Yeah, look at those.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
This is from Phil Amorosi, Tempe. Mr. Mayor and Council, don't be fooled by the bright, pretty drawings with exaggerated perspectives. Look behind the slides. If Mr. Morello is actually privately financing his entertainment district, why is he asking the city to create special taxing district so he can rake in all the sales tax for the next 10 years? He'll claim it just so he can recoup his costs of the remediation of the soil. I bet the city would do it cheaper on their own without the burden of with an empty arena and get something that the neighbors really want in that spot. The city won't see a penny in sales tax, but it will have to pay for the EMTs and the police that have to go there. Let's do an independent traffic study. Your new maintenance yard just west of Priest already got an F grade for not being able to turn out onto Priest. After it gets built, there will be a lower grade than F for the neighbors who won't be around. Will people venture out to Mill when they visit? Doubt it. After hassling with the traffic, they'll give their money to Mr. Morello and leave. Mr. Morello also has threatened to leave 10 years after the gravy train runs out. Then Tempe will be stuck with an empty arena. The valley is already saturated with arenas, theaters, and stadiums. People only have so much entertainment dollars to spread around. This is not the best use. They do want to live and work in Tempe, so let's use the land for something that people want, that the taxpayers can make money off of from day one. Thank you for your time. Did you have some?
Thank you. Did anyone find Mr. Tapscott's email by chance? Not found it yet either? Because it looks like it might be the only one left.
I don't see his. I don't have any more to read, Mr. Mayor.
I don't think,
These are all.
okay. I think I might have it in my email.
I have it here.
You have it, Councilmember Q, would you like to read it, please? Thank you.
Sure, he sent it to you and me. Mayor and Council, our elected representatives about to issue Act 3 of the Theater of the Absurd. The first act was months of secret and behind-the-scenes Alex Murillo whining and dining, lobbying, and throwing money around. Act 2 was the issuance of an ill-thought-out RFP, one that only Alex Murillo and Team Gambling could respond to, one devoid of open documentation and analysis, one that set the stage for legal and relationship issues with Phoenix and Sky Harbor by violating the IGA. The pending Act 3 would have us believe history is irrelevant. This, the weirdest of all acts, is self-flagellation as a form of denial. Can't we consult with our partner cities and learn from their experience? Can't we read a newspaper? Pick up the phone, ask Glendale, ask Tucson and the Tucson Convention Center, ask Nevada, where Murillo was sued for over $450,000 of unpaid license fees. The Culinary Workers Union, who called for a state investigation into Murillo's impending purchase of the SLS Las Vegas, asked the NBA and the Atlanta Hawks. What will they say? Murillo does not honor his commitments and has questionable financials. But you know that. Your own city staff's financial analysis scored them in the basement. Why would one be surprised that the Tempe citizenry is pondering that the fix is in? Lest we forget, the city development processes and council have been corrupted in the past. It's documented. The city council has all the necessary information to terminate the current RFP and begin another. And I'm not buying that they'll sue us. Let them. Protecting Tempe from scam artists and charlatans requires courage. A more presentable and rational RFP would be open to all potential projects and developers, one that does not rely on tax giveaways, and one that attracts honest, bill-paying, less sketchy developers. You have a responsibility to the taxpayers to ensure that deals that may look good on public relations materials or on developer handouts don't collapse, leaving the taxpayers on the hook. An exhausting continuation of this process launches a campaign of attrition, one that exhausts Tempe residents and gives sketchy Murillo the opportunity to wine and dine and pump money into campaign financing. Posture, philanthropy, marketing efforts as well. More secret behind-the-scenes arm twisting and cajoling. I'd rather skip the energy-draining sideshow and focus on the complicated and complex issues we are forced to face. The affordable housing crisis, the growing number of unsheltered residents living on our street, swelling traffic volume. I would rather learn from history, not repeat the known history that is documented and obvious, and rather not become the laughingstock of who got played the fool by Alex Murillo, Ron Tapscott, Tempe resident.
Sounds good. Thank you, council. Really appreciate it. So the rest of the comments that people noted were fine to be just simply included for the council for their review. So, and those are will all be available to the public as well. But want to make sure that we have enough time, because once again, we have a midnight cutoff here, so I want to make sure we have enough time for council discussion and also executive session if needed. I'm going to ask let's just go in the order here just to make sure. So number 6 is city council discussion. I'm going to look to the council to see if there's any conversation, questions that you have. Once again, I'm going to try to limit everyone at least to 1 or 2 questions. It doesn't mean you can't ask more, but I want to make sure that everyone's involved in the conversation if they want to be. So with that, I will look to my colleagues and see if there are any questions that anyone has. Councilmember Cubie.
Do you have a couple of questions for the Coyotes, whether it's Nick or Xavier? So back in the day, when I first met Mr. Murillo, I presented information about a CBA, Community Benefits Agreement. We see across the country when there are successful sports stadiums involving public subsidies and tax breaks, there usually is a Community Benefits Agreement that comes along with it. And I said, skip to the future. On the website, you commit to pay the prevailing wage for major subcontractors for their arena only. So I want to ask you, why not for all the subcontractors? Like you heard from the Carpenters Union. What is a non-major subcontractor? Are they not worth the prevailing wage, which is essentially a minimum wage for skilled labor? And just for the arena, why not for the entirety of the project? Is there a labor agreement or a PLA which will ensure that workers who are going to be given the prevailing wage are treated fairly, because a PLA will enforce the prevailing wage? When is that going to be done? What is the status of prevailing wage and PLA for all workers
So I think
that are building the building?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Cubie, we have been in discussions with representatives of union labor. The Morello Group has a long-standing relationship with union labor. For example, in the Grand Sierra, okay, which is the largest resort hotel in Nevada, in fact, in the country, with over 900 rooms. That is all union. The Morello Group owns 5 major subcontractors. They're all union as well. So we've begun having conversations with representatives of the union and the leader of the local union group.
Right.
We anticipate that we will have an agreement with them as we go forward.
So do you commit to all the subcontractors, and not just for the arena only, but for the sports stadium district, the sports entertainment district? Are you committing to paying prevailing wage for the entirety of the trades that will be working for the building? All the subcontractors? Because you say we'll pay the prevailing wage for major subcontractors, but for the arena only. So I'm asking tonight, are you willing to commit to that?
I think what we're willing to commit to is, again, we'll have an agreement with union labor representatives. What that will end up being, I can't tell you.
Well, but you made a commitment already to the major arena subcontractors.
Yeah, we did. And again, it was for an RFP, and it was important for everyone to understand that the Morello Group is very happy and willing to commit to that. Now, what the final terms of an agreement will be, I can't tell you, but
Okay.
we will have an agreement with union labor.
We're not getting a commitment. And I'm also asking about, prevailing, not just prevailing wage, but for a project labor agreement, because that's how a prevailing wage gets enforced and there's compliance and such. But I mean, I sense that I'm not going to get an answer tonight, but I just want to put that in your noggin. And then I want to ask you all, you're asking the city and the taxpayers to contribute funding to this project, yes?
No, we are not asking for any taxpayer money for any private portion of this project. There's public infrastructure, which is typically the obligation of the public to pay. However, as I mentioned in my presentation, it's important for Mr. Morello's standpoint that all of the buildings, all of the improvements that are done are all personally financed, and that any and all public infrastructure, that he is paying a portion of that as well. And I think I broke down how it would be done.
Right. So it is customary, and we've had this told to us by staff, for developers to cover all costs associated with the development, which typically means all the costs for the infrastructure that you're mentioning. So we're talking about the undergrounding of power lines, water, and gas. We're talking about the water utilities grading the site, private streets, and so that is a public expenditure. I mean, that is certainly a public expenditure. And I believe, I've seen it repeated erroneously in letters that we're getting from the fan base, that this is all privately financed. But if there's a community facilities district that's paid for with TPT taxes, that's not a private finance, that's public finance.
Well, Mayor, Councilmember Cubie, there's a difference between half-street improvements, for example. There's a difference between extending sewer lines or water lines for your own project. Of course, that is always picked up by the developer, and we always do that. We're talking about here is something extremely unique that doesn't exist anyplace else, and that is you own a piece of land, the city of Tempe does, that has basically, I think the number ended up being $130 million worth of additional expenses that don't exist on any of the projects. That includes the undergrounding those power lines, and these aren't just power lines along the street that
right.
develop.
But are you willing to have the city retain all the city taxes, so 100% of the TPT, not the 25% that you're proposing. And then the commercial lease tax, the city primary property tax. Because what happens is there's very little left to fund the costs that you're going to generate from the sports entertainment district. For example, a police station, it's fine to have a police, a space for police, but there's a lot of expenses associated with having a police station, and we definitely will need one because I once went to a fight and a hockey game broke out. So, sorry, it's my only joke. But so, if we have a police station, we need to have funding for that, and there's full-time employees and, millions and millions of dollars to fund that station. So there's very little to fund those costs, and you are asking the city and the taxpayers to contribute funding to this project. So I'm done with my questions, but I'm going to have commentary, but those are the questions I had.
Sounds good. No, thank you, Councilmember Cubie. Any other council members, any questions you'd like to ask Councilmember Navarro?
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, can you once again just explain what you guys are proposing? I heard $2 million giving back to the Affordable Housing Fund. Can you go through that list again of things that you guys are considering or potentially wanting to contribute back to the city again? And then I have one more question.
Sure. So the funds that will come from the Morello Group on behalf of the Coyotes will be $40 million in cash up front before any dirt is turned and before they buy anything. That $40 million will be placed in escrow, and it's non-refundable. Again, we won't own the property. It's just given to the city, and that'll be the first part used to begin the renovation. Then there'll be another $8 million for phase 2. Again, that'll be contributed and it'll be non-refundable. Then we go into the things that are very unusual, as I tried to explain, that are not typical public infrastructure. That's the remediation. As I mentioned, you've got the cost of the remediation goes into, get my notes to make sure it's right. So we've got 1.5 million tons of hazardous waste at 30 feet in depth. The cost of that and all the other things was $62 a square foot, so it's $130 million. So basically what we're suggesting is that the city would, basically half of its TPT generation would be used to pay for those things, which again are located on city property and are understandably a city expense. But rather than asking the city to pay for all of it, we're only asking for half of the city's TPT. The other half that the city will keep is about $215 million over 30 years, which averages about $7 million per year net for the city. Then, to cover the rest of the bonds, the Morello Group will charge itself and all of its operations and businesses and all of the businesses that operate on the site up to 6% surcharge. So the city's contribution will be 0.9%, right? It was half of what its TPT is, but the Morello Group is committed to basically pay up to 6% in addition, plus putting up $2.1 billion worth of real estate as collateral security for the bonds. So there's no way that the bonds will ever not get paid. There's no way that the bondholders will not get paid. But we're doing this, and we're paying more money on the interest rate for the bonds because we're doing a CFD. If we did an improvement district, now it would be on your balance sheet, and it would affect your financial condition. But now it's off balance sheet, and now it really becomes our obligation. But again, this is very unique. This isn't the typical, do the landscaping along the street. This is very serious 30 feet worth of Brownsfield stuff and all the things that go with it. So the benefits.
Yeah, I was going to go through those.
Yeah, so let me go through the benefit list for you.
Let me add in a couple of things immediately to address your question, Councilmember Navarro. Yes, we committed a $2 million investment to the Affordable Housing Fund. Initially, our proposal was envisioning possibly doing a workforce housing fund in which we would invest alongside with a developer to co-invest and actually create potentially a $100 million fund of equity, which in aggregate could end up being close to $400 million of investment in housing throughout Tempe. So that's number one. Number two, we obviously also included several other community benefits. We would have about 15,000 square feet for city usage, roughly 7,500 in each phase. We also committed to about $1 million of investment in terms of creating inclusive areas for families with multiple abilities in their families. We also talked about a $7 million investment in public art. We also talked about a $25,000 a year venture challenge that we would partner with ASU to fund for the next 20 years. And I believe there was also, we also committed to having Tempe be part of the naming of the entire district, which in looking at our third-party analysis would come out to about $130 million worth of naming value and branding value for Tempe, and that you have in our study from our market feasibility partner.
And we would be contributing to the streetcar fund as well as to light rail. One of the things I wanted to mention, in addition to the benefits, the $2 million, for example, that will be paid into the Affordable Housing Fund. I just heard Javier said that will be expanded. One of the great things about the Morello Group is you've heard a lot about what they do and they don't talk about, but other people do. The community's benefited a great deal. And there's two things that came up, and that was housing, right? The affordable housing, again, is a big help for that. But also just the neighborhoods themselves. Right, we haven't been out in neighborhoods knocking on doors. It was my opinion as their council that it was inappropriate for us to do that because we could not do either direct contact with you or indirect. And if we start going out and knocking on doors and asking people to let you know how great we are, now we have a violation. So if you allow us to go forward, one of the things we would do as during our negotiations is we'd now start meeting with the neighborhood representatives, get our traffic engineers working with your staff, talk about all of the questions regarding what impacts this project would have on the surrounding neighborhoods. We love this site simply because we are on the freeway. We're right off of Priest. And we do want, like I said, the streetcar, we do want to use the light rail and all those multimodal forms of transportation. But the revenue to the city, and as I mentioned earlier, is far in excess what my client is taking. And not only that, but it's millions of dollars more, which I've never seen before.
And I just want to say that, I mean, right now the land is generating nothing right now, no taxes or no revenue, anything right now. And I want the audience to understand, and those concerns about affordable housing, these projects like this or others that we've been doing, we've been collecting money into our affordable housing fund. Probably more than I anticipated we would collect in X amount of years too. I mean, it's really amazing. But those funds are the funds that help us provide our affordable housing that the city owns in perpetuity. The only way we get good affordable housing in this city is the fact that we own the land, we own the housing. And that's what helps our residents. I know we have some people out there that are asking, hey, I want to move back into Tempe, but I can't afford it. This is what we truly see as an opportunity. A partnership like this and other partnerships that we've done in this city has generated these funds to collectively doing that. We bought a grocery store. We have the potential to have a grocery store and some affordable housing above it in a great neighborhood off Apache. I mean, those are just great examples of what our negotiations and what I'm trying to say is there might be some stuff here that we want to negotiate on. We want to go further down the road with you guys on because there's opportunity in that, and we see opportunity in this city. So I just want to start with that one little piece. But then the other thing I want to add on too is when you talk about the FAAs and any of the violations or any concerns via the FAA, if the FAA or if there's any unsafe issues with the project, tell me what could happen.
So we talk through them. For example, the issue that you heard from a number of the stakeholders with the airport, Pilots Association and others, and that is the safety regarding building height and cranes. We took that to heart. When we first spoke to representatives of the airport, they said, we really can't have your buildings get that close to the one engine out surface. We can't have you pierce it. Now our buildings were never designed to pierce it. But when you start putting cranes on top of it, even though they're temporary, they begin to pierce it. And they have multiple cranes and it causes a problem. And it's a safety hazard. So we went ahead and decided to just build our buildings shorter. So the cranes go up 40 to 45 feet above the buildings. And even at that height, now they're below that OEI surface, which you heard concern from the Pilots Association in particular. So we're very proactive in our responses to these things and solving them. And like I said, we're committed during these negotiations to continue our discussions with the FAA and working through all those issues to the extent that there are any, other than obviously the issue regarding the residential.
And that's one of the things. None of those council, and I see this for me personally is we definitely need to go forward to hear and to help negotiate and have staff negotiate. And one of the concerns is obviously is working with the airport and trying to figure out solutions. And we want to make sure we have those partnerships too. But at the same time, we want to know absolutely that we're doing a safe and the right thing for the city. And I think that's always something that we're always going to be looking at. So going forward, you know, that's why I think that, you know, in my opinion, having these discussions, letting you actually vet these out with staff and having the ability to really dig into this, I think it's a great opportunity for us. So I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Councilmember Arredondo Savage.
Right, thank you, Mayor. It's really good to see you. I know we've been talking about this a long time, but I know we've all been really respectful of the blackout period, and you guys have definitely done your due diligence, and I think we've all done our due diligence too of trying to learn and understand as much as we possibly can. So thank you for everybody that has come here tonight and spoken to this council. To me, I think this is like a true testament of how our process works and how much we really value input. You know, from all of our stakeholders. So to me, being able to get the input and this feedback and ask questions and is all about what makes us Tempe so unique, right? And so I'm really grateful for that opportunity. Now, of course, there's always concerns, right? I mean, I got to tell you, I haven't really been a huge Coyote fan. I mean, don't shoot me for that. But I always like to tell myself that I have kind of like a slap shot that I use when I'm golfing and I'm stuck up against the wall, and so I kind of do it that way. So maybe that's kind of like my idea of being a Coyote fan. But anyway, a couple things I just want to ask really fast in regards to finances. I mean, one of the things that we continue to hear is obviously there was a parting of the ways with Glendale, and I understand how that stuff happens, but to really help us feel that we are covered with this risk. And I know, Nick, you mentioned about the 2.1 billion that's going to be kind of put up for collateral. I don't think those are the right words you used. And I don't even know if you told me tonight exactly what that means, if I'm going to really fully comprehend exactly what that looks like. But I would love to just hear a little bit more, if you could share a little bit in regards to those finances, what that looks like. And if there was to be something that there was a situation and the payments weren't made, who gets paid first, right?
Sure.
I mean, obviously, I want to be that first one up on that box to be paid first. So what does that look like?
So with respect to the bonds and the bond structure, as I mentioned, it's a CFD, and we work with an underwriter. It's an independent underwriter, and of course, and it would be the city's underwriter and your bond counsel, and you have very good bond counsel, by the way. And he's sitting here in the auditorium. I've known him a long time, and you've got a great advisor in Kurt as well. So what they'll do is help put together really the structure. The most important thing to a bondholder, if they're going to buy the bonds, because if they don't buy the bonds, there's no project. They don't buy the bonds, my client put up $40 million and doesn't get anything for it. But assuming that the bond structure is put together, the first thing is a source of repayment. Is there a predictable and reliable source of payment for those bonds? And that's why we're creating the two sources. One would be, our request would be, of course, that the city would apply half of the TPT generated toward the bonds, as well as a portion of the bed tax, for example, and the property tax after the GPLITs would run out. Then the second would be a big portion, and that, of course, is up to 6% of additional equivalent TPT, and that's the surcharge that will be charged on all the same business activities. So if you spend $100 on a ticket, you wouldn't just pay an extra $1.80, right, to the city. You'd pay an extra up to $7.80 potentially. So that money then would be collected on site at point of sale, and then of course the Department of Revenue gets the city's share, and then the portion is applied to make the payment, and of course on our side it goes right to the trustee, right? And we did something similar in Glendale when we had a surcharge there as well. Mm-hmm. But then the question is, what happens, right, if all of a sudden everything gets shut down? What happens if there's no revenue? There's a pandemic that's 100,000 times worse than what we just experienced, right?
Let's hope not.
I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Okay.
But what happens, right? Well, the bondholder says, where's my collateral security? How do I assure that there's something there? Now, property taxes, right? You pay a property tax bill. Mm-hmm. It's really a non-recourse obligation, but what happens if you don't pay your taxes? If you don't pay your taxes, there's a tax lien. And the county the county assessor goes ahead and sells the tax liens. Now, if no one pays that holder to that tax lien, everyone gets foreclosed out. The banks, if there's a lender there, any interest in that property, including the owner's interest, is gone. So here, there would be an assessment lien. An assessment lien is the equivalent of a property tax lien, if you will, and it would have that level of priority for payment. So, for example, if there was zero revenue because everything gets shut down, okay, either the developer is paying it out of, in this case, Mr. Morello's own pocket and any other owners within the project. But more importantly, the banks have an interest to protect because the banks are going to be lenders in this, and they will step up and make a payment if necessary as well. But Mr. Morello has the financial wherewithal to handle all of that, and it's one of the things that Javier will talk about. And more importantly, if you do allow us to go forward and negotiate, the financial condition will be open, right, to your folks, very open. ASU did something very similar when, because obviously they heard the same things about how, the negative things that you read about or heard about. So they wanted to make sure that they did their own due diligence financially. And we intend to do the same thing for you. Under no circumstances do we want this city, and Mr. Morello committed, I don't want this city council, right, to be subject to any undue criticism for anything. So yeah, the financial condition will be open.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to add on that because that's clearly been a topic for this evening. I think a couple of things that you can hear as far as our commitment. The first and foremost is now that we're able to have these open dialogues, we commit to allowing you to have direct access to our financial institutions that have lent money, that have been part of not only the financial lending, but been there for not only Alex Morello, but for the Morello Group. And that's something, quite frankly, as Nick mentioned, that we did with ASU. They hired a third-party due diligence firm that had direct access to assess and analyze the financial strength. In addition, as I mentioned to you, we have banks already that have been 20-plus year lenders to Alex Morello and to the Morello Group that have recently done an underwriting successfully of the Coyotes and that have all expressed interest if and when there is an approval to move forward with this project to potentially provide financing. So these are the commitments that we will make to you. We are open, we are transparent, we are looking forward to having you have that dialogue directly, and we are very certain that it will show the financial strength, financial capability for us to move forward with this project.
And like I said too, and I think, Nick, you mentioned it, and I appreciate that information, but it would be really important is if we do move forward that, we're able to work together and that our staff feels very comfortable with what we're hearing and what we're working on moving forward.
And we're thrilled at the opportunity because not only were we unable to have any contact with you, we couldn't even work with your staff.
I completely understand. So I feel like I almost kind of want to, I appreciate the feedback and the information that you're telling me, but at the same time, I know how important it is to ensure that our staff is involved in this conversation because they are like the professionals for the city of Tempe and for me, and that's really important. So I guess I'm kind of expressing some of my concerns and things to be talking about. And I know we had a little bit of conversation about the dollars that are actually coming into our general fund versus that are going back to paying for the project. And that would be something that I hope would be worked out as we move forward too, because I do appreciate, I think those numbers have changed a little bit since we talked last a long time ago. And I'm very happy to hear that because I think it's really important. I think you mentioned it earlier that we need to ensure some of those dollars not only help pay the project, but also are going back into all of the Tempe residents' pockets. So I think that's important. And one of the things, I think Kim mentioned it here, is, this is really valuable land. And people, I think, sometimes don't really realize what it is. When our economic development actually scores it, it is scored at like a 22 out of 25 when it comes to a valuable piece of land in the city of Tempe. And that's scored on a few things: location, the size, the proximity to innovation hubs, and the proximity to city investment, and those are all 5s. The one that gets a 2 is the value of the land, and the value is because it is a landfill. It is not a clean site, and that's one of the challenges that I think we have to kind of overcome and realize that we have got to help in that instance to be able to create something really dynamic. Whether it's a partnership with the Coyotes or maybe somebody that may come after you if this doesn't work out, But I really want to make sure that we are all, and I'm really comfortable with that economic impact, right? So I mean, I can see that being a really positive thing. And I know Councilmember Navarro mentioned the FAA and how important it is to make sure that you're ensuring safety. And I even had, when we did meet with Phoenix, they did talk about how you have really made some changes and adjustments to address a lot of their concerns. And I know that this housing thing is something that we have really need to work through and figure it out. And I really want to make sure that I'm comfortable with the interpretation that, I mean, I read it myself. I didn't really see anything in there that says you cannot have multifamily housing, but still I want to get that clarity from our legal team too, and just feel very comfortable moving forward. And the last thing I want to do is have a bad relationship with the city of Phoenix. That is never anything that is positive moving forward. So, and then the other one thing too is that's going to be really important is if we talk about this and move forward is ensuring that we have synergy with downtown. I know a lot of people are very concerned when we have an entertainment district that it's going to take away some of those individuals that may be going to the downtown. Well, I look at this as they could really complement each other, but it would really be good to know what your thoughts are and how we're going to make that happen, because to me that's going to be something that is going to be really instrumental as we move forward, so people can really understand that we are not trying to cannibalize by any means, you know, our restaurants, our hotels, or anything to that effect, that we are really trying to enhance them. That's going to be one of the things that hopefully we can have that conversation a little bit about. And the one thing I'm telling you, you guys kind of really want to make me become a Coyote fan, because what I heard so much of tonight was diversity, inclusion, and the ability to really give back and be part of a community. And you know me, and I love that. I think that's phenomenal. You said a lot of the really great things. And I think people need to remember, I think Councilmember brought these up, is we talk about the benefits to the community, but there's a lot of benefits to the community that you are voluntarily giving back to the community that you don't have to do. Your partnership that you have with your nonprofits is pretty amazing. The money to our school districts, you mentioned, the money to the streetcar, we talk about traffic. I mean, traffic's gonna be an issue and we're gonna have to get that figured out. So I love the idea that you are very supportive of the streetcar, that you're gonna create a Valley Metro partnership, whatever that might look like. I think that needs to be vetted out just a little bit more, and one of the things that we've been working for. Putting money towards the affordable housing, our affordable housing projects is great. Police substation, and then just the ability to clean up the site. So, I mean, there is just a lot of excitement about those things that you've mentioned that really, you know, for me, was pretty exciting to hear. And I just want to make this one comment, because it really kind of bothered me when people say, why are we giving tax breaks to a billionaire? And this is like, I kind of resent that just a little bit, and I'm going to kind of tell you why, because it has always been so important to me on my 12 years of being a council member that we work so hard to be a business-friendly community. And for me, being a business-friendly community is being open-minded and flexible. You know, that we are meeting the needs of the businesses, our current businesses, our future businesses, and that we're implementing programs to help all of our businesses, but first and foremost, that we treat all of our businesses equitably and consistently. And what we do for one, we should do for all. And I think, to me, that is just something that is about my integrity and what I believe is really important about being a representative of this community and on this board. And we have used incentives in so many ways that those projects never would have been done if we weren't able to put something before them. I mean, we talk about the Arizona Mills, the Marketplace, 100 Mill, and now the Tempe Depot. There's so many different ones that we've been able to utilize and come up with such a successful project that I think has just been really a phenomenal thing. So for me, I'm just going to tell you, I 100% believe that you have earned my support to advance this conversation. No question about it. I want to definitely see us move forward with these negotiations. I'm, like Shane Doan said, I'm going to be on the bench when this comes forward. As many of you know, I'm like in my 30-day window of being off this council. However, I know that the future council members, or the new line, I'm not sure if that's how you say, when they come in, are really paying attention. They're going to do everything that they can to get up to speed, and they'll be able to address this and I think do the best and make really great decisions for the city. But I think that what you bring, the opportunities that are before us here today, the ability to be able to create a really iconic landmark to me, it's just an opportunity to transform something into really remarkable. And I wish I could be here to be a part of that. But I'm happy I'm here to at least be able to hopefully push that a little bit forward down the road. And I am looking forward to conversations in the near future and really do appreciate you wanting to be a partner with Tempe. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo Savage. Next up, Vice Mayor Keating, then Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a lot I wanted to say, but in the interest of the longest council meeting we've had, I'm going to just kind of abbreviate everything and hopefully get everybody home at a decent hour, because I know it is a school night. First, a point. I say that now I'm going to speak for a long time, and that's what all politicians do. I'm going to keep it short. 45 minutes later, I'm wrapping up. But just before we start, I want to say, Mr. Doan, I have your jersey from 1998. And that's because my brother lived in Tempe at the time. I lived in Michigan. The Red Wings did beat you in the semifinals of the Western Conference. It was 6 games, though. You guys put up a fight, and the Red Wings did go on to win the Stanley Cup, so there's no harm there, right? So that's pretty cool. Yeah, but still, I mean, you know, one of the things I really appreciate your willingness to seek a project labor agreement. You know, as Councilmember Kuby pointed out, I think that's something that is important to this community. There are definitely stakeholders and interested parties that would like to see something like that, particularly when we're talking about spending, well, not we, but you are talking about spending, you know, $2.1 billion on construction. It is important that, you know, these are highly skilled individuals that are good at their job and have credentials to prove so. So I would strongly encourage you moving forward to take a very strong look at that. Community benefit agreement, of course, I know you've already agreed to that, and that's, you know, fantastic as well. To me, it's indicative of the kind of partners the Coyotes are trying to be, you know, with the city of Tempe and the East Valley as a whole. So I appreciate your willingness to look at those avenues. Certainly, it means a lot to me. I'd also ask that you speak with the local tribes. Gambling, I know, was a concern for residents in the city of Tempe, not necessarily because gambling is bad, quote bad, because you can gamble on your phone right now, right? Like, that reminds me, I forgot to bet the Celtics tonight. And does anyone know if they won? I'm just kidding.
Celtics.
No spoilers here.
Just kidding, everybody. I would never do such a thing. You know, but it's because, you know, gambling revenues are something that is important to the tribe, to the tribes, right? So I want to make sure that we're not stepping on any toes with that aspect of this project. I'm sure there's some agreement that can be reached. They haven't reached out to me personally, or as far as I know, the council, but I could see this coming up in the future should this move forward tonight. So I would please ask you to do your due diligence there. My computer turned off and it has the rest of my, there it goes. I do want to say that I was very, very inspired by Ms. Frye's and Mr. Morrison's story. Certainly, I grew up playing hockey myself, you know, with shoes on and a ball. You know, dragging your stick in the street would make it, you know, sand down to a little thing, and then eventually we got rollerblades, because I am old enough to remember before rollerblades were actually a thing. Like, it was roller skates and then rollerblades, and it was like it was a brand new invention. Then eventually onto ice, and I played for about 12 years. So hockey's always been an important sport to me, and I recognize the community and the opportunity that it creates for individuals to be part of something. We all need that, right? Mr. Morrison kind of hit on that he found a community and a peace playing hockey. And I think that's important. Ms. Frye, you know, the first Arizonan Winter Olympian, that's crazy. You know, and she flew flying to Colorado to play hockey because she couldn't play hockey here. When I moved here in 2003, I couldn't find where to play hockey. I was trying to play roller hockey in a roller hockey league, and I was shocked that you just couldn't do it here. Just shocked. You know, a vote tonight to move forward with negotiations isn't necessarily a vote for the project. And to say, yes, I'm willing to keep talking and go down this path to see if this partnership works is not a guarantee that I'm going to end up supporting the project at the end of the day. I want to make that clear, because there are things that people are going to need, right? You guys have done, in what is, in my opinion, an excellent job tonight of addressing some of the concerns that we have heard. We have not been able to talk. So, you know, we get these emails that say a certain thing, and we don't know. I can't call you up and ask you if this is true or not. I think you guys did a very, very good job of kind of setting kind of resetting the tone, right? This now feels different than it did coming into this meeting tonight. And that's a testament to the organization and the presentation that you guys have put on. So I certainly applaud you for that.
And I owe an apology, by the way.
Yeah.
We were at a fundraiser, and I saw Councilman Keating at the fundraiser, and he came up and said hi. I said, I can't talk to you, and I walked away. So.
That is true. I was just going to ask him for his drink ticket.
It's a true story, too.
Yeah. It was for our good friend Yasmin Ansari's one of her 5 or 6 birthday parties she threw.
Yeah.
Look, Ms. Provine said something I think that was pretty profound, right? She said that it seems like this has been in the works for months and no one's known anything about it. And the fact of the matter is, this is a normal process that we follow for all RFPs. An RFP that the city issued and asked for, and you guys were our only respondent. So I can see why it could seem like that to the public, where, hey, we all, Coyotes are talking about coming to Tempe, and the council member can't talk to us about it. There's been no public meetings. I could see how that looks out of the norm, but the fact of the matter is, it is the normal process. It's just this is quote unquote sexy, so therefore there's so much attention on it that it seems like, why is everyone now, why is this thing different from the other thing? The thing is, no one cared about the office space RFPs and things like that. That just didn't have the attention that this has. So it is important that we have a public process, and a public process is impossible. It's illegal without a vote to move forward tonight. You will not have the opportunity to engage the public. We will not have the opportunity to engage the public. We won't have the opportunity to address these concerns that we've heard from the public in a thoughtful, meaningful way, because we are currently restricted from doing so. So moving forward, we'll be able to ensure that this deal doesn't live or die in a room no doubt filled with vegetarian pizza and Diet Coke, but it is a public process in which all involved are able to, all stakeholders, residents, Coyotes, this council is able to engage in and move forward and see if it makes sense for us to be in partnership together. So I do want that public process. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to support the project or I'm not going to support the project, because I don't have enough information yet. I will say I like what I have seen, but the process still needs to go on. The process is important, and I'm very thrilled that we seem to be able to kick off that process tonight. Should we vote in favor of continuing negotiations, and should we end up coming to a final vote on this project, the Coyotes being part of the Tempe community will have started tonight. And it's important to me that the Coyotes are as good a partner with the city as we could possibly have, and vice versa. The city needs to be good partners with the Coyotes too. So should we move forward tonight, your legacy or whatever as Tempe community members kicks off with this vote. So it is a responsibility that I know I take very seriously, and everyone on this council does too, as the people that we represent, and I certainly hope you do as well. With that, I will be voting to move forward with negotiations tonight. Thank you again for your time in this very long meeting. I said I'd keep it short, but I lied.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Keating. Councilmember Adams.
Well, I really will keep this short. The Vice Mayor did a really nice job at summarizing things, so I agree with everything that Vice Mayor Keating said. Thank you for your presentation. It's nice to actually be able to have a conversation with you. The labor unions are very important to me, and so I want to make sure that we have the top quality product when it's done, and the labor unions will make that happen. So thank you for your commitment to work with the labor unions this evening. I feel really good about that. And we need to promote transparency and negotiate this project in public and see where we land. I don't know where we're going to land, but I know we have a lot more information that we need to get. And so I will be supporting this evening.
And by the way, I owe you the same apology. Again, we saw each other at a function, and Councilwoman Adams came up and Nick, how are you? I can't talk to you. Sorry. So, yeah.
He's just pointing out that he just goes to a lot of parties. That's all he's pointing out, right? That's all you're saying. Jeez.
It's a good excuse, at least. Just kidding.
Sounds good. Well, I was going to say, in the spirit of making sure that everyone gets to go first before we go seconds, Councilmember Garland, then Councilmember Cubie.
Thank you. Nick, I'll have to say that I like this tone of your voice much better than earlier. I don't react really well when people start getting mad and yelling. So I like this. I like this Nick. That's the Nick I remember. So I just want to say that I know the people were getting up here and saying how much they love hockey, and I just have to say I love hockey. I married a Minnesota guy. We play broom ball on the pond when it's frozen. Been to hockey games. I love it. So I just, there's going to be a butt sandwich here. But so I have a lot of questions for you first before I list my comments. Comments second. So questions first. Okay. So one of the things is I was doing a lot of research, and as my colleagues know, I like to read a lot and do. I have a big, huge notebook down here, by the way, bigger than Hugh Hallman's, I think. I just have to say, so one of the things I was looking at was that the average lifespan, the typical lifespan for an arena or stadium is like 31 years. And I know that that's the amount of time that you guys are requesting this abatement. What are you doing after 30 years when that abatement is gone? Are you going to be gone? And I mean, one of the things I was looking at is that, there are some cities that have had their arenas stay empty for 10 years before they were torn down and done something else with. And I went through football, basketball, baseball, went through hockey, and I just want to know what happens to us in 30 years.
Sure. Mayor, Councilwoman Garland, one of the differences that's unique here is all of the other arenas that have kind of a 30-year life before they either have to go through some kind of major renovation or sometimes earlier, is they were built with taxpayer money. And of course, it's always built by the most responsible, cheapest bidder, right? Here, Mr. Morello is using his own money, and he's investing in something that he intends to last for more than 30 years. So just structurally, it'll be significantly improved, which is one of the reasons why Union Steel, for example, I mean, you're going to have the best subs that are going to be working on this thing and make it work. But then beyond that, however you want to talk about, the long-term future?
Yeah, well,
not that 30 years is not long.
Yeah,
but,
there's a couple of comments I would make. And council members, good to talk to you. Appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you for the question. One, we are looking also at additional teams to own here. So that is another opportunity for us to look at this as how we maintain our presence here beyond that moment in time. Second, as Nick mentioned, as it's privately invested, it's private real estate, we will be seeking to adjust every, call it 5 to 10 years in terms of additional investment to keep it modern, to keep it up to date. If any of you have gone actually to the San Jose Sharks arena, that arena is actually almost 25, 27 years old. It looks brand new. And the reason they did that is they actually put additional dollars every year. They didn't do it all at once. What you see a lot, and I'm sure you saw it in a lot of your research, is there's really not that major investment except after 10 years, after 15, after 20. Then it becomes not a $2 million a year investment. It becomes a $60 million, $80 million. In this instance, we are already tracking what would it take every 3, every 6, every 9 years. And obviously, it's our money at risk, and so we're very much focused on that. And probably more importantly, now that we had to put about $20 million into ASU, it's not even the physical infrastructure, it's the technological infrastructure. It's a lot of the data. Right now, everyone goes to, I don't know, I'm sure you all have had this experience. You show up at a game, you're watching the game, and you're also on your phone. And that data cap, that data engagement, by the way, that second screen experience is actually becoming part of the game experience. All those are investments that we've already begun to, think about, and so that we don't find ourselves in that, oh my gosh, it's 15 years out and we're still using, whatever technology from 15 years ago. We want the latest, and so that's actually how we would address that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then one of the things that's in the paperwork that they gave us on the abatements, one is that you're now looking for 30 instead of, what'd you say earlier, 60?
Yes.
Yeah, 65 years. But 30 is still a really long time. I mean, I think about that, And I have mentioned this before, but I have a new grandbaby, my first one, and he'll be 30 when you guys start putting money back into the city, or the taxes start going back into the city. So one of the things the other one was the 8-year abatement. And so my question is, on the 8-year abatement, it says at the end of, it says, as the 8-year abatement expires and properties are assessed property taxes, the primary portion of those property taxes, which is 38%, which would normally go to the general fund, are proposed to go back to the CFD. So I haven't heard that mentioned, and I'm not sure if anybody has really looked at that, but it's that 8 years is not technically 8 years, because it looks like in here that you guys are requesting that primary 38% continue to go to you guys after the 8 years is over. Is that correct?
Well, a portion of the property tax, the city's portion of the primary property tax is 7%. And then a portion of that property tax would be used also to pay for a part of the CFD costs, yes.
Okay, so it's not technically an 8-year abatement. It's longer than that.
Well, no, because we're paying it. I mean, for example, at the end of 8 years, Mr. Morello owns a building, for example. He will begin paying property tax. So of course, the schools get their 73%. The county and the state will get, and the other taxing agencies will get their 20%, and then the 7% will go to the city. What we're asking is for a portion of that. Now again, it's a negotiable number. We're asking for a portion of that property tax that we're paying, right, to go to, again, to pay for the CFD expenses.
So, but then the question is, so that money then, after 8 years, that you would like it to go back to help pay for the CFD, again, that's not going back to paying for the infrastructure or the police officers that are being used, the roads, construction, anything like that, that's going back to you guys, that's not going back into the general fund. I'm just saying, it says 8 years, and for both of those taxes, and doing an additional on the primary and not the secondary, but just doing this additional on the primary, that money it just seems like it should be going back to us at that time, and that your CFD needs to be something different.
Mayor, Councilwoman Garland, you're correct, but there's so many elements to this, right, that we looked at when I put this thing together, and that is, granted, there's a 7% portion of the property tax, and we're asking for the city to think about taking a portion of that, which of course we're paying, we're writing a check for it, and then put some of that toward payment of the CFD. But at the same time, just on the sales tax alone, the city is netting an average, based upon our current numbers, about $7 million. So it's, again, the way we worked it out and our analysis regarding the community benefits versus what we're receiving, we're compelled, especially because of the latest litigation and Supreme Court cases on gift clause, we have to give back a heck of a lot more than we're taking. And of course, that was my charge at the beginning. I want to contribute more than I receive. So basically, again, this isn't money that goes into Mr. Morello's pocket at all. He'll be writing a check for the property tax, and then it goes to pay the CFD. It's not something that he pockets. The CFD money none of the CFD money goes to him, not a penny. It all goes into resolving all of the issues that are there on the property today.
Yeah, so we can also say none of it goes to the city either.
I'm sorry?
None of it goes to the city general fund either. It's just, that's...
Well, but it will. I mean, half of the TPT will, and then whatever portion we negotiate of the property tax, for example. I mean, we may end up, again, it's all negotiable. And that's what we want an opportunity to do, is sit down and negotiate it. And because it has to work for everybody. It has to work for you, and it has to work for us. If it doesn't, then there's no deal, but at least it shouldn't be for lack of effort. So, and that's all we're asking, is the opportunity.
And the chart that I saw was 4.7 to 5.9 million a year is what, at least the charts that I read earlier is what's going to go back. So I'm not sure, I didn't see the 7 million, I saw the 4.7 to 5.9 on there instead.
We decided to voluntarily, right, to change the percentage of the applicable TPT. Originally, we suggested that when you look at the 1.8% TPT that the city receives, you already are committed with 0.6 of it to other bond obligations. And then, the rest of it basically would be general fund money if you had no other use for it. So we were suggesting that we apply that 1.2% toward the payment of the community bonds. However, we thought, you know what, that's not what Mr. Morello wants. He wants more money to go back into the city that you can use for other things as well. So we're helping you pay down other unrelated obligations and then have other free percentages as well. And these numbers, and these are very conservative numbers. I mean, I'm glad to hear all these people traveling here from outside of Tempe to spend their money, so it's good.
Okay, and then another question is, it has it listed that there are 2 phases that this is going to be in. Why is the housing in the second phase? I mean, so I guess an additional question is, my concern is if the housing is in the second phase, if things don't seem to work out, you want to do something a little bit different, then what would keep you from selling off that land and then something else happens to it? I'm just curious.
Sure. So I'll, Councilmember Garland, Mayor, a couple of responses to that. There is 180 units in the first phase, so there is some residential there. The primary reason, quite frankly, was fitting the arena and fitting the practice facility. Really made the most sense to do so there. We also looked at, in our conversations with Sky Harbor, when it came to where are the best locations of uses, given heights, given noise, given all the things that we've heard about tonight. So our determination was, if you put the arena on the easternmost side, you put the practice facility, you put primarily all of that parking there, that really lends itself to having the residential be on the westernmost side. And it really became a maximization of use. It's also, you know, and I'm sure we're going to have plenty of conversations, which we look forward to, which is, where do you have the best locations for more open space? Right now, we've committed to 150,000 square feet of that, but we're obviously open to figuring out what makes the most sense for what the community is looking for to do that. But that's ultimately what made the decision, was to really fit the arena, the practice facility in the easternmost portion.
Yeah, and if I could add something, we will negotiate some form of prohibition of just flipping the land and making some money out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, having the bonds there is a component of that. But again, the idea here is the development agreement will require, right, thresholds and percentages and any amount of production. So yeah, we'll negotiate all of that into the agreement.
Okay. And then the other question is, I was asking some questions this week with staff, and my understanding is that we've never set up a community facilities district for a private business. My concern is, or thought is, that we do this for you when other businesses are going to be asking us, why aren't we doing that for them? Why are you interested in doing the community facilities district and instead of doing something else that the city doesn't have to start? And my concern is being responsible for, and I know you had answered some of these questions with Councilmember Arredondo Savage, but my thoughts are, you know, if things don't get paid, and you were talking the worst scenarios, that, you know, you go to the bottom, at the end, they're going to go to the people with the deep pockets, and that's the city. And so my concern is I'm not super comfortable with us setting up a CFD or starting one for a private business. I would rather not be a part of that and just let that something, you guys figure out something else. But why did you pick that instead of doing something else?
So, Mayor, Councilwoman Garland, it was the best format for us to basically take care of, under the statute, using transaction privilege tax in a way that's safe, right? First of all, we had 2 options, and that was, one is an improvement district and one is a CFD. So we talk about the improvement district a little bit. The improvement district, now the city's full faith and credit is behind it. And that means that the bonds are cheap. They're cheaper because you have a lower interest rate because they're tax exempt. But the problem is it goes on your balance sheet and it affects you. And we promised, right from the very get-go, we would not do that. So instead, we do the CFD, which is the other option. And it's not for a private developer, right? We receive no funds from that. On the contrary, we are committed to help pay for it. We're committed to build basically the economic engine that will pay for it. And then we're placing as collateral security all of the privately owned land, right, to assure. So let's say if you have on a home, right, let's say you have a $500,000 home, you're going to borrow $300,000. So you have $200,000 worth of equity. You know, your lender is happy to lend you, $300,000 because there's plenty of equity to cover their debt if anything ever goes wrong. Well, but you've got 500,000 supporting 300. Well, here we've got 2.1 billion supporting 150. So it's lots of security, and you have so many deep pockets. All the banks that you heard, right? The banks that'll lend, they're all behind that obligation. So their pockets are deeper than ours. Yeah. So again, we chose that vehicle to be the safest for everybody.
I still think they should use their deep pockets to help you pay for it in the beginning, and we don't have to go through that, but that's my opinion.
But the city will never be on the hook for a penny of obligation other than the contribution, if you agree to make the contribution as to a portion of the TPT.
All right, those are all the questions I have right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Cubie.
And now we're moving more into the comment stage, so you guys can sit down.
Okay.
Can I make
You have,
a real
you
quick-
have questions.
Yeah, I just got a couple of quick comments, and then
do
I
that.
will go back to Councilmember Cubie
Sure.
then. So I'll be super quick. Everyone's covered it all very well. Appreciate you both coming and giving a very thorough presentation. Just a couple of quick points just to hit on. I too appreciated the conversation about talking with union labor. That was very important to me, and I appreciate the fact of you talking about the Morello Group's background and experience working with skilled labor, because that's also a huge issue too. When you're working with people many times who don't have those relationships and have never actually worked with people who are union labor, it becomes very, very challenging because it's just not what they do. But the fact that you have that experience, it makes me a lot more comfortable. Clearly, there's been conversation about, Sky Harbor and the FAA, and look, I very much value the relationship with Sky Harbor and the city of Phoenix. Mayor Gallego is a friend of mine, and I would love to see if there is something we can continue to do to work with them to see if we can, mitigate the concerns that they have about this. I appreciated the fact that they came and voiced their concerns to us in person, and I appreciated their presentation as well. But it's my hope that you would continue to work with them and see if there's something that we can do to, make them, feel a lot more comfortable when it comes to the safety of their pilots and runways and everything else. And also, Mr. Gutierrez, really appreciate your comments about showing us the financials, because that was something that was, covered in the paper. And one of the main questions that I was asked in the probably 48 hours leading up to this meeting was, the score from the procurement department about the financial stability of the team. And so I appreciate the fact that you're saying, look, if we choose to go forward this evening, you're willing to open up your books and show us everything. That makes me a lot more comfortable, and I'm sure it makes a lot of our residents a lot more comfortable too. So I appreciate that commitment to transparency. So thank you. Other than that, I'm going to keep that very short. I mean, everyone else covered everything. I don't want to repeat everything, but just really appreciate the presentation. And with that, I'll let you sit down, and I'll turn back to Councilmember Cubie if you've got other questions or council discussion amongst all of us, I guess. But let me ask one quick question before we had executive session, if necessary. Does anyone have any questions of a legal nature that would require executive session? It doesn't seem like anyone does, but I want to ask the council before we shift into comments.
I might related to the housing issue.
Okay.
But we could talk about that a little later.
Okay, sounds good. In that case.
And Mayor, if I can.
Yes, please.
One other comment, the Councilwoman Garland. We also, I think you received a copy of a letter from a major corporate tenant that we are talking to and that are interested in moving their headquarters. So again, one of the things, all these questions that you're asking, they asked us the same questions as well. So.
Yes, that sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With that, I'll turn back to you, Councilmember Cubie, for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, a couple of quick things from things I heard that I just wanted to counter or just remark on. One is about the mention of the contribution to the affordable housing to Hometown for All. So we recently had a land sale from Tempe South Pier, and it was a $36 million sale over phases, and it's going to mean a $10.6 million contribution to Hometown for All, with possibly more from the actual land sale, but there's a commitment of $10.6 million. In this case, it's a $48 million land sale that will go immediately back to the Coyotes for remediation, but it's a $2 million contribution. So that's a very stark difference. Not very much, I would say, to go to Hometown for All. There's been points made that we're not getting any money now from the site. It's about opportunity costs, right? We don't really have another option to look at. This is the only option we have to look at, and there is no money being generated from this site, but there could be with another option, another opportunity. We just don't have that opportunity to compare. The assessment, I know in order to pay off the bond that's proposed, you're going to look at a 6% charge, so all the tickets will get charged 6%, restaurants, they're going to add a 6% charge, they're going to add 6% to jerseys sold, to everything sold there. So I know you haven't received any letters of intent from prospective tenants. That might be a concern, because not only that 6% charge, but you're going to have to go and do an assessment to pay back the bond, especially in the earlier years of the bond. So that's a concern. It might be why there might be some reluctance of some tenants to sign up, because that's a pretty big, a hefty amount of money that the tenants are going to probably have to pay. The other thing is Commissioner Bettman said he promised the draft an all-star game would come to the facility. Well, that promise was also made to Glendale, and that never happened. They never saw an all-star game, they never saw the draft there. So that just made me wonder whether that was a true promise. So despite the massing of the fan base tonight, I think you probably got all the fans and all the Coyote fans here tonight and outside. It could be all of them. This isn't about hockey. This isn't about hockey. Some will say it's about gambling, sportsbook gambling, but this isn't about hockey. It's not about providing a location for a hockey arena to make the region whole and have a hockey team or make the fans happy. We need to think about Tempe residents. That's why we're here tonight. We're not here about hockey. We're here to think about the Tempe residents. And at minimum, this is a 30-year commitment that we're talking about, a 30-year commitment. I don't want to mix sports metaphors, but we're going to the mat with this development group. And a lot has happened since this RFP was issued. This RFP was issued, and you know, I was one of the ones that, you know, the council does this as consensus. We issued an RFP because we've been talking about this for 2 years, and there was always these discussions saying, this is decided, and the staff agrees, we're doing this. And we'd say, we want to, I don't want to be crude and use a crude term, but it's like, get off, let's do this and get off the pot. Let's see exactly what you're proposing so we can actually see it. Here we are 9 months later, finally being able to think about it and talk about it. So it's been a really long process. So the main issue is the background of the developer. It's the history. We're getting into a long-term relationship. Will this be a reliable partner for us? And I say there's a highly problematic history, whether it was the $1.3 million in taxes owed to the state of Arizona, the tax liens that resulted, the $250,000 of rent owed to the city of Glendale, and the back rent owed to the city of Tucson for the Roadrunners Club, the farm team. And I understand now that you're in a payment plan with them, a monthly payment plan. So I want to show you all something, and I would ask Jason to please post this. I want to turn to a Dun & Bradstreet summary review on each of the enterprises that the Murillo Group and the Coyotes are involved with. So I don't know if you can see it very well, but I'll kind of read it along, but it shows on the left, ICE Arizona Hockey, the Coyotes, ICE Arizona Hockey Tucson, the Coyotes Foundation, Murillo Group, Murillo Enterprises, Murillo Media, Grand Sierra Resort. And then on the left, you see the delinquency score, the failure risk, the overall risk, and the credit recommendation. You can see for ICE Arizona Hockey, Coyotes, the delinquency score is high, the failure risk is moderate to high, the overall risk is high, and the credit recommendation is a maximum of $5,000. $5,000, the maximum amount recommended for credit. So when I looked at this, and this is available, this is non-proprietary, this is allowed to be shown tonight, I confirmed that. When you look at those categories, the information is even more alarming. Let's talk about delinquency score. For the Coyotes, it's listed as high. What does delinquency score mean? It means it predicts the likelihood that an organization will pay its bills in a severely delinquent manner over the next 12 months. It's the likelihood of non- or late payment or bankruptcy. That's a high score. And that's the highest score. Failure risk, what is that? It's moderate to high, as we see listed on they're all important, all of those groups, because they all involve Merlot. But we're looking at the Coyotes one especially. The failure risk, what is that? It's the indication of severe financial stress over the next 12 months. According to Dun & Bradstreet, it's moderate to high. Now, overall risk, what is that? There are 3 categories that this number summarizes. Let's look at the summary for, again, Ice Hockey Arizona. And the majority owner is Alex Morello. So it's 3 categories. Overall assessment of this organization over the next 12 months. Significant stability and payment behavior concerns. Number 2, based on the predicted risk of business discontinuation, it's higher than average risk of discontinued operations or business inactivity. Number 3, the 3rd category, based on the predicted risk of severely delinquent payments, very high potential for severely delinquent payments. Let's go to the last category, credit recommendation. That's the maximum amount recommended for credit based on the severity of the delinquency score. So $5,000, like my kids can extend a much higher credit than $5,000. So we've heard from developers and the fans writing to us that it's a privately funded project. The truth is they need public involvement, as Councilmember Garley has pointed out, and tax dollars to make this project viable. We're talking about a $200 million community facilities district and the $48 million mixed into that because that's the price of the land sale that will immediately go into paying for all of that. So we won't see, it's not like we're going to get the land sale and have that put into our general fund. And then there's a giblet, which will mean skipping of property taxes for a certain time of many years. So I think our community, the general region, has very little appetite for public financing from a billionaire owner. Sorry, Robin, but he is a billionaire owner of a sports team and multiple casinos. And it is customary for developers to cover all costs associated with the development, which means typically all the costs of infrastructure that's needed is borne by the developer. So we've talked about this before. I won't go on. And I mentioned again that police station because we're talking about we're going to get a police station out of this, but we have to fund the staffing of that police station, and that can be a very costly affair. And we need to do it because often there is crime associated around arenas, and especially when you bring in the gambling and the sportsbook betting parlor, we need to be concerned what we're bringing into the city. The city will be responsible, though, for the maintenance and operation of this public infrastructure, and that's really important to know because that's a cost that we're not really talking about tonight. Now the giblet. Let's talk about the giblet. It would be a relief of property taxes. They're proposing 30 years on the stadium. So you think about it, a stadium has about a 20-year lifespan, and then it becomes a depreciating asset, and then who's going to be responsible? The entity that then owns it, the city, will own it during that giblet period, and will be publicly owned for 30 years, and you guys will save a lot in taxes. I think it's about $100 million, if I'm not mistaken. It could be different. So in 20 years, when you need renovations, it's going to be on the taxpayer's dime. And you can say that's not going to happen, but that happened with the Dimebacks, and it happened with the Footprint Center. And that's why I don't think there's an appetite on this council. I could be wrong. I shouldn't speak for you, but I don't think there's an appetite in our city to have a 30-year giblet. Is giblet simply a tax designation? No, it is a tax subsidy that has to be voted into existence. We will be in the same situation as the Suns and the Diamondbacks, you'll be looking for public money for renovation. And this is seen throughout the country. Peer-reviewed research shows this happens again and again. So, where are we? Who are we? We know that affordable housing, we know that homelessness, we know that traffic are amongst the 3 major concerns that our city has. We've seen it from community surveys, we've seen it from discussions, countless discussions in our city, from our council. I ask, how does this proposal help us to solve these big city problems? Why not a bond? Why don't we think about a bonding mechanism for affordable housing? The city of Durham did it. They passed a $95 million bond for affordable housing. We haven't done a bond for housing. But we're thinking about a bond to really help a private business owner to realize his vision and for Coyotes fans to realize their dream to have the Coyotes stay in the valley. I contend that it is the wrong place for this development. That is that intersection is rather small. You cannot exit out on Priest. I mean, to get to the baseness of the discussion, I'm going from high level to low level. You can only access the street from Rio Salado. So that's not necessarily a good location for us. It's good in that it's at center of the valley, but it's not good because traffic, there's only one way out. And then we haven't talked about sportsbook gambling. When we had that RFP go out, it really hadn't even passed. I think it was in September, August, September, when we started to hear about sportsbook gambling. Some would contend it is all about sportsbook gambling, because not one, but 2 sportsbook betting parlors would be allowed in our city. And they often target poor communities and students. And we have a lot of students in this region. I've heard people say we'll become a mini Las Vegas. And I say don't bring Las Vegas into Tempe. I'm worried about the impacts of sportsbook gambling on our communities, especially our more vulnerable and our poorer communities. And we gain no revenue from this. The trickle down from the state, the taxes that come from sportsbook gambling, minuscule. I worry about cannibalization on Mill Avenue. I worry about the TCA, our premier music venue, being sort of cannibalized. I worry about the fact that there's no other metropolitan region in the country that will have 3 big sports arenas. So there's going to be cannibalization. And we say there'll be a halo effect, perhaps, and that ours will be better. But we're going to be, people have a certain amount of dollar to spend on entertainment. It's not like they're going to suddenly find all this extra money to spend. We're going to be cannibalizing from other cities. And we are in a region, we exist in a region. And then I'm very concerned about the safety issues that we've heard from the pilots, we've heard from the traffic controllers, we've heard from FAA, we've heard from Sky Harbor. These issues have to be concerning to us. Excuse me, sorry, did you want to say something? Okay. We have to be concerned about this, and that's why, I ultimately think that we need to look at the RFP and amend it to remove housing, or we need to look and expand the RFP to look at other options, to look at opportunity costs, because the opportunity cost is the loss of potential gain from other alternatives when one alternative is chosen in light of what we could be getting. So I have issues with the IGA and housing, and these aren't going away. We know we probably have a lawsuit coming our way, yet we're willing to sort of shake our heads and say, let's move forward. To me, it's inexplicable why we're in this position. But it all comes down to the ownership group, and you did a good job of bringing out your fan base. And we've had a lot of Tempe people write to us before things got more controversial and more known. We had hundreds of letters from Tempe residents in opposition, far less supporting. I do think if we do go forward, and like Robin, I will not be making the ultimate decision if we do go forward. It's very sad because I've been involved with 3 years, and if you could see how many pages of notes I have and how many questions I have, and would like to keep you all here till midnight with those questions, but I've always said we need to get a forensic economic analysis. It's essential that we have a forensic economic analysis. We have to consider using ASU's model contractual language, which might provide some guidance for us, considering the history of the owner and the history of this team. We need to consult with SRP MIC, and that's a very important point that Vice Mayor Keating made. I can't speak for SRP MIC, but I know I've been told at different times that they don't want to come and give their opinion. They want to be asked. They want their opinion asked, and we need to really reach out and engage SRP MIC and the Indian community. I'm very concerned about avoiding a lawsuit from FAA and Phoenix Aviation and what might result with our other neighborhoods and the noise that they'll face. I'm concerned about the best use of our city's bonding authority, as I mentioned. I think we should apply it to where our priorities are. And I also think we need to get unbiased sports economists. There are many in the country. There's 5 or 6 I could name off the top of my head. But we need to have an unbiased sports economist because there's been large amounts of academic peer-reviewed research done on sports stadiums, their impacts on community, their impacts on gentrification, their lack of community benefits that actually result. But there are some good models. The Staples Center is a good model. There are good models when a community benefit plan is done in the early days. I'll sort of leave it at that. I believe that we need to, I'm not going to support going forth and negotiating. I think there are too many issues, there's too many problems. This has sucked all the oxygen out of the room of our staff, in some ways of our council. It's going to exhaust our residents. We're going to have to deeply involve our residents, but I believe that this is not who we are as a community. And I think we really need to think seriously about this RFP. Now, we have options. We have a number of options. We could motion just to terminate the RFP and open a new one that doesn't have housing and is broader in its scope, so we can look at other options, other opportunity costs. We could vote to go forth and negotiate. We could vote to go forth and negotiate, but get a resolution of the Sky Harbor issues at first. We could move to negotiate the RFP, but say, again, we're not interested in residential. So, I ask you, and we're going to have a conversation. Everybody's going to obviously get a chance to speak and say what they think. But I do think we have to consider the housing element, which was not brought to our attention very early on. And now we're faced with this issue, and we could go to a lot of effort, and then the lawsuit will stop us from progressing, and we'll be years into this before we put shovels into the ground. Is that what we really want? Don't we want to get businesses, and don't we want to get properties on the tax rolls that can see immediate influx into our general fund? Or are we going to be stuck and mirrored in lawsuits as we fight all of this out? So I think we need to think really seriously tonight. We don't have to just go forth and negotiate. We should think about that housing element, because to me, it's very crucial that we resolve that before we get into deeper discussions. And I thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cubie. I got a quick comment. I want to go to Councilmember Navarro. So just a quick thing regarding the length of time with the process, because I've seen a lot of conversation about that in the public. And I just want to say, one of the reasons why it took so long, I've been mayor now for almost 2 years, but one of the reasons why it took so long was because our staff doesn't do deals like this every day when it comes to professional sports teams, with entertainment districts, and all of the corresponding retail mixed with residential. And one of the things I really appreciate our staff is they bring a tremendous amount of expertise to the table each and every day, and they're really the true unsung heroes of the city. We get to sit up here and make decisions, but they're the ones who keep this place running. In this situation, they made a decision that they were going to go out and seek additional people who were consultants and folks who have done this kind of work before, because they recognize while we have a lot of expertise on our staff, we frankly need to seek some people on the outside who could help kind of supplement some of the knowledge that we already have. That process takes time. And I would much rather, when we're talking about a project of this magnitude, that the staff takes their time to really thoroughly vet this and get opinions from outside experts, as opposed to rushing something just to make it look like it's being more transparent. I don't want them to come forward with something in 6 weeks if they can't really do a thorough job and give me a very sound, solid recommendation. And I think that's exactly what our staff has done. And I feel it's very important to state that because of all the comments I've heard from many people in the community talking about lack of transparency, when the reality is our staff is doing their due diligence. That's what we ask them to do, and that's frankly what your tax dollars pay for, is for them to actually study these things, to be experts, to bring in help when they actually need it, to help supplement the knowledge they already have and provide recommendations that the council can actually hang our hat on. So I appreciate all of their work. I mean, it's been a huge haul. I agree with Councilmember Cubie. It's been a lot of time and it's been a very heavy lift, but I just have to say first and foremost, I appreciate all of you. I'm looking at our economic development team, I'm looking at our finance team, and I know so many other folks. It was a huge cross-departmental effort to ensure that we could actually get to the place that we're at today. Secondly, just saying before too, I have plenty of questions about this, and I've talked about that before. I mean, I can talk about, I remember, Javier and I have only had one in-person meeting before, probably about 10 months or so ago, because due to the blackout period when the RFP is out, as we all talked about here, council members aren't allowed to have interaction with the team that's responding at that point. We can talk to our staff, we can talk to other people, but we can't talk to them. So we haven't talked in nearly a year. And the reality is, I remember when Javier and I would talk, and I was peppering him with a number of questions. He knew I had concerns, and I still have some concerns, and I have some questions. But that's actually the fundamental reason why I want this to go forward. The reality is, those questions I feel can be answered. That is why people enter negotiations. It's to have conversations about some of the finer points of the details and the particulars of this deal, and you come to a place where either you vote for the final project or you don't. You get to a development agreement or you don't. I don't know if I'm going to vote for this project at the end of the day. I haven't seen all of it yet. There was a lot of information put out there tonight, some of it which I've just seen for the first time. And so the reality is I need time, just like I'm sure people sitting in the audience and people watching at home do as well, to process all of this information and see exactly where they stand as it relates to a very big, potentially game-changing project here in the city of Tempe. But that's precisely why you go forward to negotiate. So you can actually figure out if this is indeed where we want to go as a city and where our residents want us to go. And going back to the whole question about the transparency issue, when people talk about this conversation happening in executive session or in private meetings or in staff conversations, that has how it's been up to this point. But we've been here, sitting here since 2 o'clock for nearly 8 hours for the purpose of actually bringing this entire process into the light. And the beauty of it is now, if we actually go forward and award the RFP, I've already had longtime community members have conversations with me and say, I would actually love to have the Coyotes organization come up to a neighborhood meeting in my part of the city so we can actually ask them questions and tell them exactly what we'd like to see for them to be good partners in the city of Tempe, even more specifically in their particular neighborhood. Because talking about how long it's been talked about behind closed doors doesn't mean we should try to short circuit a further community process. I think that's exactly what needs to happen going forward. And I would not want to deny our residents the opportunity to frankly tell me exactly how they feel, whether it be pro or con on this deal. This is tremendously important to our residents, and I think they deserve an opportunity to really weigh in on this in a very thoughtful way. The last thing I will say on this too is just that, and it's more of an anecdote about my father. You know, when I used to ask my father questions when I first got into the professional world in my early 20s, I would always ask him about, what should I do? And I don't know if I should do this deal or, and my father's very simple advice at all times was, Corey, it never hurts to talk. What's the harm? You have a conversation with someone, you may get to an agreement, you may not. But what did you really lose? You had a conversation. And that's all we're voting on tonight, is the purpose of actually continuing negotiations and having a conversation. And I don't see anything wrong with that. So I'll be supporting this.
Mayor, I was going to go off on a little tangent on this whole thing, but I think you did a great job in summing it up. And at the end of the day, I think it was as simple as one of the members that came up here, one of the gentlemen that came up here and said, so you talk about it. If it works out, works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And that's where we're at. I make a motion to approve, to go forward.
Okay, it's been, conversation happens after the first of the vote. So motion by Councilmember Navarro, seconded by Vice Mayor Keating. Comments now, Councilmember Garland, and then I get to go back to Councilmember Cubie. Well, no, that's how Robert's rules works, the first and the second, and then we go to comments.
All right, so thank you. I just want to make sure I got my chance to get my comments in there. So, I just want to say first, thank you. Really want to thank all the fans who came. It's absolutely amazing that you guys got here at 2 and you're still here. It's incredible. You guys are great fans. And the Coyotes team, I have no issues with the Coyotes team itself. And I also want to thank our staff. There's an awful lot of work, and I had questions up until literally the last half hour before we got up. I would say probably 20 minutes, Maria, bugging you again. So I just want to say thank you to our staff also and our council members. At the end of the day, up here, we're all on the same team. So even if we don't agree on all of these issues and points, we're up here all of us are trying to do what's best for the city of Tempe. And I think that's really important for all of us to remember, that it's not a negative on somebody, it's just a positive way of trying to look at what we can do for our city. For me, based on Glendale's experience with the organization, it set up some red flags for me. My issue, one of the things that I think Mayor Giuliano was saying earlier today, was it's about partnerships, and I think that's really important to me. It's a 30-year partnership that I want to feel 100% comfortable about. And I'm not sure that I'm there. I know I'm not there. I'm not even really close to being there, feeling that this is the best partnership for the city of Tempe. I'm not convinced that giving a 30-year abatement, that's for the arena headquarters, practice facility, and music venue, and selling some of our last acreage that the city of Tempe owns is the best long-term financial interest, best for our long-term financial interest for our future. You know, the 30-year tax abatement means that we don't get those funds going into our general fund that's going to help us, you know, take care of all of the uses that the fans and the Coyotes will be using, and I'm not very comfortable with that. And I have a map, and I didn't think Lauren Kuby got her map up there, her stuff up there, but I passed it out to our council members. I know you guys can't see it, it's really far away, but it's something that you can get on our GIS. Can you put it up there? Will it work? What this map is, it's a map of the city of Tempe, and it's a map of what the city owns. And I wanted you guys to be able to see it, because what's really important here is that we think about, if you look at this map, the red part is what the city of Tempe owns. So if you look at this, if you scratch off the parks, if you scratch off the golf courses, the preserve, what you have left is a small corner up there where the Coyotes are the property they're looking at, which is the 46 acres. The little tiny red dots you see all sprinkled around, those are the parks that we have that are attached to our schools. So for me, what's really important about looking at this deal is that this is our last bulk of land that the city of Tempe owns. We are a landlocked city. This is it. We have to be thinking about, when we're making these decisions for this property, is it the right fit? Is it exactly 100% what we want there? Because we can't go back. Once we have made the decision to sell this last bulk of land that we have, literally, you look at the whole entire map, it's scary. That's it. So I want to be 100% sure that this is exactly what the use is. It's the right thing for our city. That's the right thing for the neighbors that live around there, the traffic that it's going to cause, I mean, I've been to a Coyotes game, I've seen the parking lot afterwards. I mean, I just don't know if that's what I want for our city. You know, we have to think about this also, is let's not forget that a project this size puts a significant burden on our infrastructure and the operations of the city. Having the Coyotes in Tempe benefits the valley and the state, but the complete cost burden is on the city of Tempe. It's a burden that we will carry alone. So I think that's another thing that we got to be thinking about. And again, I know everybody else here on council wants our residents to be able to take part in this process. We all believe in transparency. We all know how important that is, every single one of us. For me, I am not comfortable supporting this RFP, and it starts from the beginning. It's not even have anything to do with the team. It starts from the beginning. I'm uncomfortable with the narrow RFP that we sent out. I think with that narrow RFP, we could only hook one fish, and we got one fish, and now we're trying to find ways to make sure that I'll skip things now. I'll say, okay, like a square peg into a round hole, we're trying to make it work. And if it's not exactly 100% what we want, I'm not comfortable moving forward with that. You know, I would like to see us, maybe because we have had so much resident response, that maybe we work with our residents in advance and say, you know, let's start a new RFP, let's make it broader, let's do something a little different, let's talk to our residents, let's ask them exactly what they want, and will this be able to touch every single person in our city? Making it equitable for everybody across the board. You know, big concerts, a lot of people can't go to concerts. A lot of people don't like hockey, but we're gonna be paying for it. A lot of people don't like concerts, they don't go concerts, but all of those things that we are gonna be paying for. So I was thinking, you know, we could create an RFP that's a little bit more broad, that really touches all of our residents. You know, in any negotiation, it's important to know what's the best alternative to the deal that is on the table. And I honestly believe that our best alternative is to slow down with this specific RFP. I know that it's not slow for the ones who've been on council for a long time. This has been going on forever, and I apologize. But I think it's to hold on to this land. I think it's important for us. I think we should look at holding on to this land, sending out another RFP, and just please be sure that this is exactly what we want to do with the last land that we have. And again, I would love to have the Coyotes in the Southeast Valley. Truly, I would. I mean, it was a long drive when I went out there for a hockey game. I'd love to see them in the Southeast Valley. And it might be the right fit for one of our neighbors who are not landlocked, who have more land than we have. But I don't think it's the right fit for Tempe, especially, again, when we have just that last block of land that's left up there. So, you know, I will not be supporting this RFP. Again, not because of you, it's because I think I messed up at the beginning when we got this RFP put together. And I would like to see a broader RFP sent out. That's the only way that I can be, or maybe we can be, confident that we're doing the right thing for Tempe. You know, it wouldn't be wise to go forward for me. So again, I just think it's really important that we think about the last bit of land, the last bit that we have for the city of Tempe, and I think we really need to be thinking about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Garland. Appreciate it. Okay, so we have a motion on the table from Councilmember Navarro and a second by Vice Mayor Keating. Any further comments or questions before we vote?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Cubie.
Well, could I offer an amendment, or can we discuss an amendment? Maybe we have to do it in e-session.
Only if they agree to it, since it's their motion, so.
I have a motion on the table, and we have a second, we're ready to go. If it doesn't fly, you can have your amendment.
I understand, so, but there's still discussion.
Go, you can filibuster this whole thing all night long if you want.
Now, let's do this. I mean, Councilmember Keating, if you can make a
I
brief
think
comment.
I think a discussion is important. We have been here a long time, but this is a pretty existential decision, as Councilmember Garland made. And so I actually don't appreciate you saying that my discussion and concern is a filibuster.
Go for it.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Yeah, I just, you know, given all that we heard from the airport tonight, I just think we need to consider, and maybe we do need to go to e-session to properly consider the ramifications of what we've heard in the past few days and weeks. And, you know, credit to Phoenix Aviation. They've been very transparent. They've been putting everything online, so there's the opportunity to read and reread. And I think we need to consider the housing element of this. And I would want to see that the housing element be removed from the RFP. Obviously, the people who made the motion and seconded don't want to see that, and they want to vote on it. And it's my opportunity to talk about it, but I think we're making a mistake, and we're going to just see the next couple of years or year entangled in this mess.
Mayor, granting the RFP doesn't mean we're approving housing.
Yeah, that's accurate. No, I mean, voting to award the RFP doesn't mean that we're actually approving the housing, because there isn't any development agreement at this point. We're really just, we're just voting to go forward with negotiations. And as we talked about before, things can obviously change as the conversations keep going. Many times the offer you see right now is probably not at all the same offer you're going to see by the time we actually come back to vote on an actual development agreement. It's going to probably look, I don't want to say very different, but I'm sure there's going to be some very different elements, and I think we need to have that conversation. But with that said, there's a motion on the floor from Councilmember Navarro and a second by Vice Mayor Keating. Any last comments before we go ahead and vote here? All right, hearing none, please vote.
I don't see the screen.
Yeah, you can do voice. Councilmember Adams?
Aye.
And Councilmember Cubie?
No.
Okay. And that vote passes 5-2 with Councilmember Garland and Councilmember Cubie voting nay. With that said, that brings us to the end of our meeting. We are adjourned at 10:06 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate it.